What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from hazy, cloudy California, Los Angeles, folks. We are live and alive, and I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and I hope all the MBs are having a fantastic one, because today is a beautiful day. It's a wonderful day. It's a fantastic day. It is Wednesday. Right. It's Wednesday, April 12th, 2023, 11:13 a.m. And I am right on time, as I am known to be on Wednesdays, unless there is something going on in my life. Like, let's say, maybe I had a podcast to do, maybe I had an appearance or something. If I don't have any of those things going on, I am right on the dot. And there isn't much going on right now in my life, but this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news anyway. My guy, you are quite literally looking finer and finer every day. Are you on a certain workout plan or a diet plan? Yes, I am on a very strict, very rigid workout plan, and also a fairly strict diet plan as well. A thread of LeBron lying his ass off. I hate this. I don't like this. What is it? Why you got to bring this up? This is old news. Please don't rehash this. Anyway, but folks, what are your numbers in the gym? I don't know. I don't hit like I don't go for PRs ever, especially on this new split that I'm on this new workout regimen that we're doing. I am not currently invested in trying to reach higher weights. I just want to lose fat and make myself look better. I am not able to dunk yet either. That's my fitness journey update for you. There's a lot going on. Are you fasting, lol? As in like for Ramadan? No. Am I fasting as in for like, you know, working out? A little bit. I don't eat breakfast, if that's what you mean. Okay? But anyway, last night I ended the broadcast, and what did I end up doing? I ended up watching One Piece. I really love getting hyped for the new world. I'm excited about it. I think the new world is going to be sick. As far as my Marineford arc analysis goes, I know that a lot of people say that Marineford is like one of their favorite, like the Pirate War is one of their favorite arcs. But I'm not gonna lie, it wasn't my favorite. I think I loved Sabaody more. I feel like the first arc when Trafalgar and all the other other rookies are introduced, and Sabaody was my favorite, because Oda is very good at characters, but unfortunately not like the best at fighting sequences. So as far as my seeing all of those like incredibly cool characters come together at Marineford was great. But I don't know. He is more creative with plot and character and environmental design. Yes. I think Oda is very good at character design and like long, drawn out, perfectly created worlds and world building and universe building. But I don't think his fight sequences are super well thought out. It's always just like bouldering against an opponent. And Marineford basically showed that. Don't talk shit about Oda. Unsubscribe. I'm sorry. I've been holding off on like talking about Marineford, and I know that this is a controversial opinion, but I think that it left me wanting more, and I wanted more fight choreography. And Marineford, for the most part, had a lot of that like old school Dragon Ball style, like waiting for something to happen. I mean, the entire plot was designed around one pivotal moment happening. You know what I mean? And it just like kept being pushed back for like silly reasons. And there was so much like posturing. There was so much waiting around, right? And a lot of that made me feel like it was like almost like an old school anime. Whereas, I mean, maybe it's because I'm consuming it in the anime format and not in the manga format. But like, it just felt a little. I get why people say read the manga instead of watching the anime for a lot of these works, but I specifically understand why they do that for One Piece, especially. People always compare Naruto and One Piece, but one thing I will say about Naruto is their fights are unmatched. One Piece is still better overall. Yes. I mean, there isn't like, you can't really make any anime music videos out of One Piece fight sequences in the same way that you can about Naruto fight sequences, but I like One Piece more than I like Naruto, so that should say something for you, right? I don't think that. I think that Goat Piece is in an entirely different playing field with respect to like world building, concepts, politics, how it's perfectly interwoven through the story in and of itself. Whereas Naruto is like more of a jock style anime, kind of like Dragon Ball Z, where you just want to see like, you want to see the fights, and the fights are great. New World is more politics heavy. Be prepared. I mean, I love that. So that's what I'm excited about. So anyway, overall for Marineford, I think that like it was due to all of the other animes that I have watched, it left me wanting more. I wanted to see cooler fight sequences. There were certainly moments where it was great, right? It's a pivotal plot point, and that's totally understandable. It's a pivotal plot point, which is why it's very important, and I think that they do a good job of like emphasizing the importance of that for the entire world to change. And I think that's fine, but also it's one big battle, and I think having one big battle for the entire arc leans into Oda's weakness overall. I can't speak on it for the manga because I haven't read that, but on the anime, when it's animated, Oda's fight sequences, unfortunately, are not as interesting as you would see with like other animes that have like very almost turn-based style strategy baked into their fight sequences. Like, you know, I would even go so far as to say JoJo, right? Or it lacks the fluid motion of even something that I don't think is as good as One Piece, but, you know, Naruto. So it's always just like, if you have an entire arc designed around fighting and designed around combat, you know, the cool characters and the introduction of cool characters and them deploying their special powers only goes so far. And I think that that was Marineford's biggest weakness, which is why I think it's not one of my favorite arcs. It's up there. It's great. But that's how I feel about it. It's definitely an anime issue. The fights feel more fluid in the manga, plus the level of detail changes too. Oh, for sure. I gotta disagree with you on this one. So many different characters and abilities coming together and combining to achieve something greater than the individual. Yeah, no, I don't agree with that. I think that it could have been better. It's basically just I felt like it was basically just bouldering towards a target as Luffy always does, which is fine. But like, even it would have been cooler if there was some tactics. Like, think about why you absolutely despise, not Aokiji, the other one. Why do you despise him? Akainu. Why do you despise him? Wonderful character, but also does some fucked up shit throughout the process, right? Like, that is important. That's like the only element of like additional tactics that you see that isn't just like might versus might. Literally a fascist, I know. But he's a great fucking villain. Why is he a great villain? Because he's not just like straight up super powerful and doing vicious shit. He ultimately does that, of course, but he's also doing some, you know, some tactics, some really fucked up shit on the sidelines, right behind the scenes, and I think that even amplifies. I think it even amplifies the characters a little bit better. Problem is, most of the main characters aren't so cunning. Yeah. Sometimes One Piece fights are structured like car chases than like Naruto style fights. Yes. That's what I'm saying. I just, One Piece is an incredible work of art. I mean, it's like the fucking Odyssey, okay? You literally need a commitment. You need to make a commitment to be able to get into it. And I think it's worth it in the long run. However, having said that, the only element that I consider to be weak in the entire work is, like I said, fight sequences that aren't very heavy on tactics, nor are they very fluid. Like, you don't see a lot of like really cool cinematics in within the fight sequences. Now, that could be because it's fucking 20 years old, and maybe it gets a lot better later down the line in the animation. But, you know, that's my take. And considering the fact that Marineford, beyond the introduction of all these like super cool characters, beyond being like a super pivotal plot point in the overall super pivotal storyline in the overall story, it was one that heavily tried to feature fights, and that's why you saw so many slower moments, and I think the pacing was not so great, especially because the fights come across a little dull. It's always like you're loading up, pushing towards a barrier. Oh no, a barrier happened, and then you got to load up, push up, push. Oh no, setback, push, setback, push. There's no tactics. There's no tactics whatsoever, and I wish there was. Also, there was no Zoro, which, you know, or Sanji, or Nico Robin. Fuck it, even Nami. I don't care that Usopp wasn't there, or fucking even Brooke is not being there is not that significant, but like those would have been nice. Anyway, you are such a bitch, dude. Okay, all jokes aside, but Shanks was incredible. Anyway, so excited to see what happens. Chopper didn't even get mentioned on purpose. Chopper's side story in the arc. So that was my take on Marineford. In the arc that I'm currently in, post Marineford, where like they're gearing up for the new world, I get this feeling that I got before the Grand Line, where they basically made it seem like this was, you know, the most intense, the most deadly experience. Oh my God, it's gonna be so much. It's going to be so scary. Like, oh, East Blue is nothing in comparison to the Grand Line. People coming back from the Grand Line are, you know, killing themselves because they're going crazy with how devastating it is. And then you get into the Grand Line and you got like whole ass civilians living there. You know what I mean? And you're like, what the fuck? How is that even possible? I thought people were like dying. So I'm excited to see what happens in the new world. I think that the new world will be great too. And we'll see what happens. I'm just, dude, I get giddy every time I see like anytime I see a minor mention of Dragon or the Revolutionaries, I get so fucking stoked. Coolest aspect of the entire world. Okay. Straight up. I am. What? Flip it? What did I say? What? Anytime I see like a tiny fucking mention, anytime I see a tiny mention of Dragon or a tiny mention of the Revolutionaries, I get super, super stoked. It makes me very excited. They are the coolest part of the entire universe. I'll stand by that sentiment. So that's it though. On that front, we're done. You know, those are my One Piece updates. I hope you guys appreciated that. I'm enjoying it very much. And I'm excited for the new world. I think the new world's going to be fucking sick. People keep saying time skip soon. We'll see what happens. I have not watched Succession. I haven't finished episode 3 on Succession yet. I just don't ever have time to do anything. Final Fantasy VII I'm playing, and it's also incredible. Usually I just play when I'm pooping in the mornings. I play a little bit of Final Fantasy VII. I think I'll have more time this weekend. But Final Fantasy VII is awesome. And, you know, when I found out that it was like a much larger game, I keep thinking, like, I keep trying to imagine how Final Fantasy VII, like the original, looks and feels like. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. All right, let me blast off. Trump went on Tucker. And it was wild. Creator Clash? Yes, I will be there. In my opinion, it's one of the most iconic games. Thematically, yeah. I've not watched the newest episode of Demon Slayer. TYT on the front page of Twitch, the engagement farming makes sense now. Thumbs up. What does that mean? I will be balling. Rage League, that you, him, Lobic, and next year will be playing a scary game soon. Yes, I tried to do that yesterday. Anyway, Trump went on Tucker. It was wild. We got a lot of fun reacts lined up. Look at this. Look at this. We got in a strange. We got when the killer is the first or at the murder scene. New murder. Why leftists can't enjoy anything by Ugopnik. We're gonna watch that. We got the incredible Thai cave rescue by Neo. You guys want me to watch this? Elon Musk slaughters BBC reporter in live interview. Everyone is fucking geeking out about this. I'm excited to watch. A threat of LeBron lies. I don't appreciate that. Fox News has been sanctioned the Dominion voting system's defamation suit for withholding evidence. We're going to talk about that as well. And more. A lot going on. Let's fucking blast off. Let's get it twisted. Yeah. New news channel by Second Thought. Oh, like that. I broke into the U.S. Security Convention. This guy is so fucking goated, dude. Max Fosh. Isn't this the British dude? The US security expert with the great. I fucking love this guy, man. This guy is so good. Holy shit. Thank you for the content, Max Fosh. Isn't that the guy who lived with the elephant one night? He's that guy, right? Or am I mixing up my Brits? Am I mixing up my Oibruvs? I could be. I could be engaging in some Oibruv racism. You know what I mean? Banger reacts lined up. Possible scary game. Lobby later. Possible stacked scary game lobby later. Get in now. Bro, people will come in and be like, One Piece update when I just got done with my One Piece update. You're too late, brother. That's it. Here's the blast off. I am watching Succession season 4. Parasocial updates? Nothing. There's no parasocial updates. My life is boring. I live on the internet for the most part. I'll tell you what. I watched Charlie's fucking 40-minute video, and I couldn't watch the whole thing because I was like, this is fucking unbearable to watch. I'll be honest. And I have a lot of thoughts on it. Like, I want him to... I told him immediately, I was like, don't bite it. Don't do it. I just... it's never good. You fucking eat the bait. And the moment that you eat the bait, the moment that you bite the bait, and especially like with XQC and like other content creators like kind of feeding into that narrative, whether it's because it's easy content for them or whether it's because like you can just make a commentary off of it by casting shade at people that are your interlocutors. But all you're going to do is get farmed. It was unbearable, but please don't give into that cloud goblin anymore. She's fully disingenuous, even making fake photos of farm you and other streamers. Yeah, I don't do it, and I'm not going to do it, and I refuse to do it. But wait, I'm mentioned in this Chris Smalls article? What the fuck? Oh, shit. Oops. Anyway, here's the... Now, if you just keep the same energy for every person who wants to use you for engagement. Yes, I pick and choose my battles. Sometimes I'm wrong. Sometimes I tell people... Sometimes I tell people to not do something, and then I do it myself. Okay, here it is, by the way. This is the blast off. Trump went on Tucker and it was wild. TYT Drama and my thoughts on infighting and banger reacts lined up. Possibly stack game, scary game lobby later. Get in now. Twitch.tv/HasanAbi. HasanAbi the pinnacle of physical force. Body camera footage shows Louisville police responding to the Old National Bank shooting. We'll take a look at that. Biden's in Northern Ireland. This TYT drama is too tiring. Yeah, it's very stupid. It's very dumb. I'll just give you like my top line analysis. But yeah, they financial disclosures filed last week by the ALU show that the union raised more than $850,000 last year, more than half of it from just 3 donors: the American Federation of Teachers, the International Commission of Labor Rights, and the leftist Twitch streamer Hassan Piker. Oops. Anyway. You're the new Soros? I'm the George Soros, dude. Everybody keeps talking about George Soros. Meanwhile, I'm the George Soros. It is kind of fucked up that they didn't say I was a gamer, though. I like that I'm fucking literally mentioned next to American Federation of Teachers, the International Commission for Labor Rights, and the leftist Hassan Piker. But hey, guys, no, remember, I don't do enough. Let's be real. I don't do enough. And, you know who does a lot? Anarchists on Twitter who say I don't do enough fucking charity. That's it. Okay? Those guys they're doing a lot. Okay? They're doing way more. The absolute irony in the ALU being top donated by a Twitch donor. Hey, listen. I'm a high-paid Amazon employee, baby. My uncle is a DA if you want to back him, but he's pretty racist. Oh, sick. I love that. So, we'll talk about that in a little bit. Tweeting definitely helps. Everyone lives on the internet, obviously. A lot of people do live on the internet. Tweeting can be good when you are engaging in solidarity and letting people know. You know, doing all this shit. But in a lot of instances, I'm talking about people who don't utilize Twitter for that reason, but for personal clout farming, like, you know, trying to get a piece of the action when they see somebody who's like being criticized fairly or unfairly, really. Was that community raised or out of pocket? Well, I mean, technically, all matter of all matter of money I have is community raised, but no, it was out of pocket in the sense that it was the what the fuck? Hold on, I gotta do this real quick. It was the t-shirt strike breaking funds. Strike breaking funds. Oops. Yeah. I don't make money without this community. All of the money I have is, you know, you guys giving me fucking donos. Subscriptions. Like, where do these people think your money comes from? I know. What was your point about TYT? We'll cover it in a second. I'll get to that in a moment. Thoughts on the BBTV H3 stuff? Quartering defended Ethan LMAO. That, I mean, it's just like basic MCN shit. It's completely fucked up. I haven't really covered it because like I feel like Ethan is a demon at that sort of stuff. Genuinely curious how you cover so much hatred and don't break your brain, bro. Feel like this middle ground video alone gave me a stroke. I've gotten used to it. I don't really understand why you're being called out for essentially being represented by an MCM. Most content creators are. Wait, what? No one is. Am I being called out for being represented by an MCN? Because I'm not even represented by an MCN. I have a manager. Ethan, on the other hand, has like, I guess, an MCN. I didn't even fucking know that. I thought they were like completely independent. But baby matcha latte. Thank you for the 5 get the sub. Someone on 4chan said something about night media on 4chan. Why are you admitting that you go on fucking 4chan? And then like bringing the insanity of that. Like, did you just say sources cited 4chan? Like, what the fuck? You should be definitely embarrassed to say that out loud, I think. There's just weird shitters that spread that on Reddit. What? Spread what? That I have a fucking manager that used to be at WME as my agent that I stayed with when he switched over to Night Media? That's what... Some Twitter shitposter made a thread about it too as if it was a gotcha. Like, what? As we talked about, Night Media apparently is owned by a bigger company. That's the drama. People are saying you're backed by the same agency that backs Mr. Beast. Yeah, I am. This is something that I've mentioned like quite fucking frequently. Yeah. My manager, okay? My manager who brings me no deals for the most part, let's be real, because most of the time all he's doing is just being like, here's another fucking deal. Do you want to do it? Probably not. Okay, I'll tell him fuck off. Is at Night Media. You've literally opened Mr. Beast's PR packages on stream. Yeah. That also reps Asman, so he was talking about it because unfortunately I had a poll thread about it. Yeah. Guys, wait till you find out what company pays me directly. Wait till you find out what company I'm a part of where I get my 1099s from. It's called Amazon. I couldn't wait. It's Amazon. That's right. Jeff Bezos is technically my daddy. Oh my God. Oh no. It's crazy. I know. It's wild. Yeah. Isn't that wild? No. Fucking owned. Why isn't there a disclaimer about this? Unsubbed. I mean, that actually makes this way funnier. Like, back to this. But yeah, that makes this entire process way funnier, considering that, like, I'm, you know, one of the top subscribed streamers on fucking Twitch, platform owned by Amazon. And then you got that. But hey, it's literally in your bio. Yeah, what the fuck? I mean, here's my business email that I have never looked at. HasanAtNight.co. Yeah, it's not like something I hide. I don't know why people are so fucking stupid, dude. They literally will be like, he's hiding something. He's hiding. He's hiding this big secret, this big nefarious secret. It turns out Hasan works for Amazon. Is Reed your manager or someone else at night? No, Reed seems interesting. I watched all his interviews. He is like the owner, basically. He's like the head of Night Media. His story is interesting. He started off with, like, I think, was it Dude Perfect or some shit? I don't remember. Why do you look so much like this Hogwarts character? Do I? That Hogwarts character has no beard. Oh, not really. Anyway. I was watching the Philadelphia mayoral debate and yikes. Alright, we'll do that. Looking sexy in your headshot here. Night artist. Guys, oh no, leaked. Guys, stop. Fuck. The secret is out. That was never a secret. That I'm fucking represented by Night Media. The real fucked up shit is that they relegated me to the third? To the third? Really? Like, that's kind of that's a little messed up, I think. Why am I on the third level here? What the fuck? You put Carl above me too? Add insult to injury? What the fuck is this? I'm below Carl? This is unspeakable. That's what this is. Zoom out enough and you'll be in the first row. No, it doesn't work that way. I wish it did. Like, I get putting me below Mr. Beast or Dream, you know what I mean? What the fuck is this, though? What is happening here? At least I'm above Asmongold. And Schlatt. Oh shit, I did a thing as rep by them too now. I didn't even fucking know. What the fuck? I had no idea that half these people were represented by Night Media. Anyway. What they actually do for you? I mean, look, every content creator's managerial needs are very different. What managers do in theory is they will go out. They already have pre-existing relationships with brands and stuff. Brands want to do campaigns with influencers. Your managers are supposed to go in front of brands and be like, this is my influencer. This is my content creator. You know, he could be a part of your next wave of like ads, right? For me, it's a little bit different. It's mostly just like brands coming on inbound requests and then my management telling them that I'm not going to work with them after they say they're going to give me a shitload of money. That's usually how that works. Anyway. Can you get Sam and Colby on the broadcast? My girlfriend would love that, and she's pretty apolitical. I'll do you one further. I was supposed to do a Sam and Colby video. I don't know what happened. But we could do that. Sam and Colby, they do like scary. These guys, Sam and Colby, they do like scary stuff. They're paranormal investigative content creators. They basically do like, you know, we got stuck in a scary insane asylum or something like that. You know what I mean? Like they do shit like that. Wait, how do they sell me on this website? Hasan Piker's a pioneer in pop culture and lifestyle content on Twitch. Notice how they're not saying I do politics. I wonder why. Where he's one of the platform's top creators, having previously covered pop culture news on Pop Trigger, regular contributor to BuzzFeed, TMZ2 Vibe. Hasan exploded on the Amazon's Twitch over the... No mention of politics on this. Interesting. Hasan exploded on the Amazon's Twitch over the recent years. That's wild that they just fucking sell me as like a pop culture guy. That's pretty funny. While he has garnered upwards of 227,000 concurrent viewers with his commentary alone during election season, Hasan's versatility is also brought to the forefront during his variety video game streams where his audience is ingrained in his entertaining and authentic personality. Well, yeah, what are they supposed to fucking say? Hasan, most notable for saying America deserved 9/11. Anyway, yeah, they're most notable for saying America deserved 9/11 and also anti-white racism when he said cracker. Not doing heavy lifting in that bio? Yeah. HasanAbi is most notable for serving top of the hour ad breaks at the top of every hour and then telling his audience that if they no longer want to see those ads, all they need to do is subscribe, which they can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. That's right. Folks, we're getting into the stories today, okay? We're getting in. I did too much of a fun no news first hour. This has been the most like my hair is out of control. Holy shit. This is the least news dense first hour I've ever done. I have already blasted off. Anyway, wish there was a sub to avoid segues. Bitch, you're not even subscribed anyway. Hi, Aaliyah Chico Fade when? Every morning you're getting woken up by drama on the timeline, so whatever. Anyway, all right, let's do it. Here's the 3-minute ad break. Now, I'll start off with the TYT drama right out of the gates. Okay? And then we'll do all of it. I know Justin J. Pearson was brought back into the state legislature. Geoforio, there's actually some like weird shit about his background too, where Republicans have found older videos and found the concept of code switching. Republicans, when faced with the concept of code switching, have realized that like black people in general oftentimes like change the way they talk in predominantly white spaces. That's, and also, hair growth. It's very weird. It's a very weird story because it's like it's like being pushed by all the dumbest motherfuckers on the planet. They literally are like, wow, He's faking it. He grew out his hair and has an afro now. Anyway, are you going to talk about the hate Chris is getting for being on HRT? Yeah. It's unsurprising. It's really fucked up. I'll talk about that as well. He's the son of a preacher. Of course, he talks like a fucking preacher in a sermon. Yeah. I'll show you all of that in a little bit. But let's get started with fucking TYT Drama. Okay. So what happened? A couple of weeks ago, Anna basically popped off and said, like, I don't want to be called a birthing person. I'm sick and tired of this idea. I'm a woman. I'm not a birthing person. I will never be called a birthing person. You can never call me a birthing person. Birthing person, birthing person, birthing person, birthing person, blah, 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 blah. Now, for many people, it was like, what? Like, who the fuck did this to you? Like, what do you mean? Like, are there just people going around saying, like, you're a birthing person? No, I don't think so. It was one of those things where, like, what she's saying isn't like unreasonable. You know what I mean? Because being reduced to your like reproductive capabilities would be really ridiculous. And that's precisely why nobody fucking uses it in the real world. It's utilized in either academic concepts or medical concepts, right? It's either used in medicine where it would, it would work, or in academia. Perhaps there are some weirdos and fucking over the top hypersensitive people that will deploy it. Okay. She also talked about exactly what you're saying now. Lol, the meltdowns over wanting to be referred to as a woman rather than a birthing person is pretty wild. I'll never apologize for that, especially as the biological woman who's had a fucking lifetime being told I'm less than. I'm a woman, no apologies. So, dude, the Chris versus Mr. Beast thing is flooding my TikTok, and I can't tell if he genuinely feels different about him now or if it's just gross weirdos clipping stuff out of context. Wait, what? Are you insane? Like, I don't want to talk about this too much because it's private, but no, Mr. Beast is 1,000,000% supportive of Chris, and that is completely wrong. So much so that he's like literally trying to figure out why the fuck Mr. Beast is this is something that people who defend trans people experience for the first time ever. Usually, the shock of like what trans people have to go through on a regular basis online. And Mr. Beast is going through that phase right now. If you are even like an ally to trans people, we're not even talking about trans people in general on the internet. That stuff is, that is just, your life is a living hell every fucking day that you're posting. That's why trans people are really fucking aggro on the timeline all the time. They're in constant defense mode. We're not even talking about like legislation that seeks to erase trans people from public spaces and harm trans people, stop them from transitioning, force them to detransition, all this stuff. We're talking simply just like you, even as someone who says, I don't think people should bully trans people for being trans. Even when you say that, people are like, okay, well, I'm going to dox you. Okay, I'm going to dox you. I'm going to dox your family. I'm going to hurt you some way I can. So usually when cishet people first encounter this, they go, what the fuck is this? Like, what the fuck's going on? Because like for the most part, if you are not really aware, if you haven't like said anything, if you haven't ever like said anything about trans people or whatever, if it's just mostly apathy, you don't really think about it. You sometimes will see the transphobic people be like, look at how fucking weird trans people are. Look at how angry trans people are. There's a lot of like anti-trans propaganda, as you guys know. We parse through it regularly. But the the reality changes immediately when you are like openly supportive of trans people. When people go, oh, you're an enemy. Okay. You support trans people. Well, we want to kill trans people. So you're an enemy as well now. So they'll do anything and everything. They'll lie. They'll dox you. They'll fucking harass you. Just for the crime of even aligning with trans people. So understand that even if as a cishet dude, as a cishet white dude, if you're experiencing that, then holy shit, you can't even comprehend what trans people are experiencing on a daily basis. This was, for me at least, a very radicalizing principle. I talked about this before. When I started learning more about the trans experience, when I started learning more about trans existence, okay, and started speaking out against transphobia, there would be hours, countless hours, where like everyone would be fucking perma stuck, talking about the same shit over and over and over again, where people were just like very, very, very upset. They're just not normal, even if you are an ally. So what I reckon, even if you aren't just an ally. So that was one of the moments where I realized, like, holy shit, if I go through this, I'm a fucking cishet white dude just for defending trans people. The idea, like, I mean, I can't even comprehend what trans people go through just to survive and to exist. You know what I mean? That was, for me, a very radicalizing moment. That was, for me, a moment of awareness. And I think Mr. Beast is currently individually going through that moment because of the insane amount of targeting that has happened towards Chris. Chris probably understands that as a trans person. You know what I mean? From what I understand, there's a lot of support in the real world. And there is a lot of support in the real world for him. Some trans creators died on the boycott Hogwarts or else you can't call yourself an ally. And I just thought that was really stupid, but okay. But again, I just explained to you why trans people are like that. Like, I literally talked about this at the time. I explained to you why trans people are like that. They're like that because it's life or death for them all the fucking time. Okay? So yes, sometimes it gets a little out of hand, but who cares? Like, ultimately, just, you're not doing it so trans people are nice to you. You're doing it because you think that is what is the right thing to do, right? How many times have I talked about this? What? Transphobes have been posting clips of Mr. B zoning out on a stream with Chris? Yeah. I mean, they're gonna... They're doing unhinged shit to make it unbearable to be trans, of course, as trans people already know. But they also do unhinged shit to make it unbearable to even be a fucking trans ally. You know what I mean? So you just gotta... Apparently they're spreading fake DMs of him and shit. It's all bullshit. It's fucked up. It's really, really fucked up. And because trans people oftentimes don't really have a voice in like a prominent voice in mainstream media beyond like a fucking ad campaign that Dylan Mulvaney gets where all hell breaks loose, and like the overwhelming message surrounding that is like, how dare Bud Light even partner with a trans person, rather than like, oh my God, look how wonderful it is that Bud Light partnered with a trans person, right? Because let's be real, it's always anti-trans messaging that is way more prominent in mainstream media. I don't know. We'll cover all of that in a little bit. We'll talk about the Mr. Beast stuff in a second. I want to start out with the TYT thing, which is also related to trans people, surprisingly, or I guess unsurprisingly. But it's I'll just say it like this.
Jay.
It's not a very good time to be trans online. Not a very good time to be trans in general, but it's certainly not a good time to be openly trans on the internet. And the internet is a very important place for trans people. One, because they are extremely fucking online, and 90% of them are coders and love shit posting. But also, other than the jokes, you know, it's an important place for them to be able to gather some support that they do not have in their real lives, right? So it's huge. It's the only outlet you have. It's their only source of community. And these fucking freakazoids are making it so that they are robbed of their they are robbed of their only source of community. It is important to me because I can control so much more of how I present myself and how people see me. So yeah. Where was I? So Anna said the fucking birthing person thing, which was stupid. It was silly. But you know what? Here's one thing you're not supposed to do in that circumstance. Double down, triple down, quadruple down, which she did. And then Cenk got in, and Cenk started defending her too. Obviously, TYT also runs into the same issues that I run into on a regular basis of like having a fuckload of unhinged haters that want to tackle every single drama that they're in, want to elevate it, want to heighten it. But then there's also some very legitimate and very valid concerns that leftist people have, or leftist bases have with TYT, especially as it pertains to their commentary over criminal justice, their commentary over crime and punishment, which has definitely taken a somewhat, I would say, if I'm being as charitable as possible, a reactionary slant. So when the trans line dropped, they basically were like, a lot of people were like, oh, that's it. They're making like a rightward shift. And I think that they're going to stop covering trans issues? No, I don't. And I said this before. I said this originally. Do I think that they're going to stop covering issues? Absolutely not. Of course they're going to keep covering trans issues. Do I think that they're transphobic? I don't even think that they're transphobic overall. But this kind of output is literally lending credence to transphobes. That's it. The moment that you see Ben Shapiro retweet you, the moment that you see Carrie Lake be like, oh, thank God you're popping off on this, that's the moment where you go, oh, fuck. No, I'm being used. I'm being used by right-wing forces. I should definitely put a stop to this immediately and make sure that everybody understands what my principles are. Okay? This happens to me regularly. People put words in my mouth. People go fucking crazy over shit that I say, not understanding the actual, not understanding what my like legitimate, genuine, well thought out, well crafted perspective is on any kind of matter. And they just like hyper focus on one moment or one instance. And they go, oh, that's you. I'm reducing you to that. That's what you're doing. And the more you double down, the more you triple down, the more people are going to think that that is, as a matter of fact, you. This is something that I understand because I've been through my fair share of idiotic fucking controversies. Now, I love Oleyemi. I think Oleyemi is great. I'm excited to have her on the broadcast. Hopefully, eventually, her and Lol Overruled were supposed to come on the broadcast. She's a wonderful person. She does a lot for, she does a lot for criminal justice reform. And she's great. Great. But here is what her take was, I guess, against Anna. I think this like escalated basically because she had been on the Young Turks and then she went on another show, and on that show she said something about Anna. I don't really know what it was, but let's hear what.
It's bad faith. They know there's a difference between gender and sex. They know that it is very possible for someone to be born a biological male or a biological female, but in terms of gender, identify differently as a male or non-binary, but they still have the biological capacity, the physical capacity to get pregnant. So that's why the language, the rhetoric is inclusive to include those people. It is not a big deal, but they make it.
Oh my God, I had never seen this. Damn, she's spitting. Yeah, I mean, this is the truth.
A big deal. They manufacture it into a big deal because that's all Republicans are.
Yeah, I mean, this is, yeah, she's absolutely right on this. And honestly, holy fuck, I'm not surprised that she's absolutely right on this. I'm more surprised that she's making a big deal about it now. Yes, Tyler, I live in California. I don't know. Anyway, lol, the meltdowns over wanted to be referred to as a, wait, what is this? You made transphobic statements, and we spent an hour of the show defending you from allegations of being a TERF rather than addressing the substantive problems with your comment. I said I felt like they were coddling you, and I stand by that. If you think that makes me a hater, knock yourself out, Miss Mamas, is what she said.
I want her to change her mind and to understand what she did wrong. Because if it's just...
Yeah, this was the show I was referencing. It's like, Matt Binder and David Dole, Mike Figueroa, Blair Zahn, Lance from the Surfs, and Oliemi is on here as well, and Kenny. I don't know some of these people. Anyway, they were having this conversation, and I'm sure that they had like a well thought out, reasonable discussion that went on for a very long time. That's how fucking leftist podcasts go. It's not my shtick. It's not my fucking tease. I'll just say it like that. But you know, there's definitely a market for it. And then, of course, the one clippable moment is like, oh, Binder, sorry.
So,
no, of course.
But that's not the same. That's not the same, though. That's not the same.
I have to say it. Oh my God, I have to say it. I like Anna, but I feel a little bit like this is the coddle the white lady hour. And you know why? And you know why? I thought this even earlier because before this, the Majority Report put out a thing too, and everybody else. And I was like, boy, everybody sure feels the need to trip over their fucking feet to come out to defend her for getting cooked when all of the people.
I think the reason why a lot of people say that, like, I don't think that, myself included, say that like we don't think Anna is transphobic, even though I don't really know what the fuck is going on with her now, because like this addresses this literally. But the reason why people say that is because like there's a long history of speaking out against transphobia within TYT. Like that's it. And when you have a long history of speaking out against transphobia, when you have this like one sidestep, I think people will, especially people that know them personally, myself included, will most likely go, wait, hold on. Like, this is not, you know, they're being weird, but I don't think that they are, I don't think they're transphobic.
People get cooked all the time. I have yet to watch a video of anybody defending me from getting fucking cooked. I've never seen it. I've never seen everybody come out. She has a lot of fucking bad takes, and then she gets cooked because she comes out unprovoked. She asked to be cooked. She got up today and she said, "Twitter, cook me."
Right. Listen,
She has yet to delete the tweet. I want to make it clear. She has yet to delete the fucking tweet.
She hasn't deleted it?
You know why? Because at the end of the day, she took a 106,000 like tweet. She didn't even get ratioed. She didn't even get ratioed. She'll be all right. All right. She didn't get ratioed. Like, oh my God.
I saw.
Like this stuff, it's just like, it's such a weird situation because I don't agree with Anna's take. I don't agree with her perspective. And I don't think that it's productive for her to keep doubling down, but I've fucking been in her shoes in circumstances where I think is not valid for me to be the fucking main character of Twitter. And I've been in her shoes in circumstances where it is valid for me to be the main character on Twitter. And the thing you want to do when you're in that situation is always fucking double down and be like, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. You're misunderstanding my point. I don't give a shit. I'm just going to say it over and over and over again. And it's like, it's extremely online. I haven't really seen anything that she has said. I just know her as a person. I've worked with them for years. Obviously, Jank is also my uncle, who I know, deeply for that reason. This is just 100% Anna being weirdly hyper-focused on a singular aspect of an issue she's otherwise fine on. Then people are taking that and extrapolating to her whole belief system. Both are wrong and focusing on the wrong thing. Yeah, I think, like, you know, cooler minds, calmer hearts will prevail in this circumstance. You held Jank when he was a baby. Jank held me when I was a baby. But yeah. Bringing back this tweet. Jank Uger, I'm going to tell your nephew that you said something fucking stupid. This is so dumb. But yeah, he's just like, yeah, I think it's just incredibly weird that she's saying this shit and doubling down where trans people are being targeted right now. By the right, she deserves all the hate she's getting, to be honest. Does she deserve scrutiny and people being like, what the fuck are you doing? Absolutely. But like, I still ultimately think it's incredibly unproductive. It's unproductive for her to double down. It's I think it's understandable that people are, you know, getting more and more mad as she doubles down, because that's her only output on Twitter. That's the only thing that people see her as. That's it. But the Emma Vigeland stuff was like weird too. By the way, speaking of which, I will be on the Majority Report on Friday, I believe. But here, Jank said, we didn't repeatedly emphasize anything. Anna posted the most innocuous tweet of all time, which now a lot of you are saying was perfectly normal. Then leftists lost their shit and started saying it was an attack against trans people, etc. There's absolutely no question about who started this and made an enormous deal out of it. Everyone felt like they had to do a video explaining how they're more holy than us when no real voters on the left agree with you at all. Please don't pretend that we are the ones making a big deal out of it. And then Emma said, the repeated emphasis and reaction have been on social media. I can't speak to the segments you guys have done on the show. I'm not trying to be pure. I'm engaging with you, even though it's uncomfortable for me because I love you guys and I want TYT to be on the right side here. Emma used to work for the Young Turks as well. And then Jank said, we didn't repeatedly emphasize anything. Anna posted the most innocuous tweet of all time, which a lot of you are saying is perfectly normal. Oh, sorry. We already covered that. And then Jank went one step further and quote tweeted Emma and said, good news, we are on the right side. Mission accomplished. Now let me talk to you in a patronizing way about all your opinions I need to correct. I was trying to express my love and appreciation for the company that gave me my start and for my good friend Anna within the context of a disagreement. This reaction is pretty shocking to me, Jank. Have a good one. Now, Emma is great. She's awesome. It's just like, this is not great. It's not great at all. It's really bad. I've been in Jank's shoes in the past as like someone who's at that moment through anger and not being understanding, someone who has basically been like the main character on Twitter, and then like the constant urge to double down and say, I've been in this fucking battle for years and years, fuck you, you know what I mean? I did that with the Hogwarts shit, which, by the way, I was absolutely right on. And unlike this, that wasn't like a marginal tiny issue, which I also openly admitted was a marginal tiny issue in the grand scheme of things, but was like something that even trans people, you know, came to understand was ultimately still, you know, a failure of movement. Plenty of trans people themselves were critical of it later down the line, but it doesn't matter. You constantly have a fucking interest and need to double down. In this circumstance, I think what they should be doing as far as their output is be like, look, here's what I would do. Let's say, let me put my PR hat on for a moment, okay? I'm doing PR for the Young Turks. What would I do in this circumstance? I would say, guys, a lot of confusion has caused this internal rift on Twitter amongst prominent leftists, content creators, activists, and the like. Okay? I want to clarify something. Okay? I overreacted to this birthing person controversy. Okay? I think that it's not necessarily utilized or deployed outside of academic circles. And even if it is by like weird, well-intentioned liberals who are just like thinking that they're doing the right thing or whatever the fuck, who cares? It is only and perhaps almost always weaponized by the right to make it like a bigger deal than it actually fucking is. And I, in that brief moment, in a moment of weakness, lend my statements to also further that right-wing agenda at a time when trans people are constantly under attack by way of legislation and certainly online through mass harassment, cyber stalking, doxing. Obviously, this is the least significant thing to hyper-focus on. It's not a tweet. I'm just saying this is what I would say, okay? It's irrelevant. I have always fought for trans rights and will continue to fight for trans rights. And I think that we should all focus on exactly that rather than anything else. Okay? That's it. Anna was unfairly criticized by Tulsi fans, and she was ultimately right about Tulsi. So when Anna gets pushed back now by all of left Twitter, she thinks she's on the right side. Yeah, that's the other thing. David Dole actually had a really good take on this. Okay? He did. Possibly because he's Canadian. It's the last time I will ever give props to a Canadian man or people in Canada in general. Okay. He said, the only thing left to add to this drama with TYT, I think under constant bad faith, TYT has been under constant bad faith attacks for years, and that has probably clouded their judgment to what is and isn't legitimate criticism. This is something that I fucking experience on a daily basis. This is why I literally pop off sometimes on chatters who are being sarcastic, for example, because I have done this exact same thing. I've had to withstand so much insanity over the course of so many fucking years that it basically broke my brain. My immediate reaction to like any kind of misunderstanding is like, oh, he's cynically misconstruing what I'm saying. That's what's probably going on. I am not going to clarify. I'm not going to be charitable. I'm just going to fucking fire back. Ah! Right? It's like a trauma response almost. Okay? Problem is, it wasn't that brief. She sat on that clip for 2 weeks and came at Ole on a tweet that has nothing to do with her. I agree. I'm not saying that she is behaving in a manner that is good. I'm saying that this is what you do when you're like, when you've been burned so many times that you don't know that the people that are like trying to correct you are actually doing it because they have watched your content in the past. They literally worked with you. They know who you are as a person. You know what I mean? It's like the classic. It's like the classic, like, what do you call it? Please turn off your phone. You are not this person. You know what I mean? Like the Grimes tweet to fucking Elon. David also brought up some really good points, additional good points. Anyway, but I would hope that when people closest to you ask you to rethink it, that you would take it seriously. Okay? Also, FYI, there are chaos accounts on here playing both sides in an attempt to cause some larger rift. For the record, this is another thing that happens all the time. It's very frustrating for someone like myself who finds himself in the hotbed of controversy regularly over dumb shit that no one else would ever get yelled at about, because there are entire fucking Discord servers and forums full of people who are dedicated to hyping up any kind of controversy, no matter how innocuous, no matter how silly, which, by the way, Anna's isn't, okay? It's not as silly, but it is now, because it's completely went to a different direction because of her reaction to the ongoing sea of criticism, plus Jenk's involvement in it. But people do this all the time. Sure, Mr. Entitled White Person, teach us what is and isn't bad faith in your opinion. You click on their fucking account, their pinned tweet is, trans and queer theory founders actively advocated for pedophilia. In addition to their attempts at raising women, they're actively trying to target children. This is why they think grown men is shaking their ass in front of children is a good thing. They are monsters, LGB without the T. It's like we can see when you're making an argument on Reddit, we see your, like, you know, entire fucking timeline full of like the exact opposite shit. This person said, I think you're extremely fair to Anna Kasparian in that leftist mafia podcast. I don't understand Anna's reaction. However, Ole was out of line and tried to unfairly accuse you guys of coddling white women syndrome and try to pit you guys against one another. You fucking click on it, and it's a fucking account that like retweeted Rand Paul. It's like a crypto account that's like retweeting Rand Paul. Here's a third example of an account trying to instigate chaos while playing both sides. This person blocked me. I assume they're just like some brain-broken fucking freak. I found out because I looked at I wanted to see their account. They had blocked me already. Just curious, will you ever speak out against your bestie Anna Kasparian's unprovoked attack on M. Solorin? Just saying, you are supposed to have a spine to call out bigotry and anti-trans narratives. This is what I have to deal with all the time. This is my fucking name backwards, by the way. I deal with this every fucking day. It makes me go crazy. Twitter is full of brain-broken people, and every day it's getting worse. Anna Kasparian shares a cis woman's perspective, a true progressive not ready to hold back on honest, open conversations, but most of the reactions have been just derogatory, harassment, and assuming intent. Jobless motherfuckers sit in the Discord. This is what I said. Jobless motherfuckers sit in the Discord to cook this shit up. I wish I was kidding. They do this kind of stoking of the discourse fires with me regularly. The problem is I see real people fall for it in our spaces, and it's so infuriating. So it doesn't matter though, because they do it. Here's the point. They do it when there's something real happening, and they do it when there's something that isn't real, which they end up ultimately turning into a real piece of drama. Okay? That's it. Blocked by your own stalker? Yes, I am blocked by my stalker. But this is just one of thousands of accounts out there that do the same shit, to me in particular. Now, my point is this. How are you supposed to parse through this? How are you supposed to have real discourse? This is a very serious problem. This is a serious problem in movement building. This is a serious problem when the only way to do movement building is online. This is just a serious problem in general with anonymity online. And unfortunately, Twitter is very bad for this, okay? Twitter is very, very, very bad for this. What should happen in this circumstance is bringing both sides together, okay, and having it be mediated by a third party, oftentimes parse through these discussions in private, okay? I went through this. The reason why I'm trending with even more fucking tweets than Jank, even though it's like Jank and Anna that are in the crosshairs right now, is because I go through this on a daily basis. No, not a debate. No, a private conversation that people should be having, and then a public one that follows suit, okay, that follows immediately after. Because you want to know why? Because I went through this already. I went through this with Jax, okay, who is a prolific troll, but also, as far as I understand, a massive TikTok content creator who I basically agree on like 99.9% of issues on, okay? She pulled an old-ass tweet where I compared, you guys know, she pulled an old-ass tweet where I compared Amber Heard's outfit to Mao, very light in the grand sea of hatred that was flowing in either direction at the time. And that was from like a year and a half ago. She brought it up, and she was trolling, okay? And then I came after her, or rather, I just said LMAO. She responded aggressively over and over again, saying like, I'm going to find you, whatever. She was still trolling. It's just how people speak on Twitter. Remember, this is someone who I agree with, okay? That's someone who I agree with. That's someone who I fucking agree with. And the reason why I'm bringing that up is because that discourse basically turned into something that was super fucking overblown. It was super fucking overblown because I have haters from all different walks of life, from all different parts of the internet that latched onto it and immediately just fucking jumped on the opportunity. Okay? The issue isn't those people, though. The issue is there were plenty of people who were agreeing with her that were not trolling. That's the issue. She might have been trolling. Okay? But there were plenty of people who were not. Now, that's basically what happens all the time on the internet. Okay? That's just how the internet works. Okay? That's literally just how it works. That's how it pops off. That's how it works. She even basically fucking turned around and admitted like that I gagged her, I guess, with the hairline joke later. Like in the midst of that, and even her community after we patched things up, were, you know, joking about it. Gag, like as in, this is such a weird fucking conversation to have with like my audience, because they don't just like really understand. You can't even have your friends poke fun at you in jest without your haters taking it as a serious opportunity to attack you. It's nuts. Exactly. Anyway, how is this one of the gayest communities online, and yet you motherfuckers don't know what gag means? Why am I bringing this fucking thing back up? The reason why I'm bringing it up is because guess what? While a lot of the fucking haters jumped on board as an opportunity to make this a much larger issue than it was, because we had mutual friends who we both respect, people like Sean, for example, Sean the Black in this community, and others. And because I saw, and here I'll give them props too. 1 second. Let me see if I can find it. The first moment for me to like pause and take a deep breath and recognize that like this was going to get out of hand when I made a hairline joke, thinking that it was just going to be received by the individual when I was being petty, understandably. Okay. Wasn't Sean. Hold on. Let me see if I can fucking find it. God damn it. Not again, law. Guys, shut the fuck up. You act like you also have PTSD from this when I'm the one who fucking receives all the hate. Okay? Calm down. Like, I don't get why you're behaving like you're the one who's like under attack when is me that's under attack in this circumstance. And it's already solved. It's like beef that we solved already. Okay? The point is, there's a spoiler alert. There is a positive end to this. That's the reason why I'm explaining it. Okay? Two things happen. Where is it? Where the fuck is it? God damn it. Hold on. I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you right now. Honestly, it's pretty traumatic being a loyal chatter. Yeah, well, it is what it is. I have to deal with it every fucking day. I mean, look, it's just like, it's shit like this, okay? It's like, it's never just like normal reactions. It's like random anonymous people being like, let's kill him. Like, it doesn't feel good, but it doesn't matter. So in that situation, I'm like, this is funny. Girls, let's beat him with a pipe. In that situation, I'm seeing that the sea of fucking hatred that's coming my way. I'm not responding in a way that's like, you know, like an adult. I thought that I could bring that energy back. I thought that I could give her the same energy, not realizing that there was going to be, secondary backlash because people were going to take it to an entirely different level that I did not want it to go to, like the racial component of black women's hairlines. Now, didn't she personally tell you to load to your God yourself? Yeah, she told me to kill myself. Oh, thank you for finding the fucking tweet. Jesus Christ, I was just like looking for this. Where is it? Okay, here. So it was. I don't know how to say his name on Twitter, but it was this tweet that made me realize. It came shortly after. Okay, when I said, "Lol, of course not." Also, I recommend minoxidil finasteride for your hairline. I use them every day when it's done wonders for me. Okay, but it was this quote tweet where I was like, "Oh fuck, like this is right. I like this is gonna be overblown, and it's gonna go to a place that I did not intend it to go to." Okay. Now, why? Why did I feel that way? Okay. I knew that, like, I could have just, like, kept doubling down. I could have kept knowing full well that the forces of white supremacy are very powerful. No matter how much Black Twitter has movement and momentum, America is a white supremacist nation. The entirety of the Western world is built on these foundational principles. I could have just leaned into it. You know what I mean? I could have leaned into it and dramatically changed my commentary and would have been like, yeah, whatever, you're fucking being hysterical. Right? But I didn't do that because I know this person is not like someone who's a hate farmer. I know this person is just like being honest in their criticism in this circumstance. We got to not do this, man. We've already had this conversation a million times. Exactly. Okay? So that was my first inclination that like basically took me out of the haze state that I was in. You know what I mean? Because in that moment, I was thinking like, this is a hater. I'm hating back. Okay? This is a hater. I'm hating back. So when I saw this, I was like, okay, I recognize that people are taking this differently. I think it's fair. I think it's a constructive take. I think it's a constructive sentiment. I shouldn't double down. So I stopped. She didn't. But it doesn't matter because ultimately she also recognized that this was like getting overblown, getting out of hand. She was trolling. And because we have mutuals, we patched it up in the DMs. It doesn't matter if she started it. Okay? And it doesn't matter if you think that it was the most inexcusable racist take of all time. You can have that perspective. You don't have to watch me anymore. If you think that like my past fucking 10 years of advocacy for issues as a white dude is not enough for you to comprehend that like I'm not a racist person. As a matter of fact, I try to teach other white people anti-racism quite regularly. If you think that this is the moment where you're like, well, he's definitely a white supremacist person because he responded this way to a lady on the internet who like started a beef out of nowhere and said that I should kill myself, then yeah, okay, that's fine. So I didn't double down. That's my point though. I did not double down. I recognize that it wasn't, it was unintentionally moving to a place that it shouldn't go to. And I had this conversation. I love your white ass is on. This would never be enough to make me stop watching. No, there's plenty of people who never even watch, though, to begin with, that will never watch because they now have this developed opinion of me. Okay? So that's what you're supposed to do. When you see someone like Emma, when you see someone who is aligned with you, when you see someone who is on your side, usually, okay, you're not supposed to fucking double down. You're supposed to recognize that they're coming at it from a place of genuine, constructive, and helpful criticism. Okay? But does that mean that for TYT, they basically did the opposite of what you did? Exactly. That is the reason. That is the reason why I'm using this as an example. Because this is what brought me out of my haze. This paired up with the fact that I had mutuals who I respect and appreciate. that were saying that she was a good person otherwise, like she was trolling, but she's a good person otherwise, with some disagreements, because I think disagreements that come from like, I think mostly a misconstrued perspective of what I am and what I represent. The conversation basically went, the conversation in private basically was handled. Okay. Now, is this still going to be brought up every single time I have an issue that Twitter has a problem with? Of course. But, it is what it is. I don't give a shit. Okay. That's the reality. My point is this. This is very materialistic and shallow to get offended over. No, stop. Stop. My point is, there's a better way to solve these conversations, especially if you want to do any kind of movement building. Okay? There's a better way to have these conversations. And the conversations are supposed to revolve in, the conversations are supposed to be genuine. They're supposed to be charitable for both sides. And that's only going to happen in private. Let's be real. And I think that would have solved 98% of this drama. Okay? This is going to be the Catboy Collector drama POC version. Yes, this is going to be yes, exactly. People still bring that shit up. Those very same gray name shitters, you understood the impact might have outweighed your intent. Anna never had that moment, unfortunately. Exactly. That's it. That's it. People are just seeing exactly what they're seeing on screen and not recognizing what I'm trying to use as an example here. Okay? He's a good person. He's a genuine person. This is a great content creator. I'm not like when it's the type of shit. This is the type of commentary and critique, albeit light, that should take you out of that situation and make you recognize, like, oh, even if the intention was, not supposed to be like fucking racist or anything like that, it's being received that way, and now it's going to get overblown, and now it's going to turn into something that I don't want, because I don't want my followers ultimately to go around and fucking make fun of black women's hairlines. You know what I mean? That is not what I want. I don't want you to think that that is acceptable behavior, which is precisely the reason why, instead of fucking doubling, tripling, quadrupling down, I said, here are the real reasons as to why this was actually received differently by Twitter, regardless of my intention. Okay? That's it. You said how people work on the internet and you get so mad. They're all trolls and debate lords and you can't change them. That's not true. If I had this attitude, I wouldn't do what I'm doing right now. If I truly was just like, there's no reason, there's nothing I can do, no one's mind can ever be changed on the internet, everyone's a troll and a debate lord, then the internet is an overwhelmingly hostile space, and there's no reason for me to try and change people's minds. And this community is a massive one, full of people whose minds have been changed from very different backgrounds, from very different political ideologies, from very different countries even. So, of course, I believe that. That is like one of the foundational principles that keeps me going, which is precisely why every now and then we got to talk about like leftist fighting, leftist infighting, progressive infighting, whatever. Okay? That's it. I'm going to push back on what you said a few minutes ago. Brother, it's incredibly fucking traumatic being your fan. You don't understand. I give you $5 every month. And in response, you call me fucking stupid and have copious amounts of sex with my mother. You don't know me. You don't know my story. I don't know you, but I know your mom. So yeah, I hope I did a decent job of explaining what is going on. and how it got, how it blew the fuck up. I am willing and able to. I have not talked to Anna. I have not talked to Jake at all. I am willing and able to try to mend that bridge. They will probably still have takes that I don't agree with. They will always have takes that I don't agree with. There are plenty of people who say shit that I don't fucking agree with. My opinion is, unfortunately, all too radical for America, even though in many respects it's not all that radical. What's radical is the association with the socialism word for the most part, right? Always go back to that same fucking attitude where like XQC literally was like, my right-wing perspectives, okay, I'll give you some right-wing politics, and it was just like literally gun control, which is not right-wing at all. People have an issue with the word socialism. People don't have an issue with what socialism represents. Most people, I mean. Anyway. So yeah. It's the case. You can't just grip people into understanding socialism better without actually using the words. I do that regularly, but it's hard to do that because people will immediately be like, well, you're a socialist. And I'm not going to fucking sit there and be like, I'm not. Did you see the video Olayemi tweeted? Yeah, I know this video, man. This is the number one video that like right wingers love using against the Young Turks. It's like the Young Turks policy on saying the N-word with a hard R shifted a couple years back, I think. I remember because it was like a decade of old clips of her like reading news quotes. And it's just like old ass clips where they're like literally reading quotes. It's not like they are like saying it against a black person or anything. Like they're literally reading sound bites. These are sound bites of them like literally reading news articles without self-censoring. White people saying it when reading a quote is wrong too? Yeah, well, that's why they don't do it anymore. You know what I mean? Yeah, back in the day, as I've explained, that was what the news practice was. Exactly. And that's precisely why they stopped. So you're fighting with ghosts in that regard. And I think that like this is please read my other message if you can /want. No. I'm not going to play the video. I think that it is definitely not a good practice, which is why they stopped it, right? And that's it. I don't know what else to say about it. It was never okay for white people to say it. This is correct. Black people are never cool with that. Never. Also correct. There's no world where the same woman who is riddling off the N-word gets to act like birthing person is a slur of all slurs. But even if your argument was correct, if society can evolve to exclude racial slurs, I can't even read. But even if your argument was correct, if society can evolve to exclude racial slurs, it can evolve to include inclusive language. I think the irony is correct in that regard. I get Olayemi's point. I don't think that it was malicious, their application of it. But then again, not only am I white, I also worked there. So obviously, I have a lot of privilege. So that's the reason why I can tell you that there is no maliciousness behind it. but you can receive it differently, because when you hear a white person say the N-word, even if they are reading and reading a direct quote from a news article where the N-word is written, okay, it still doesn't change that reality. It still hurts, which is precisely the reason why they stopped doing it. Good thing your white ass is already in the sitting position. Yeah, I routinely sit my white ass down and I listen. But in the context of like birthing person versus the N-word, I mean, yeah. Language evolves. They updated their policy as a news team to self-censor. And I think that's a good thing. And they should definitely not make a big deal about birthing person, because it is just simply being weaponized by the right. It was a common practice by all media outlets. It wasn't just TYT. I'm pretty sure it was, but I don't know. Maybe. Here's a question. Have you gone places where you aren't considered white? Because in my opinion, Turkish people are POC, or am I just dumb? It depends. I will say that TYT's track record for hiring ended up being abysmal. As on an MR are notable exceptions? Yeah. Germany is probably the most prominent place that I can think of that is like Turkish people are not considered like a part of the in-group. Anyway, I feel like so many leftists have this insane amount of energy to attack other left-wing people over their language, but are really lazy when it comes to holding actual powerful people accountable. Well, that does definitely happen all the time. In this circumstance, though, I think that the doubling and tripling down is causing confusion for no reason, when like this is the actual perspective, in my opinion,
It's bad faith
of someone like Anna Kasparian.
They know there's a difference between gender and sex. They know that it is very possible for someone to be born a biological male or a biological female, but in terms of gender, identify differently as a male or non-binary, but they still have the biological capacity, the physical capacity to get pregnant. So that's why the language, the rhetoric is inclusive to include those people. It is not a big deal, but they make it a big deal. They manufacture it into a big deal because that's all Republicans are. That's all they have. This is all they do. Endless bad faith arguments meant to fearmonger and direct hatred and fear toward other Americans, typically powerless Americans. It's bad faith. They know there's a difference between gender and sex.
So, like I said, why do I think personally that like they double down, triple down, quintuple down? Why do I think that they did that? You know, in this regard, because like this directly contradicts Anna's sentiment being expressed here, and there's not that much time difference between then and now when she's tweeting this shit. Okay, you want to know why? Because I think that they just have no way of parsing through like legitimate criticism. They also have the I hate the left mentality that I have, because like that shit happens all the fucking time. It happened during the Hogwarts saga, right? Where I was actually on the right side, even though I think that they're on the wrong side, for the record. Okay? And it is so depressing to constantly feel like the left has their knives out against you. They also, I think, personally believe that they were at the forefront of progressive commentary online, and now You know, you got all these like baby leftists coming out of the gates and critiquing them, and they can't fucking see that as like valid criticism ever. They have an inability to filter that as like valid criticism. The moment that like people that are close to them, that work with them, actually reached out to them, they should have been like, oh yeah, this is being fucking weaponized against trans people by nefarious actors on the right. You know what I mean? What if it's not valid though? She dropped that first tweet unprompted. Is a right-wing grift dog. You said dozens of times that's where money's at. I think right-wing grift is where the money's at. 100%. I don't think that they're doing a right-wing grift. It is also pretty funny to tell me this because, like, you know, I think that they're, like, I'll tell you like this. I'll tell it to you like this. TYT is not going to fucking gain a more prominent, larger audience by going right because they have been the villain, the number one villain of right-wing audiences for a decade, for 2 decades, almost 3 decades, actually. Steven Crowder, before he popped off and became this like massive content creator, used to make sketches about jank. Okay? Everyone knows them as the bad guys on the right. I think it's worse that they are doing this right-wing slant because they're not even doing it for money. I think they genuinely had a perspective shift on the criminal justice shit. I know this because I talked to them, to Jank at least. I haven't talked to Anna all that much, but 100%. Like, I've talked to Jank. I've talked to Jank on this broadcast. I've talked to him privately. Like, they have a you know, crime attitude that is absolutely reactionary. Okay? Damn it, I keep spilling. As far as their beliefs goes, I think they're genuinely held. But as far as like the trans stuff, I don't think that I don't think that they have like a legitimately held anti-trans perspective. Only time will tell. Maybe they'll have a reactionary slant on trans issues as well. I would be genuinely shocked if that was the case. Does that make sense? Because of all of this, you don't get to be the right-wing punching bag for 3 fucking decades, okay? And then all of a sudden be like, oh yeah, someone called me a birthing person, so now I'm, you know, transphobic actually. Like, it makes no sense. It would be a significantly more immediate, if it was a grift, it would be a more immediate fucking change of attitude to like directly signal to the right. No one called her that? No. I'm saying people are saying that they're like becoming TERFs or they're going to be TERFs. I think they're just like signaling to the right that they're TERFs, that they're right wing, and they want to cultivate a right wing audience. Does that make sense? Do you sense that he was becoming reactionary due to getting old? I think that could probably be the reason too. In your opinion, why wouldn't it be a signal for her that every right-wing pundit retweeted her, was started giving her praise? I think that they just think that they're right. That's it. I think that this is like, they legitimately think that they're right. That's what it is. They think that they're correct on this. And the original sentiment that she expressed about birthing person is not like an incorrect one entirely, like I said originally, but it's also completely overblown and weaponized by the right. And I think everyone ultimately understands that. It's like, yeah, if women were being called birthing person left and right, if that was a real thing, then people would be like, what the fuck are you doing? That's so dumb. Does that make sense? I mean, Juniper said it best originally. Her original tweet was perfect on this. It's like, why the fuck are you talking about something that like is literally relegated to the halls of academia and like medical context as though it's something that people are dropping left and right? That was her original take on the matter, and she is absolutely fucking correct. Does that make sense? Do you understand? So what does this mean to you, Jen? They're just like quintupling down. It's just so sad to see. It's so fucking sad to see.
I'll just say this. Okay, I love you, and it's okay. And if you disagree,
I see too much of myself in this picture, and it pisses me off. Okay, I see myself in this picture.
It's okay. If you want to leave, that's okay. Okay. Thank you for being a member all this time. I appreciate it. But what you're, in my opinion, what your misunderstanding is, and what you have maybe you didn't see is, so all this kerfuffle starts with a simple tweet, and then at least half a dozen videos from other progressives or leftists online, all attacking us and calling us all sorts of names. So maybe you don't see that, so you think like, well, what is Cenk so upset about, right? So they call us all these names and they feel super proud about it, like, we are more pure. So then I fight back on Twitter, and then all of a sudden they're like, how could you insult us? We were just, all we were doing was punching you in the face. No, that's a right-wing position. You punch, then you gotta expect that I'm gonna counter, right? I don't mean you kid tested.
I like this. I don't like this. I'm in this picture and I don't like it. This is me. I'm seeing myself, and I fucking hate this. Stop. I don't want to watch it.
I mean, for folks who are out there, here, I'll name the name. Lance from the Serps. He's on here all the time on the Power Panel, right? And he comes out and does this like video about how he's so correct and, oh yeah, the Young Turks, correct? No, Lance, you're not goddamn correct. Nobody elected you. The polling shows no one agrees.
Yeah, they think that they're not getting the respect that they believe they deserve, that they earned from many years of doing many years of doing this. TYT was called out 11 months ago for the same shit.
Of Anna and I talking about this issue, and then we'll discuss. Let's watch.
I'm speculating that she doesn't want to say mothers because mothers is gendered and she's worried about offending birthing people. Really? Come on. For me, it's not even like, oh, I don't want to be in.
See, it's not a right wing. It's not like a grift. It's just like a genuinely held opinion. You know what I mean? Leaning into culture wars from the right wing perspective is always stupid. It's like making a big deal about me joking about Latinx being deployed. You know what I mean? I regularly talk about it. I don't say Latinx. I don't, because I'm a white guy. I don't want to come across like I'm super fucking out of touch. Let's be real. Okay? If I'm talking about issues that pertain to Latino people, okay, Latiners, I just, I'm not going to fucking say Latinx because everyone would look at me and go, you're ridiculous. You're a ridiculous person, right? But I'm not going to make this the most prominent issue on the fucking planet. Okay? It's stupid. It's dumb. Amy Goodman loves using it. I love Amy Goodman. I'm never going to fucking be like, why are you using Latinx? That's the best way to describe it. I think it's dumb, okay? Latine makes more sense. X is like Latinx, okay? It's just like so American, so English language focused, okay? And when I see my queen, Amy Goodman, use the term, I will never correct her on it. I would never be like, my queen, Amy Goodman, you are wrong. You know why? Because I know my fucking place. She does it because, why did you say that? Amy Goodman probably hates you. Don't worry, we still think you're ridiculous. Why do you have so much hate in your heart as a 23-month subscriber? Dumb analysis for your dumb audience. Like, what happens to so many people that they just like go from like being fucking hyper fans to being like, I literally hate you, your analysis is dumb, and fucking you suck, and Amy Goodman hates you. Like 23 months you have avoided the top of the hour ad break. 23 months. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. What happened? Is it because I didn't give you attention? Like, what the fuck? What went wrong in your mind? I want to fucking study you like the brain of a person who has CTE or some shit. Look at this. Fossilbot timed this person out, and then they thought I banned them. Infinite Ryman, Digha, 5363. Sakura Gore, thank you for the 10 gifted. Infinite Ryman, thank you for the 10 gifted. Not exactly KB, thank you for the 5 gifted. Like, how does this happen? Because you fail to keep the same energy for your friends that you do for the right, even when they say the exact same shit. Anna and Jenk are morons on this take, just like you on policing, not hating, just facts. Wait, what? Me on policing? Curlytop.com, thank you for the 5 gifted. Infinite Ryman, thank you for the 5 gifted. Just a Dandy Man, thank you for the 5 gifted. Are you an abolitionist? No, I'm not an abolitionist. I'm not going to do this with you right now where, I'm not going to do this right now with you where we like work through the steps where you basically come to the same conclusion that I do as an abolitionist about a democratically organized group of individuals that are doing what you would normally consider colloquially call policing. So we're not going to do that. Like we're not going to go through the abolitionist argument about how like, ultimately and inevitably, you as an anarchist who believes in police abolition are going to still come to the same conclusion that I have, which is that functionally there needs to be a unit, an organized unit that is democratically organized. You're not an anarchist, but you believe in police abolition? What the fuck? What are you? You're a Marxist-Leninist who believes in police abolition? What? Okay, explain that. No, fuck it. I need to know what? Hello? What are you saying? I need to know what you mean by this. Amy isn't a baby leftist. What kind of patronizing shit is that? Wait, what? I never said that she was. Why are you misunderstanding everything I'm saying? I am much more on her side on this than I'm on Anna's side. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm literally currently DMing her. I'm literally DMing her on the side right now while we're having this conversation. She's watching the fucking stream. Why do you, a parasocial fucking weirdo, think you know the interactions I have with the people that are on your screen when I know them? What's wrong with you? Go back to the fucking... never mind. I want to hear what he has to say about a Marxist-Leninist. Trying to type it, but I can't. Yeah, you can't because you have an insane, untenable position. What the fuck? Have you read up on police abolition? What you describe is literally police abolition? Wait, what? No way. You mean to tell me that I understand the anarchist position on police abolition and anarchists are for the most part angry at me because of the way I present the conversation, because I want to make it more colloquially understandable to every single person, because I don't want to cater my fucking commentary to like the 3 sweatiest polycule members in the commune that are about to inevitably have a very public fallout on Twitter? Holy shit, dude. No fucking way, dude. That's crazy. That's wild. Dude, no way. There's a reason why I'm good at what I do, man. I get a lot of shit for it. I don't expect it from my own fucking audience. this much to this degree when it's like completely unjustifiable. But God damn it, I know how to do fucking propaganda. If there's one thing I know how to do, it's fucking propaganda. Let me do it. You don't know how to do it. That's why you come here. Stop. Oh my God. Don't disrespect the pod. You will be hearing from our lawyer. Yeah, good luck. Capitalist policing only protects property, not people. It has to be abolished. Whoa, no way, dude. That's crazy. I'm glad that you came in here swinging with like opinions that I totally disagree on. Wow. Thanks, man. Wow, we truly are. God, I'm glad we got to the bottom of this, dude. Thank you. Anyway, this guy came back with nothing, I think. He just left. He just fucked off. He said, you're dumb. Your analysis is dumb, and I hate you. And so does Amy Goodman. So, where the fuck was I? It's simply a disagreement with terms, that problems for different people. Birthing person sounds like you're describing a vessel, not a human, which is insulting to all the women who have felt oppressed by the language. The issue isn't the inclusion, it's the term that was chosen that comes off poorly to many. I know, but like, ultimately, it's not that, it doesn't matter because it's like so stupid to have a conversation around it because it's not a real conversation to be had because no one is using it colloquially. We're having a semantics conversation that the right is basically weaponizing against trans people. And if you are a left-wing person, sometimes you got to eat shit. I think a lot of people don't understand that. Like one of the less discussed aspects of being a leftist person, especially when you're from a privileged background, is that you're going to sometimes eat shit, okay? That's it. I do it all day. I do it every day. Sometimes I pop off because I can't fucking deal with it any longer, especially when a long-term community member is literally basically saying, you and I are in agreement, but I don't understand that because I'm too fucking stupid, and literally reacting to shapes and colors that I see on screen that I personally misunderstood, and I'm going to make it your problem. But other than that, I eat shit nonstop. You're going to have to do that, okay? That's it. You're going to eat shit. People are going to misunderstand you. They're going to misconstrue your perspective. They're going to make it a much bigger deal. Just, you're supposed to do that. That's, recognizing your privilege in that regard comes along with that. You know what I mean? Part of the job. Does that make sense? Do you understand? I'll go back to another controversy, the Nicki Minaj one, the bus tweet that never was even sent out, but was weaponized by the Barbs to say I'm an anti-black racist. There were black members in this community that wrote very heartfelt messages about it, where they said, we know you're not racist. It was on my subreddit, if you remember. We know you're not racist, but as someone who has like been made fun of regularly for being black, that has heard like the bus jokes and shit like that, it hurt to see you even think about that. It hurt to see you even like think to write that out. Contextually, in that very moment, I thought that was appropriate. But logically, the logical part of my brain was saying, this is ridiculous to get upset at. I'm literally using the same terminology that she's using in her original tweet and when I'm responding to it. Okay? And also, the people that are upset are people that are, 35-year-old gay dudes working at Sephora that have stan accounts for Nicki Minaj, that are currently defending Nicki Minaj because Nicki Minaj decided to come out of the gate swinging, being an anti-vaxxer, and also on top of that, defend Tucker Carlson. Like, I'm perfectly in the right. But it doesn't matter. Logic doesn't matter. Sometimes empathy is supposed to supersede logic. That's what you're supposed to do. Because no one is a hyper-rational, hyper-logical, robotic person. So when you hurt someone's feelings what you're supposed to do, especially if you think that they are nice people overall, you're supposed to take a step back and say, listen, while I think that I'm logically correct here, my intention was never to harm you. My intention was never to make you feel bad. And I apologize for that. Okay? It's literally it's not about like being logical, rational, and being correct. It's about making sure that this space does not come across as hostile to people from marginalized backgrounds. Okay? That's it. Do you understand? Now, please apply that to your Hogwarts take, though. I did do that. I did. What do you mean? I literally did that. You're probably here still to this day and don't think I'm some fucking massive transphobe because you recognize that, because I did that. Not gonna lie, I'm glad you readdressed that tweet because I see people use that against you all the time. Yeah, because they're fucking freakazoids, dude. That's what it is. That's it. It's the same shit. Ultimately, no matter what happens, I brought it up today. I brought up my reaction or the way I received commentary and criticism of the trans community during the Hogwarts Legacy shit, literally openly. I said, I think that the posters on Twitter are incorrect, but it doesn't matter. I understand where they're coming from. They're constantly on the defense. They're constantly on the defense because it is impossible to be fucking publicly trans online in one of the only spaces where they can, build communities and have a sense of like support. Okay? I said that during the Hogwarts Legacy saga when everyone was calling me a fucking transphobe. Okay? It comes from a place of powerlessness. Exactly. I was the one who made that logic versus empathy comment in your sub on that thread, and it means a lot that it stuck with you. You all right, white boy? Huh. So do you get it? You want to know why? Because in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't change my perspective. It doesn't change my perception. It doesn't change my advocacy. All it does is basically push people away from interacting with my commentary. That's all it does. Okay? And that sucks, ultimately. It gets people to go, oh yeah, this guy fucking sucks in leftist spaces. And that's what's happening to Anna as well currently. That's what's happening to Jake as well in trans spaces. So the better way to the better way to turn around and to deal with the situation would be by basically acknowledging, like, eating shit. You know what I mean? Eating shit and acknowledging that, like, you unintentionally gave a weapon to the right, even though you were advocating for something that makes sense, okay, in your mind, because of how irrelevant it is in the grand scheme of things. You ended up getting the likes of Ben Shapiro, Carrie Lake, and everyone else to fucking use it as commentary, use it as like another attack against trans people. As a black chatter, I critique you, but I love your content. Admittedly, you have to understand that people voicing their opinions is not always hate. I know it's not. It becomes really hard to parse through what is hate and what is legitimate, well thought out criticism, or what is legitimate, well thought out criticism that sometimes is, in the wrong, right? It's hard to go through that when all you see is a sea of like leftist infighting all the time. And oftentimes it's also being, hyped up by weirdos who just want to see the drama.
With you, your 12 buddies online, I don't care, okay? and say, "Oh yeah, I'm 100%. He's 99.95% correct. Oh, I'm going to correct him." No. So don't look. You want to say, "Hey, I don't agree with you." God bless. You want to say, "Cenk, you shouldn't say anything back because you're being rude." Come on, brother or sister. I don't know what your
I just gotta be honest. I just don't really care to like collaborate with any other leftist ever again at this point.
Yeah,
that's where I'm at, because they come on the show, they build a name for themselves, and then they build a bigger name for themselves, trashing us as if they don't know who we are, as if they haven't worked with us, they don't know what our actual political values are. So I don't, Jake. I never want.
They're not gonna stop collaborating with leftists. Everybody, shut the fuck up. It's like me tweeting that. It's literally like me fucking tweeting, "I'm so angry with the left," and then the Kirby JPEG account fucking taking that off of my private tweet and being like, "You fucking idiot, you think the left is the same as the right?" Like, they don't think that. I don't think that either. But like, let's be real. There's nothing more leftist than fucking despising every other person that is also supposed to be your fucking ally. Okay? That's it.
I want to talk about them again. I never want to address them again. It's a waste of time. There's important stuff going on in the country. Our personal drama with a bunch of leftists on Twitter doesn't matter.
All right, last thing I'm going to say on it, because you brought it up, is that I'm not the kind of guy to back down.
Yeah, he's stubborn as fuck. I'm gonna text him right now. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Sorry. I was just texting Cenk. Anyway. The distinction you made before was great about the point where you should rethink things is when your friends or people you are on good terms with call you out. Yeah. Yeah. When someone like Emma is like criticizing you, they're not doing it to gain clout. They're doing it because it's like a legitimately held belief, and they're coming at it like constructively, and you need to be able to parse through that better. I often have issues with this kind of stuff too, but like that is the one thing that immediately shakes me out. That immediately fucking takes me out of that. If I see like a genuinely held perspective from a long-term community member or someone whose opinion I know is not, in the wrong. You know what I mean? And that's what you got to do. You got to do that. And the moment that you don't do that, you're just fucking swinging for the fences for no reason. You know what I mean? Why would Anna go and like this stuff though? What is it? Yeah, it's like cringe as fuck. I don't even know what that, like, I can't believe she liked this tweet. Like, I don't know what the fuck that is. That is like infinitely more scary. Like someone saying fucking trans think is legitimately infinitely more scary to me and shows that there's like genuinely held reaction above and beyond like semantics misunderstanding. Anyway. But of course, we're not having a conversation about like their opinion on crime. Okay, that part I completely disagree with. I think that they're totally off base on that. So glad I started trans thinking. Yeah, trans think is like such a, again, transphobic people are so fucking funny with the way that they cover trans people because they make trans people sound like superheroes and not just like a bunch of anxious, extremely online coders that just, you know, are more interested in like trying to find a sex mod for Fallout New Vegas. Okay? It's like it's so it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Bro, where did that stray come from? Okay, listen, I got to say stuff like that so that people understand that like it is so entirely specific. My knowledge of trans existence is so incredibly specific that you can't even like you either have to be like hyper transphobic or you have to either literally be trans or be like the best ally, okay? Fuck it. Even Ben Shapiro doesn't know about those memes. You know what I mean? It's weird. Most of us who corrected them did so in the gentlest way possible. My issue is that they were making shit up to be mad at. Like, what are they even talking about? Who's calling Anna a birthing person? This is just a hypothetical she made up and is now raging against all our allies and friends. I just don't get it. I think that I told you, I think that they feel like they don't get the respect that they feel they deserve by being like the fucking, by being the punching bag of like every fucking right-wing freak for like almost the past 30 years now. So now when they see people from the left criticize them, they're like, what the fuck? Like, we made you. You know what I mean? It's that sort of thing. It's not logical. One other critique I think we're kind of avoiding here, and I know you have critiqued Cenk on this in the past, but when it comes down to it, Cenk and I think Anna are as well as very much still capitalists. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Of course. What do you mean? I'm not avoiding it. I fucking debated him on it on his network back when I had a show on his network. Okay. Here, I tweeted a joke, okay? I'm sure this will not be misconstrued and people will go crazy. I know we've critiqued them on it, but I think it sometimes informs some of their other shit takes being libs. It bleeds over in other areas, including culture ones. Yeah, I think so. Anyway. Yeah, I subbed and complained in my comment about Anna's take, but of course they didn't read it, and everyone in chat ignored my critique and just went on to agree with her. Pisses me off. Anna thinks women can't be as strong as men in physical tests, can't be firefighters. I like you were discussing what a lame take that is in a military context recently. Yeah, I mean I think this is a silly take. It's just entirely dependent on who the fuck we're talking about. Is being called a birthing person that offensive? Most women in my life call me fuck machine, and it's maybe a little dehumanizing to be reduced to my elite sexual performance, but really not that big of a deal. Yes! Oh, that's a banger, Striker. Good shit. That's a good, yes. I got nothing. No notes. No notes. That's a 10-10. No notes. Ah! Oh, for those of you who don't know, Striker is a troll in this community. It's very good. I will never VIP him because everybody knows when I VIP someone, they go away. So honestly, if you're a birthing person and you're not putting up enough numbers to get a mother heroin medal from the USSR like my mom, are you even trying? Wait, really? For bearing and raising a large... Dude, this was one of the most fun aspects of the USSR. That, like, they would give these, like, random fucking insane medals. Like, for example, I think it was Alexa's boy's father or grandfather, if I'm not mistaken, got a medal from the USSR for... Or not a USSR, but got a medal from... got like a communist medal for never taking a sick day in his like 40 years of work or something. Like it's just so funny. Like it's just like random weird novelties like this that I personally love. It's like I love that. Oh, are you going to show the cannabis one? Yeah, this is the hemp grower medal. Yeah. My grandmother got a medal for having more than 5 children. Yeah. I love that. My fiance's grandma in communist Romania had 25 kids and got a town named after her. I love... Dude, this is the principle behind like Xbox achievements, okay? This is literally like... It's the same exact thing that motivates gamers. If anything, gamers should understand this better than anybody else. It's like completely fucking stupid. Okay? It's just a recognition and it's everything to you. And you like it's a very different incentivization structure and I love it. Zaza Smoker the Zaza Smoker Award. Crazy how the admin side of the USSR was able to keep up with shit like that. Yeah, I know. They deserved a lot of patch notes. Some of it came too some of it came too late, right? But ultimately this was one of those like original fundamentals that I definitely agree with. Like this was good. Is there a virgin medal? No, it's called being a fucking 6-month subscriber at the HasanAbi broadcast. I 100 did the Soviet Union last playthrough. Nice. This is still accurate? I'm trans. If Austin can eat at Chick-fil-A, I can be a witch. Fuck leftist Twitter. This is still accurate, however many haircuts later. Yes. I agree with that. Anyway, Did you see NPR is leaving Twitter over the label of state-affiliated media? Wait, what? Why? Wait, what? Wait. I don't understand that. Like, God, American exceptionalism is so fucking annoying. That's so fucking dumb. That's so dumb. NPR is leaving Twitter. That might mean some other news orgs are leaving too. Okay, that's cool. I'm going to stay here and hang out with Twitter user Fetus Slayer and Zaza Ripper like God intended the site to be a place for the freaks and ghouls. Yeah. Like, what do you mean? They got labeled government funded and started crying as if that isn't public record. I don't get that. I don't understand why you would be upset at that. It's the truth. NPR becomes the first major news org to stop using Twitter, saying that the Elon Musk owned platform is actions that undermine our credibility. Wait, why? Wait. Whoa. Why does that undermine your credibility? Aren't you giving the game away then? You're saying that it undermines the credibility? Didn't they do this about BBC as well? This is the one right thing that Elon Musk has done in a sea of wrongs, and everyone is fucking upset. That's crazy. The BBC is funded by licenses, so it's technically not state broadcasters. Is bullshit. It is. It is operated by the state. Shut the fuck up. So, same with NPR. We are not putting our journalism in platforms that have demonstrated an interest in undermining our credibility. That's crazy. They're giving the game away. They're literally giving the fucking game away. They're saying that when you get slapped with the fucking state-affiliated media, it's done specifically to undermine the credibility. NPR gets like 13% of their funding from governments, but sure, it doesn't matter. Okay, who cares? What do you mean? Who cares? They're still absolutely state media. NPR is state media. BBC is state media. There's nothing wrong with openly stating that they're state media. They're editorially independent. That is a laughable notion. They are not editorially independent. Get the fuck out of here, okay? Brother, private institutions are not editorially independent as it pertains to basically fucking following the State Department propaganda. What do you mean? Are you a baby? Are you a baby leftist? Have you never thought about this? Like, what are you talking about? No, come on. Please think about it. Check their tweet because you're currently taking an L. They didn't say they're leaving. Okay, but they did fucking post this. What are you talking about? You're equating them to places like RT that's state funded? Yeah. I am. They are state funded. They are absolutely state funded. What do you mean? They are NPR state media, just like RT is. They might be less unhinged when it comes to propaganda in comparison to RT. Russia Today's ideological underpinnings are inconsistent. It's just like fuck the West and whatever sticks type shit. Okay. Like on one broadcast, they'll talk about how America is imperialist, and on the next one, they'll talk about how America is homosexual and degenerate. But as far as being state funded / being state media, it's true. It's just that you are conditioned not to think. And I say this as someone who listens to NPR every fucking morning, every goddamn morning. I listen to NPR more than you. I read NPR more than you. Okay? I'm telling you right now, NPR, without a fucking shadow of doubt, without a shred of doubt in my mind, is state media. And BBC is as well. The only reason why you don't feel that way is because it's on the West. So you think oh no. Al Jazeera is state media as well. NPR is stepping away from Twitter, and this includes NPR Politics feed. Please read the thread to find other ways to find our work. What the fuck? NPR's actual government-funded media account follows me? That's crazy. I would ask you to read the actual definition if you click the label. It's an attack, in my opinion. About government and state-affiliated media accounts and labels on Twitter. How government accounts are defined. State-affiliated media is defined as outlets where the state exercises control over editorial content through financial resources, direct or indirect political pressures, or control over production and distribution. It's true. How publicly funded media accounts are defined. Media organizations that receive funding from license fees. Yeah, they did this because they fucking cried about it. They made this designation because BBC and NPR probably cried about it. That's why they did it. By the way, I don't even have an issue with state media, for the record. Just remember that. I hope you understand that. I don't have an issue. I am very much fond of state media. I think state media is a necessity. I think NPR is pretty good, other than when they're talking about America's foreign interests, in which case they're not good. Better than others, but still not good. Okay? But yeah, But like, what do I always tell you? You have to remember what every fucking outlet's biases are. Where they lay is how their content is cut. What they choose to omit, what they choose to talk about is absolutely relevant to their funding mechanism and why they exist. Voice of America's actual state media as are radio-free entities, but NPR is federally supported, not federally run, just like PBS. Yeah. PBS is another great example of this. But it doesn't matter. They still have state affiliations. I would consider them state media. Voice of America is like direct propaganda, direct CIA propaganda. Radio-free iterations are direct CIA propaganda. NPR is more akin to a BBC-style state media. I think Voice of America is better. At least I'm getting that pure CIA propaganda. Yeah. NPR is funded by Bill and Melinda Gates. What are you saying? NPR's decision to leave Twitter shows how liberals have the same stupid reactionary tendencies to the right on culture war shit and how American liberals have completely lost faith in state institutions to be forces for good. Yeah. It's a unique predicament that I'm in when I'm covering the story because I don't think that there's anything wrong with state media or having a designation of state media. But because everyone receives state media with the intended liberal purpose of like slander, like a slur, they see it as a pejorative, they are getting very angry over this designation being slapped on NPR or the BBC. Okay? If you think that the BBC, in and of itself, does not have the same motivations to oftentimes churn out whatever kind of State Department propaganda is coming down, is basically being disseminated through every other outlet, including the supposedly quote unquote independent media outlets, I don't know what to tell you. I have had this conversation so many times. It's like funny to have it over and over again, but I guess, you know, that is the nature of the HasanAbi broadcast. Dude, even I got heated the way you put it, and I agreed with you beforehand. When you look to state media that is like completely funded, okay, like Al Jazeera, for example, I've said this so many times, don't expect them to be honest about issues that pertain to Qatar and the national interests that Qatar has, right? They're great when it comes to talking about like Palestine. They're great when it comes to talking about like America, European countries, all that sort of stuff. But if you expect them to give you, honest information about what's going on in Qatar, it's not going to happen. They're state media. The same principle applies, in my opinion, to the BBC and to NPR and to PBS. As far as biases between CNN and NPR goes, I think, given how fucking corruptible CNN is, NPR is better. I think state media is literally still better. Yeah. Chad should go see how the invasion of Iraq was covered by the BBC and NPR. Exactly. Why the fuck do you think so many people mistrust media in general? They do that because they showed their asses during the invasion, okay? They showed why they are technically state media. The label makes the average Joe less willing to trust NPR over CNN. Yeah, I don't care about that. I care about the truth. And NPR in and of itself is, I think it's valid to consider NPR and BBC and PBS to be state media or state affiliated media, and or whatever you want to fucking call it, doesn't matter. Okay? Just like the Chinese media apparatus, just like the Russia Today accounts, they are better outlets than the Russia Today accounts, of course. They're significantly better than even private media, but it doesn't matter. It's still the truth. Does that make sense? Democracy Now! Is entirely, I think it's a 501c3. Actually, not even I think. They are a 501c3. They're just entirely funded by donations. Who funds Democracy Now! I do. I have in the past. All this change serves to accomplish is legitimize state media that is actually controlled by the state. Yeah, I don't know. Anarchid X, thank you for the 5 year the subs. Faustini, the fact that you compared NPR and BBC to RT just tells you that you view everything not through a socialist prism, but through a warped anti-imperialist American view that you formed entirely on what you lived through in 2003. The world has changed. Thank you for the $3 donation to Faustini. I don't know why you just didn't write that in the chat. I would have fucking seen your annoying take in the chat regardless and would have responded to you. I don't know if you're banned or not. But for the record, I don't know if you heard that while you were like feverishly typing that donation out or not, but I already told you I prefer the commentary and the editorial independence in comparison to Russia Today in NPR. I would much rather look at NPR than I would look at Russia Today, unless I'm trying to understand what the next line of attack from the Russian state is supposed to be, what their Western focused propaganda looks like. That is the only purpose that RT serves, and it doesn't even serve that good of a purpose in general. What I'm talking about simply is the truth behind the matter. But I also don't even think that being a state media broadcaster is a bad thing. You think that. Because you think that it's only America's enemies that are state media. Only America's enemies do state propaganda. Liberals get triggered by this because they're ultimately capitalist. And this is inherently an anti-capitalist subject. So any kind of like, oh, you banned him, that's why? Okay, let's unban him. Well, that's what the West has been conditioned to think, that state media is bad, and in fact, it's communism. Yeah, state media is kind of socialist, and I don't have an issue with it. How about that? That's my perspective on it. Anyway, I worked at NPR affiliated station. Anyone who has listened enough knows that anytime they talk foreign policy, it is 100% state slanted, especially with who their guests are on those issues, usually current or former state employees. Smile. Ding, ding, ding. Same goes for private media entities in the United States of America as well. But again, correct. It's a distinction that frustrates people, but it's ultimately still correct. This reaction is very stupid. They should not do this. This is a dumb reaction, in my opinion. Is there... Oh, here, the BBC. Elon Musk tells the BBC about painful Twitter takeover and exclusive interview. We're going to start with this. I'm going to go pee real quick.
Let's get down to business, and we start with the exclusive interview
I'll be back in a
took
second.
place in San Francisco between Elon Musk and our technology correspondent, James Clayton. It is one of his first interviews since he bought Twitter for $44 billion. He defended his decision to lay off a massive number of staff, saying that Twitter only had 4 months to live unless drastic measures were taken.
In rough numbers, revenue dropped from $4.5 billion to $3 billion, and expenses went from $4.5 billion to $6 billion, creating a $3 billion negative cash flow situation, and Twitter having $1 billion in the bank. That's 4 months to live. So unless drastic action was taken immediately, this company is going to die and be owned by the banks.
Let's talk about that drastic action, because almost immediately you sacked a lot of Twitter workers. And I spoke to them. It was very easy to speak to them when it happened. And the way they said, pretty much everyone said, is that it felt quite haphazard.
It was.
And it felt a little bit uncaring.
I wouldn't say uncaring. The issue is like the company's either going to go bankrupt or if we do not cut costs immediately. This is not a caring, uncaring situation. It's like if the whole ship sinks, then nobody's got a job.
Right.
Yeah.
But a lot of people just lost their jobs like that. They weren't. They didn't even know they'd lost their jobs often. They were just frozen out of their accounts.
What would you do?
Well, you might want to give someone some notice. I mean, you might. By the way, I'm not running Twitter, but,
I know, but
this is the criticism, and this is what staff members say. A little bit of notice.
No, I understand. If you have 4 months to live, 120 days. In 120 days, you're dead. So what do you want to do?
How much are you worth?
I don't know.
But we're talking about around the $200 billion mark. I mean, it's not quite. You're framing it in a way that it had a few months to live.
I already don't like what's going on here. What the fuck's happening? Did this guy get owned by Elon Musk? Is this controlled opposition? What the fuck is this? You should never, under any circumstance, get owned by Elon Musk. It should be illegal to be owned by Elon Musk. He did not own him, and he got owned by him? Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, God, that's so bad. I hate that.
You're quite a rich man.
I sold a lot of Tesla stock to close this deal. I did not want to sell the Tesla stock.
In what was quite a lengthy interview, Elon Musk also said he is confident that the social media platform Twitter will become profitable again and advertisers will return. Let's have a listen to this.
In terms of advertising, obviously Twitter's not a private company anymore, so we don't really know how it's all going. Have all the advertisers come back?
Not all, but most.
And
you can see it for yourself on Twitter, even in the For You feed.
Yeah, no, totally. That's why I keep getting fucking like Matt Walsh ads or ads about some fucking Jesus movie. That's bullshit. But he can lie about it because it's a private company. Who's gonna fucking check him? Wow, someone should really tell Elon Musk that he's lying about his company. Like, yeah, of course.
Right.
I mean, in the following
feed.
Don't use For You because it sucks.
Right.
Filled with hate speech, I'm told.
That's not what I said.
Okay, fine. Well, why don't you use For You? What's wrong with it?
How is it going? Is Twitter in profit now?
No, Twitter is rough. I'd say we're rough.
This guy already is just the worst interviewer of all time. Elon Musk is here because he knows very well. Elon Musk is here with a different purpose than this guy is. When you're going to interview someone like this who loves right-winger content, who like is, a right-winger himself, he's coming at it to look like Jordan Peterson, okay? He's not there to have like an actual interview. He's there to avoid the top of the hour ad breaks, which come at the top of every hour, and he is ready. He is already subscribed, which is the best way to avoid the top of the hour ad breaks. He is subscribed for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime, or he has gotten gifted a sub. Those are the ways to avoid the top of the hour ad breaks. Okay? Here's the 3-minute ad break now. He's glazing up the interview because he knows it was a softball. Yeah. I do say that in the interview, I have a lot of respect for the BBC. Not organization is perfect, of course, but the BBC overall quite good. Yeah, of course he's fucking glazing the BBC. They sucked him.
Roughly break even at this point.
And I think you've said before you see a world where you could be in profit. Is there a timeline on that, do you think?
I mean, depending on how things go, if current trends continue, I think we could be profitable, I'd say, to be more precise, we could be cash flow positive this quarter if things keep going well.
This quarter, as soon as that.
Fucking cap, brother. What the fuck? That's insane. Bro. If you fucking ask that, you better have some goddamn follow-up to be like, all of these advertisers have pulled. Like, you're a journalist. You could go to the advertisers and ask. OMD, for example, or Ogilvy, or any number of like major ad companies, whether or not they have stood by their original take that they were pulling their ads out of Twitter. You can come to this interview with armed with the answers. You can turn around and go, well, here, as journalists, we did our fucking jobs, and we went to some of your top sponsors, top advertisement buyers, right? And we asked them if they are still working, and it seems like they're still not working with you guys. So what do you have to say to that? How have you made up the lack of revenue from all of these major companies that have said that they're pulling out of Twitter? Okay? How have you made up that revenue? How? Especially because Elon Musk is like a known con man. He does this all the time. He's like, self-driving cars are coming. Oh, COVID is ending in like a week. M. Hud says, I've manually blocked every promoted tweet for 6 years and I don't see any lately. Holy fuck. Elon Musk is going to go into your account and fucking unscrew that, so you are forced to see all the promoted tweets and they go fucking crazy. No, you can't do that. For the record, this is not just Elon Musk. Most CEOs are trained to be this way. They're trained to defend the company, and for that purpose, they will lie. So you should have this level of preparation, and you should have this level of training before you cover any CEO of any corporation.
Possibly, yeah.
Wow. And do you have a message for the advertiser? I mean, can you say which advertisers haven't come back?
I think almost all of them have either come back or...
Elon doesn't lie, though. Yeah, no, you're right. Elon has never lied. Battery swaps are happening currently. The Tesla truck the Cybertruck is in full-blown production. Everyone's driving around with it. Everyone's driving around with the Roadsters that are, mass consumed. This is a big banger. Everyone is driving their self-driving cars, which is pretty cool. We're on Mars. There's a boring tunnel in Los Angeles now, which has greatly reduced traffic. The Hyperloop is real. I mean, it's all... COVID was over 2 weeks after he said COVID will be over in 2 weeks. It was crazy when it ended in April 2020. I mean, Tesla did secure funding and actually went private at 420. And that the diver in Thailand was actually indeed a pedophile. All of that stuff worked out. Neuralink is super successful and totally not killing every monkey that it's been tested on, so much so that like the ethics committee had to put an end to some of the Neuralink tests because of just like the insane cruelty that it was. Insane cruelty that it...
For
wait,
8
what?
years, Elon Musk has been saying
what is
he can
this?
deliver a self-driving car in a year or so. He still isn't close.
The Tesla car next year will probably be 90% capable of autopilot. So 90% of your miles could be on auto. We're probably only a month away from having autonomous driving, at least for highways and for relatively simple roads.
Dude, sorry. How can I forget? Hold on. The funniest one. I will step down as Twitter CEO if this poll ends up causing me to step down from Twitter as Twitter CEO. I will also only make major decisions about Twitter via polls. I also bought Twitter for free speech purposes and certainly wasn't actually fucking owned by the Delaware courts and forced to buy it, which I tried to fight in the court system.
The Model S and Model X at this point can drive autonomously with greater safety than a person right now. We're still on track for being able to go cross-country from LA to New York by the end of the year, fully autonomous. But next year, for sure, we will have over 1 million robo-taxis on the road.
It's so crazy that he just like lies all the fucking time, like nonstop. And there are still people after all of his like patently obvious abject fucking failures on the timeline and how thin-skinned of an egomaniacal man baby he is. You still have people going, nah, dog, you don't understand. He's a billionaire. He fucking did this. Elizabeth Holmes did the same shit as him. Yeah, except Elizabeth Holmes, the biggest problem for Elizabeth Holmes is that like there's no fucking green credit swap scheme that Elizabeth Holmes could fucking generate revenue for her shareholders on. And the entire process was built on lies, but at least Elon Musk ultimately delivered vehicles. There are Teslas on the roads. And even though the company was going bankrupt or near insolvent many, many times throughout his career, as he kept lying and lying and lying, he was still able to fucking get through it. He is a successful con man. That's the difference.
I'm extremely confident of achieving full autonomy and releasing it to the Tesla customer base next year.
When do you think Tesla will solve level 4 FSD?
I mean, it's looking quite likely that it will be next year.
What about all the successful things he's done? Wait, what do you mean? What does that? People don't understand the legislation for something like self-driving cars to be permitted. Yeah, it's the legislation that's preventing Elon. You're right. So, yeah, brother, listen. Ultimately, given the dynamic of capitalism and how the markets work, Elon Musk has done something very successfully, and that is con people into thinking that he is like this brilliant inventor, and people respond positively to that. They think that he is a brilliant a brilliant inventor, and they trust him. And they every time he lies, no matter what happens, every single time he fucking lies, his stock prices, the Tesla stock goes up.
Said they're going to come back. There are very few exceptions.
Can you say any of the exceptions?
I actually don't know of anyone who said definitively they're not coming back. They're all sort of trending towards coming back.
But there are some that just haven't.
Jumping in the water's warm. It's great.
That's your message to the advertisers who haven't come back.
Yeah, I mean, look.
Like, even the quickest thing you could do is, if advertisers were coming back and fighting one another over, your inventory space, why did you do an insane, door-busting sale for $500K plus advertisement dollars being spent offers you double the amount of inventory? Like, why did you do that? How can you consider the Twitter Blue initiative that you launched as anything but an abject failure when it only generated $11 million in additional revenue? Why do you think that Twitter Blue was originally going to be the only verification protocol, but then Twitter users kept saying, well, why would anyone buy a verification if everyone only knows that the verification implies you paid for it, completely destroying the need for verification? Why did you say that you were going to eradicate the legacy verifications on your platform and kept it going when you realized that that's the only reason why people buy the Twitter Blue anyway, to dupe people into thinking that they're actually verified? Point of clarification, that 11 million was over 3 months, so it's a bit under 4 million monthly. Yeah, these are things that I can just come up with off the top dome because I've just basically covered it. Like, I've covered this story, I tracked it, and there's plenty that I'm forgetting, right? SpaceX was the first to make self-landing rocket booster. Yeah, no, it's great. SpaceX is great. It's just, I wish that it was still NASA instead of another way to fucking outsource to private companies what used to be government funding. It just literally takes government scientists, government funds, and then reappropriates it back to a third-party contractor so that Elon can reap the fucking results and the benefits. He just said they've come back, and now he's saying they're coming back. Reporters should fucking call him out on that. Yeah, there's so many fucking inconsistencies in this conversation. Elon didn't create SpaceX. He bought it. He didn't create Tesla. He bought it. And ultimately, it doesn't matter. It's not like Elon is the one who's creating these fucking, inventions and innovations. Anyway, he's hiring scientists to do it. And he's reaping the rewards and running around like he's fucking Tony Stark. A list of Elon's lies over the years. Elon Musk today, like Donald Trump, but for nerds. Waiting on the Content Moderation Council. 166 days since Elon Musk promised Twitter would reinstate banned accounts without first creating a diverse Content Moderation Council, which was a lie. 144 days since Elon Musk reinstated Trump's banned account without establishing any sort of Content Moderation Council. Here it is. He said Twitter will be forming a content moderation council with widely diverse viewpoints. No major content decisions or account reinstatements will happen before that council convenes. Trump will be reinstated, Elon Musk said in a tweet, which, by the way, was actually democratically voted on. Another thing that he said was he was going to make only large decisions on Twitter with oh my God, that's such a good fucking take. SpaceX is a ghost kitchen. The Everything app. Buying Twitter is an accelerant to creating X, the Everything app. He wants to do literally the same thing that China does, but for Twitter. So let's see what happens with that. I don't know why the fuck anyone would put all of their information on Twitter like that, but when he awkwardly blurted out on Joe Rogan, a lot of people don't realize I'm the lead engineer at SpaceX. Tesla will find itself. 216 days since Elon Musk said Tesla would start paying customers when service appointments are rescheduled with little notice in order to be fair. Yeah, good job. That never happened. Yeah, good luck, by the way. If you are a Tesla owner, Murat? Oh shit. What are you doing? What are you doing here? Is that Chick-fil-A? God damn. This is salad. I'm proud of you. You're fucking killing it. You look skinny. You already lost 5 pounds. Congratulations. I'm shitting on Elon Musk right now. You don't believe that. Shut up. Sue everyone. 327 days since Elon Musk announced he was building a new litigation department at Tesla for the purpose of suing people after he was accused of offering a horse in exchange for sexual services. Remember when he went to Twitter and he said, I'm going to find the greatest Twitter lawyers of all time to build an Avengers team of lawyers. And then he never did that. Possibly because he realized how fucking stupid that would be. Rocket fuel solves climate change. SpaceX is starting a program to take CO2 out of the atmosphere and turn it into rocket fuel. Good luck with that initiative. 1,000 times all Earth combined. 520 days since Elon Musk promised 1,000 times all the other orbital payload on Earth. The Starship fleet is designed to achieve over 1,000 times more payload to orbit than all other rockets on Earth combined. Bitcoin pollution good, but also bad. 720 days since Elon Musk explained Bitcoin helps solve climate change by burning coal. 700 days since Elon Musk explained Bitcoin helps cause climate change by burning coal. We are concerned about rapidly increasing use of fossil fuels for Bitcoin mining and transactions, especially coal, which is the worst emissions. HODL. Bitcoin paid to Tesla will be retained as Bitcoin, not converted to fiat currency. Uploading the FSD button any minute now. 753 days since Elon Musk announced the FSD button and V9 of FSD will be uploaded soon. Speed will double to 300 MB and latency will drop to 20 milliseconds this year. I'm not an Elon simp stating SpaceX made the first self-landing rocket is just a fact. Jesus fucking Christ. No, I don't disagree with you, Peanut McFly. Stop fucking shadowboxing with weirdos in the chat and respond to what I said then, which is that the only way that they were able to do that, was not through Elon Musk, by the way, but they did it with NASA scientists, with NASA funding, with research that they built on top of, with the fucking literal NASA scientists that NASA had paved the way for. That absolutely could have been done in-house, okay? It's just silly as fuck to say like, oh, Elon played any significant role in that. Isn't that true with every invention? Yes, it is true with most inventions. Something that I talk about all the time, especially more important in the field of medicine, in the field of coming up with novel chemical compounds, for example. It is a very common misconception that capitalism fosters innovation. It is a very common misconception that America is the most innovative place for novel chemical compounds when you actually look at per capita novel chemical compound inventions, America is not number one at all. Now, having said all this, it is especially true for NASA because a lot of this was done in-house. A lot of this was done through public funding and was a public facility. Does that make sense? Do you get it? Jay Clayton's self-respect, SEC three-letter acronym, middle word is Elon's, adopting a bohemian life. Yeah, I don't care about half these other things. Kids are essentially immune, but elderly with existing conditions are vulnerable just to flu. Teslas are boats. A Tesla works as a boat for short periods of time as an electric car, has no intake or exhaust to block. Battery, motor, electronics are water sealed. What? That is one of the most insane things I've ever heard. All Tesla supercharger stations in regions affected by California power outages will have Tesla power packs within the next few weeks, just waiting on permits. Spooling solar, spooling up production line rapidly, hoping to manufacture 1,000 solar roofs /week by the end of this year. Robo-taxi network. The fundamental message consumers should be taking today is that it is financially insane to buy anything other than a Tesla. It'll be like owning a horse in 3 years. 1,533 days since Elon said Tesla would be cash flow positive in all quarters going forward. I am optimistic about being profitable in Q1 in all quarters going forward. That's what he said in 1/30/2019. Will use SpaceX cold gas thruster system with ultra-high pressure air in a composite overwrap pressure vessel in place of the 2 rear seats. 1,554 days since Elon Musk said that a new Roadster will use rocket technology that will allow it to fly. Magical brake pads, since Elon said brake pads on a Tesla would never need to be replaced. Literate Teslas, said Tesla should be able to read and understand parking signage by the end of 2019. Service centers everywhere. In 2018, Elon said Tesla service centers would work to expand to all of North America in 3 to 6 months. That's the funniest one. I feel like when you hear a lot of this stuff, especially if you are a Tesla owner or if you have ever owned a Tesla in your lifetime, you probably go, oh, that makes this extra worse. A lot of motherfuckers who dick ride Elon, ironically, don't have a Tesla, so they don't know how laughable some of these lies are. And even dangerous how some of these lies are. Like the brake pad thing. Okay? Yeah, a lot of people say like, oh, LeBron lies all the time, but nobody thinks about how much Elon lies. Tesla Kila. He did actually come out with a Tesla Tequila, technically. It wasn't mass produced, but he came out with like one tequila that he branded as like in a Tesla. It was limited edition. Laser space glass. Tesla owners can refer someone to buy a Tesla and get any image they want, laser etched in glass and sent to deep space for millions of years. Tesla built car carrier. Elon Musk said Tesla would start producing car carriers due to the car carrier shortage. Elon Musk said SpaceX would probably build a base on Mars by 2028. Elon Musk announced that Tesla's body shop was aiming to repair collisions in under an hour. Oh my God, that one is really funny. Car elevator to your home. Elon Musk said his tunnel would have elevators that transported cars into residential garages. Boring Company will transport your car all the way into your garage. Elon Musk promised that Tesla Gigafactory would be solar powered by the end of 2019. Elon Musk said pod-like electric skates going up 150 miles an hour could soon take fans to Dodgers games. 420 funding secured. We already made fun of that. He would rescue the children stuck in a cave with a custom mini sub. That one was one of my favorite. Elon Musk decided to fix Flint's lead water crisis. Elon Musk promised employees that there would be no more layoffs. Elon Musk announced cell phone rattle detection R&D. We are working on allowing you to use your phone in a car when you hear a rattle or squeak and pinpoint the origin by acoustic signature and triangulation. Elon promised customers that Teslas can work with a failed motor. Tesla AWD is dual motor, so you can fully drive a car even if one breaks. That's true. That one he promised, and he actually can. Is that correct? Megaphonics is our Elon Musk simp. I mean, I've never had one 15-year-old car. For real, there are cars with several 100K miles and no brake service, no rust on pads. Rust is on rotors and gets cleared by using the brakes. EVs with dual motors will sleep one of the motors at cruising speed and just operate on one. Fango, our two resident EV nerds are fighting one another right now in the chat over the lifetime brake pad thing. I'm starting a candy company. It's going to be amazing. I'm super serious. He said he would create a media credibility rating site, which that was funny. Anyway, okay, I'm bored. But yeah, this is just a fucking litany. The nerd that says they'll wear out is right. So, yeah, Elon lies a lot. I hope that was helpful for some of you to see and understand. But you know. He would have never bought Twitter if he wasn't forced to buy Twitter, by the way. So I hope you understand that.
You know, if Disney feels comfortable advertising, children's movies, and Apple feels comfortable advertising iPhones, those are good indicators that Twitter is a good place to advertise.
I want to talk about if you have any regrets. And I think you were booed at a Dave Chappelle concert. I think your own lawyer said a little. Well, some say a little, some say a bit more. I think your own lawyer said you couldn't get a fair trial in San Francisco because there are lots of people that don't necessarily like you here.
Yeah, but I have to say I was wrong. He was wrong, I guess, because I was acquitted by the San Francisco jury unanimously. So, yeah.
But I guess.
But look,
do you have any regrets buying Twitter?
I think it was something that needed to be done.
I mean, you said earlier that
difficult,
Come on, bro. If you push back, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. Push back. He didn't want to buy Twitter. He was forced to buy Twitter. If you don't even get this down, I don't know what to tell you. You should just leave your badge after this interview. You are no longer a journalist. You are just a meat writer.
So, I'd say that the pain level of Twitter has been extremely high. This hasn't been some sort of party. So it's been really quite a stressful situation, for the last several months. Not an easy one. But apart from the pain, I mean, so it's been quite painful. But I think at the end of the day, it should have been done. I think were there many mistakes made along the way? Of course, but all's well that ends well. And so I feel like we're headed to a good place. We're roughly break even. I think we're trending towards being cash flow positive very soon, like literally in a matter of months. The advertisers are returning. I think the quality of recommended tweets.
Bro, even in the interview itself, he just contradicts himself. He's like, nah, Twitter is doing great. The water's warm, dip in. And then turns around and is like, okay, it's going to be great. I promise. Like, please believe me. It's going to be great. It's going to be so fucking sick.
Has improved significantly, and we've taken a lot of feedback from people that have looked at the open source recommendation algorithm, and we've made a lot of improvements even since that was made open source, and we're going to keep doing that. So overall, I think the trend is very good. So.
Well, let's unpack this further with our business reporter, Joao Da Silva, who joins us from our bureau in Singapore. Joao, it was an
I'm sorry, you can't fucking lick your wounds after conducting a shitty interview. I'm not letting BBC do that right now. Okay? That is literally what they're doing. They did a shitty interview. Elon said a whole bunch of nothing, which is what you're expecting from CEOs. And that's what your expectation should be, which is precisely the reason why you should absolutely fucking, do your very best to parse through that misinformation with actual information that you prepared ahead of time. That's what a good journalist is supposed to do. You didn't even fucking prepare. Like, what is this? This looks like it was haphazardly put together last second by a bunch of people who were just like, oh, fuck, we have an opportunity to talk to him.
Extraordinary conversation. You and I were both watching it live. You in our bureau in Singapore, me in the studio here in London. He had so much to say about so many things, but when it comes to Twitter itself and the business, he does sound confident. He is telling us all we'll be back in profit soon and advertisers will be back.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. But Elon Musk did sound very upbeat in that interview. He talked about daily usage being up and yes, the company finally breaking even now that, according to him, advertisers are back. He told James at one point how the situation was bleak when he first took over, accused the previous management of running it as a non-profit, saying that the company had only, in his own words, a few months to live. And he said that, like other internet companies, Twitter was facing a massive drop in revenue. All of that to justify, of course, those controversial mass layoffs that we saw at Twitter earlier this year. He admitted that the headcount has gone from 8,000 to 1,500 under his leadership. The thing is, many analysts are saying that medicine might actually be the poison that's hurting Twitter. Many people in the content moderation team have been fired, and advertisers fear that increases the likelihood that their
I mean, here's the one thing. As a private company, you can basically he owns it, right? So you can pretty much lie about a lot of shit. Even as a fucking publicly traded company, you often get away with lying about a bunch of shit, right? And but because it's Twitter and it's so prominent in media, it's used as a tool so frequently by journalists that you can't really get away with a lot of your lies on Twitter as it pertains to Twitter because everyone fucking sees it. You know what I mean? When you say oh, dude, no, actually Twitter is doing incredible. Like when you say, oh, the Twitter advertising is actually doing gangbusters, you're like, is it? Like I don't see what you're fucking talking about. It seems like you're lying. There's obviously more to back up that sentiment, that skepticism. There's information that you can use, which they fucked up and did not use, right? Like major advertisers pulling out. They should have gone to those major advertisers and asked them if they actually committed to pulling out entirely or if they got back. But one thing that you can absolutely point to, for example, is the evisceration of any kind of, one, content moderation, and two, the actual editorial teams that used to create the trending tabs. That part is now just algo dictated, and it fucking sucks. I have not touched the trending tab since Elon took over and fired the entire team. It used to make the website experience a lot better. It's gone. It's complete shit. And you will never find a human being that will tell you, no, actually, it's better this way. There's more in the interview. Is there more that I missed on?
Add that, you know, we
Like, where's the full interview? Because this is not it.
have spoken to people who have been sacked that used to be in content moderation, and we've spoken to people very recently who were involved in moderation, and they just say there's not enough people to police this stuff, particularly around hate speech in the company.
The whole interview is over an hour. Where is it? Can someone send it to me? I don't want to watch the whole hour-long one, but as far as like a lack of content moderation, Elon Musk needs to address why there are prominent Nazis on his platform and prominent white supremacist accounts on his platform that are openly flexing that they have thousands of subscribers, thousands of followers.
First of all, why did you agree to do this interview with the BBC?
I don't know. I like spontaneity, and I don't know. There's a lot going on, and it seems like I actually do have a lot of respect for the BBC. Although sometimes I forget what the BBC stands for, you know. But what is it? Just kidding.
You know what it stands for.
Yes, I do. So there's a lot going on. So this might be a good opportunity to answer some questions, and I guess maybe get some feedback too. What should we be doing different? I know the BBC, for example, is not thrilled about being labelled state-affiliated media.
Not exactly. I mean, I was going to get to that later, but let's go for it now. It's officially objected to that term. Do you want to respond to it?
Yeah. So our goal is simply to to be as truthful and accurate as possible. So I think we're adjusting the label to be publicly funded, which I think is perhaps not too objectionable. We're trying to be accurate.
I'm not the BBC, but
yeah, for the record, that is the only good thing that he's done. Like, in a sea of nonsensical bullshit that has like eviscerated this major platform, that is probably the only good thing he's done. Labeling Western state broadcasters as state broadcasters is not a bad thing. It's correct.
But publicly funded is how the BBC describes it.
Okay. So that would be accurate.
Itself.
If we use the same words that the BBC uses to describe itself, that presumably would be okay. I'm not asking you for a yes or no, since you're not running the BBC per se. But it's probably. It seems to pass a reasonable.
So you're going to change those labels on the BBC Twitter feed and also NPR's as well?
Yeah. Right. Publicly funded. Basically, that's we're trying to be as accurate as possible.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Fine. First of all, I just want to clear something up. Are you sleeping in the office? Here?
I sometimes sleep in the office.
Like?
In the library.
5 days a week?
No.
3 days a week?
I'm not here 5 days a week. But there's a library that nobody goes to on the 7th floor, and there's a couch there, and I sleep there sometimes.
Okay. In terms of the general overview, the reason why I think you've agreed to do this is because you wanted to talk about the first 6 months as chief executive owner of Twitter.
Yeah, it's kind of like whatever you want to talk about, you know?
Right. So, how do you think it's gone?
Well, it's not been boring. It's been quite a roller coaster. I mean, things are going, I think, reasonably well. I mean, we've seen some all-time highs in terms of total user time. So we passed 8 billion user minutes per day, which is a lot of user minutes. So usage is up, growth is good. The site works mostly. We have a few glitches here and there, but the site is working fairly well. And we're doing it with a small fraction of the original, headcount. So,
I mean, you mentioned outages there. There have been several. Yeah. And we've actually spoken to an engineer who works at Twitter, and they said that the plumbing is broken here and it's on fire and there could be problems at any minute. Do you accept that?
No, I mean, there have been a few outages, but not for very long, and it's currently working fine.
So you don't, it doesn't keep you up at night that Twitter might go offline again?
At this point, I think we've got a pretty good handle on what makes Twitter work. And we're also doing it with 2 data centers instead of 3. So we used to have 3 data centers. We shut down one of them. So we were actually at roughly two-thirds of the prior compute capability. But we've made so many improvements to the core algorithm. In some cases, we improved the core algorithm by 80%. So the actual CPU usage or computer usage is dramatically less.
Okay, let's see what
usually come across as a bit of an out-of-his-depth dweeb. But in an interview with the BBC's James Clayton, there was at least one exchange where he came out on top.
We have spoken to people who have been sacked that used to be in content moderation, and we've spoken to people very recently who were involved in moderation, and they just say there's not enough people to police this stuff, particularly around hate speech in the company. Is that
what hate speech are you talking about? I mean, you use Twitter,
right?
Oh, this is what is like being promoted all around, where they're like, this is a slam dunk by Elon.
Do you see a rise in hate speech?
I mean,
but just a personal anecdote. Like, what do you? I don't.
Personally, my For You, I would see I get more of that kind of content. Yeah, personally. But I'm not going to talk to the rest of for the rest of Twitter.
So you see more hate speech personally?
I would say I would see more hateful content in that.
Content you don't like or hateful? What do you mean to describe a hateful thing?
Yeah, I mean, just content that will solicit a reaction, something that may.
Yeah, he's just like winding down from hate speech to like, oh, hate speech doesn't mean something you don't like. Okay? The reality is he could have just been like, yeah, I see Nazis. You restored accounts of Nazis. You restored the accounts of Nazis, and I sometimes see them on my For You page because that's what you did. Okay? You see the Kenneth drama? I don't know what the Kenneth drama is. Like, yeah, thank you, Elon, for fixing Twitter. I'm glad I can now see accounts like Racial Consciousness post videos of shitty pencil sharpeners. This is an account that literally has openly boasted about being the verified largest white supremacist fucking account.
Include something that is slightly racist or slightly sexist, those kinds of things.
So you think if something is slightly sexist, it should be banned?
This part sucks because like he's not doing a good job.
No,
is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying anything. I'm saying.
Well, I'm just curious. I'm trying to understand what you mean by hateful content, and I'm asking for specific examples.
Like it's so fucked up. He could have just easily been like the Racial Consciousness account. It openly boasts having 70,000 followers. You're getting just curious by a dude who's not even that smart. That is a verified example. That's it. And not only that, but also this just happened too, which makes this even funnier. Twitter could be facing a slew of fines in Germany over illegal hate speech to the tune of 30 billion. He can't win in this position because I see Nazis on my For You page. Feels like telling on yourself, even if it isn't. Yeah, no, it's fucking ridiculous. He should say that. He should be like, I, as a journalist, am seeing Nazi accounts on my For You page. It's fine. I follow random right-wing commentary on my For You page, but I've never had Nazi accounts being served to me because they were fucking banned, and you unbanned them.
And you just said that if something is slightly sexist, that's hateful content. Does that mean that it should be banned?
Well, you've asked me whether my feed, whether it's got less or more. I'd say it's got slightly more.
That's why I'm asking for examples. Can you name one example?
I honestly don't use. Honestly, I
you
don't.
can't name a single example.
I'll tell you why. Because I don't actually use that for you feed anymore. Because I just don't particularly like it.
But you
and
said
actually, a lot of people are quite similar. I only look at
hang
my,
on a second.
my
You said you've seen more hateful content, but you can't name a single example, not even one.
I'm not sure I've used that feed for the last 3 or 4 weeks. And
then how did you see the hateful content?
Because I've been using Twitter since you've taken it over for the last 6 months.
Okay, so then you must have at some point seen for you hateful content. I'm asking for one example.
Right.
And you can't give a single one.
And I'm saying
I say, sir, that you don't know what you're talking about.
Really?
Yes, because you can't give me a single example of hateful content, not even one tweet, and yet you claimed that the hateful content was high.
Well,
that's a false.
No, what I claimed.
You just lied.
What I claimed was. There are many organizations that say that kind of information is on the rise. Now, whether it has on my feed or not, I mean, right. And
literally can't. He's right. That's the worst part. Elon is correct on this. Give one fucking example, idiot. There are literally surveys conducted on it. There are studies on it that have been tracking the rise of hate speech. How do you not do your fucking due diligence in this regard? Of course this is going to turn out to be a fucking debate. You're talking to a debate lord. Every journalist, when they are conducting interviews like this, should take a contentious position. This is not supposed to be a safe space for Elon to say whatever the fuck he wants without an ounce of scrutiny. It blows my fucking mind. This was just an abject failure, dude. Blows my fucking mind.
Something like the Strategic Dialogue Institute in the UK, they will say that. So
look, people will say all sorts of nonsense. I'm literally asking for a single example, and you can't name one.
Right, and as I already said, I don't use that feed. But
then how would you know that?
I don't think this is getting anywhere.
You literally said you experienced more hateful content, and then couldn't name a single example.
Right, and as I said,
that's absurd.
I haven't actually looked at that feed.
Then how would you know this hateful content?
Because I'm saying that's what I saw a few weeks ago. I can't give you an exact example. Let's move on. We only have a certain amount of time.
Wow, that was the moment he fucked up. I'm seeing in my For You feed lots more hateful content. And then he says, give me an example. Actually, I don't use my For You feed, and I haven't used it for weeks. Dahlia, I mean, in that guy's defense, apparently he got very short notice to do the interview. I'm sure he was a bit terrified. The most high-profile interview he's done in his life. But that was bad, wasn't it?
That was excruciating in many ways. And I think that had he, I don't know, had the time or, had the expertise, I think a lot of people who work in, content moderation or whatever will have watched that and been like, you had a golden opportunity to really put to Elon Musk the problems that are going on in Twitter, and you just fumbled it. So it was excruciating. It's not as much of a win for Elon Musk as I think it's being made out to be, because I think if your entire argument that what's happening on Twitter is fine is resting on the idea that you can't come up with a concrete example of hate speech on the platform, it's going to fall apart pretty quickly, even though not in that interview. But I mean, come on,
Yeah. Like we just did. We showed you immediately. She's right. Yeah. That's the other part of this. You can just immediately hit two different fucking notes and eviscerate Elon Musk's idiotic expectation of anecdotes, because there are plenty of fucking anecdotes to draw from.
Products will appear next to toxic content on the platform. And we do know that major advertisers like Volkswagen, like General Motors did pause their relationship with Twitter earlier this year. So we'll have to really wait and see whether indeed Musk has reason to be optimistic about Twitter's future.
Okay, Joe, thank you very much. Joao Da Silva in Singapore. Just to say, online, you can
so dumb. Anyway, I'm going to skip the body camera footage. I'm going to get to Donald Trump.
Mr. President, thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Last week, you were in New York for this arraignment. The world watched it. You've not given an interview since. You were there, I think, 57 minutes. Tell us from your perspective what that was like.
Well, it was a horrible thing because I did nothing wrong. Absolutely nothing wrong. You look at even the pundits and the legal analysis, Greg Jarrett, all of these really talented people, they're saying he didn't do anything wrong. So that's number one. Number two, they were incredible. When I went to the courthouse, which is also a prison in a sense, they signed me in.
Wow. My man has been reading Foucault. Okay. The courthouse, it's like a prison. Many people say the school is like a prison, but you know what's the real prison? Prison.
And I'll tell you, people were crying. People that work there, professionally work there, that have no problems putting in murderers, and they see everybody. It's tough, tough place. And they were crying. They were actually crying. They said, I'm sorry. They'd say, 2024, sir, 2024. And tears are pouring down their eyes. I've never seen anything like that. Those people are phenomenal. Those are your police.
Yep.
Those are the people that work at the courthouse. They're unbelievable people. Many of them were in tears or close to it. Many apologists were sorry, sir. We're sorry. They had to have me do certain things. They said, sir, I can't believe I have to ask you. I can't even believe that I have to ask you to do it. You could see. So in one sense, it was beautiful because they get it. In another sense, you know, it's nasty. I went to the Wharton School of Finance. They didn't teach me about that. That wasn't like in the cards.
About the arraignment part?
That wasn't. We didn't have a class on arraignment. And you know, it was.
He's so back. Ron DeSantis doesn't have like a fucking fraction, an ounce of the charisma that he demonstrates in this interview. Okay? He's literally bullying someone who he knows in private has talked shit about him, while simultaneously having a lot of fucking clippable moments. He's back. I wonder if Trump knows Tucker shit talked him. Are you kidding me, dude? Come on, come on. Of course he knows, dude. He's the most narcissistic, thin-skinned motherfucker on the planet. Of course he knows.
It's a sad day in many ways, and in many ways it was a beautiful day because the people understand. I didn't know this was happening.
I'm about to get a platform ban for showing you cuckold porn. Okay? This is literally Big Blonde Bull. Fucks the cuckold on camera. Okay? This is like Tucker Carlson. You know what? Remember when I said, I wonder what could be more humiliating for Sneeko now that he got like eviscerated by Charlie on the timeline? This is it. If Sneeko somehow successfully launched a right-wing grift for himself, got to like an incredibly prominent position, became one of the most powerful pundits in the country, okay, and then got cucked on national television like this, I would say that would probably be the only rope that he could shoot that's even fucking going to be more embarrassing, more humiliating than the one that Moist Critical gave him.
But the poll numbers have gone through the roof. The people get it. And the other ones are hoaxes also. You know, the box hoax. Look at Biden. He's got 1,850 boxes. And, you know, that's a hoax. And then the one in Atlanta where I had a perfect phone call. This is all weaponization. They're weaponizing our justice system, Tucker. And they think if they go and give you a subpoena, you know, I guess I'm very well known and people understand it and they get it. And maybe I have a bigger platform so I can explain it. But if you're somebody, a Republican, let's say, running for office, and you get a subpoena, you might as well resign because you're not going to be able to survive it. And the voters aren't going to handle it. The voters aren't going to take it. What they're doing is weaponizing the system, and there's never been anything like it. And it's all disinformation. You see, The other day, Afghanistan, one of the worst things I've ever seen. I think the most embarrassing moment that this country's ever had, frankly, the way we got out. Not the getting out. We had to get out. It was ridiculous to be there. And I had that so good, so tight, so tough. I spoke to the leader, Abdul. I said, Abdul, if you do anything, you're going to get hit really hard. Literally, he said, but sir, why? Why? He goes, why, oh, why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you'll have to figure that one out, Abdul. But we didn't have one death in 18 months. He knew, not one death. And then to see the way we got out, like we were surrendering, like taking the military out first, leaving $85 billion worth of equipment behind, giving up Bagram. I was going to keep Bagram. I was getting out, but not for Afghanistan. It's 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons. It's one of the biggest Air Force bases in the world, I think the biggest, with runways that go 10,000 feet. I was keeping that because of China, not because of Afghanistan.
Right.
And they left everything. They left in the dark of night. They left the lights on. They left the dogs, by the way. You know, the people say about the dogs. They left the dogs. Everyone, you know, the dog lovers, and you got a lot of them. I love dogs. You love dogs. But they left the dogs. People said, what? One of the first questions I got, what did they do with the dogs? Mostly German Shepherds. They left them. What they did, the way they got out, was so horrible. Okay, everybody knows that was their plan. That had nothing to do with me. I was getting out, too. We would have gotten out with strength and dignity. And what happened? They got out. And the other day I hear, yeah.
I love the Abdul. I sent him a photo of his house. That's like, I mean, that's another great one. Straight up. I'll admit it. That's a great one. Like, he's just saying he like threatened. He's saying he fucking threatened the fucking leader of the Taliban.
Shepherds. I said, what lovers? And you got a lot of them. I love dogs. You love dogs. But they left the dogs. People said, what? One of the first questions I got, what did they do with the dogs? Mostly German Shepherds. They left them. What they did, the way they got out, was so horrible. Okay, everybody knows that was their plan. That had nothing to do with me. I was getting out, too. We would have gotten out with strength and dignity. And what happened? They got out. And the other day I hear, yeah, it was Trump's fault. Oh, that's right. It was Trump. I was gone for a long. I would have been out faster than them. We would have had all the equipment. We would have had the American citizens. We left hostages. We left Americans behind. Many, I think many more than you think. And we had 13 soldiers killed. And nobody ever mentions the fact that we had many maimed so badly. No arms, no legs. Their face was obliterated. This is the way this guy got out. We would have gotten out with dignity and strength. We were going to. But I was taking 100% of, I said, I want every nail. I want every screw. I want the tents. They said, sir, the tents are very hard to take out. I said, I want the tents. I want the tanks. I want the planes. I want everything. And a couple of them fought me on it. Like,
I said, I don't care. I want the tents. That's so awesome.
He said, sir, I think it's cheaper to leave the equipment behind. I said, let me ask you, we have a plane that cost $100 million. It's sitting there. All it needs is a tank of gas, right? Give me a little jet fuel. We'll fly it to Pakistan or any place else, or we'll fly it directly home. You say it's cheaper to leave a $100 million plane? Sir, I think overall it's cheaper. These are idiots we're dealing with. They left $85 billion worth of equipment. They left our American citizens behind. And they moved the military out first. No, you move the military out last. I did a little skit with a 5-year-old kid. I said, let me ask you, here's the situation. I explained the situation. I said, would you take the military out first, or would you take it out last? I take it out last, 5-year-old. But they took the military out first, and they were afraid of our military. When I was there, they were afraid. We didn't have one soldier killed in 18 months. Not one soldier was killed in 18 months. And then we got out like we surrendered. I think it was the single most embarrassing day in the history of our country. It was totally their fault. They didn't go by anything because, you know, we had a system of getting out. But if the Taliban, in particular, the Taliban, because that's where the action was, right? When I called Abdul, the press went crazy. The fake news went crazy. Why did he call an enemy? I said, well, it's Jesse James. I used to ask him, why did he rob banks? He said, that's where the money is. Why did I call the head of the Taliban? Because that's where the killing was. And he's there now, Abdul. I'm sure he likes me. He called me Your Excellency. I don't know if he calls Biden Your Excellency.
Fuck. Bro, only Trump can get away with saying that the leader of the fucking Taliban loves me. And then everyone will look at that and go, oh, hell yeah, brother. Like, I love that. You're so right. That's a good thing. I love that. The Taliban, they love me. I serve him top of the hour ad breaks. Everybody says, please, sir. I'm subscribed. No worries, believe me. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. For $5 or for free, I say. The Taliban says, sir, I'm already subscribed, but I'll gift some subscriptions so that others can avoid the ad breaks as well. Here's the 3-minute ad break now, believe me.
Probably, I mean, you know, they're one of the largest arms dealers now in the world. They're selling the $85 billion worth of it because they only need 5% of it.
Of course.
They're selling the equipment. They're one of the largest, I think, second arms dealers. Brand new helicopters, brand new airplanes, brand new tanks.
The funniest part, first of all, that's not true, but no, he's not wrong. They are a pretty fucking, no, they're a pretty massive arms dealer now. Or not an arms dealer, but like they do have a lot of fucking weapons and they do have a lot of like used Humvees and shit like that. I think they have like a pretty massive, pretty sizable fleet now. You want to know why? Because we're the largest arms dealer and we brought them there. The point is, America is so powerful and so large of an arms dealer that it literally doesn't matter. Our trash being left behind makes that country immediately become like not the second, but like a competitive fucking arms dealer. Our trash and alone is enough for nations to be like, we have one of the most powerful fleets of armored personnel carriers on the planet now.
Unbelievable what we left behind. We ran, and there was no reason to. I had them, I could have stayed there for 5 years if I wanted to. I wanted out. 21 years was enough. I wanted out. We shouldn't have been there in the first place. But when I see what happens, when I see the level of stupidity, and because of that, it's all a big web. Because of that, I think Putin, who would have never gone into Ukraine when I was there, would have never, I talked to him about it often, would have never, ever done that. When he saw that.
Wait, what? Did he just say he talks to Putin often about invading Ukraine? What the fuck?
I wasn't there, and he saw these fools, these stupid people. And think of that, the way they left Afghanistan, and nobody was fired. I fired a lot of people because if they didn't do a good job, I'd fire them.
May I ask, you talked to Putin about Ukraine. What did you say to him?
I could see that he loved it. And I said...
he loved Ukraine.
He considers it to be a part of Russia.
Yeah.
I said, not when I'm president. We had a very good relationship. I mean, look, I was the worst thing that ever happened to him.
Dude. I too often level cities into the fucking ground when I love it a lot. You know what I mean? Like, I am by no means a NatSec Ukrainian flag in the bio liberal, right? As you all know, I am funded by Vladimir Putin himself directly. I am his most loyal soldier. But holy fuck, dude, that is a wild, absolutely wild take. Yeah, Putin loved it. He loved Ukraine. He wanted to liberate it. He literally just admitted to telling Putin to wait to invade until he was no longer president. This guy's insane. No, first of all, none of those things happened, chatter. Hello, he's lying. It's just funny that he's lying in that direction, which you're right. That is the implication of what he's basically saying, which is weird because, like, he's lying. He could have said anything, but he chose to say that. That's what you need to remember. Like, that, it's like very odd. If you're going to lie, just lie about anything else. He's just like, no, Putin, he said he loved Ukraine. I told him, don't invade yet. No, no, no. Believe me, I will stop you.
I closed up his pipeline. You never heard the words Nord Stream 2 until I came along. Nord Stream 2 is their pipeline. And I had a great relationship with him. But it was very tough because they had a fake Russia investigation. And I told him, and he told me.
This part is true. He did stop Nord Stream 2.
He said, it's very hard for us to deal, don't you think? I said, very hard. Because we have a fake investigation that turned out to be a fake. For 2 years it went on. And we could have done very well with Russia. They have great minerals. They have great things that we want, we could have. And they need the money and they need other things. But that interfered. That was a terrible thing. That was actually a treasonous thing to do. Those people should have been arrested. They made it up. They made up a problem with Russia that didn't exist. Now they've all admitted it didn't exist. It was just on to the next one. I often say, they said to me the other day, one of your fellow journalists said, who's the biggest problem, sir? Is it China? Could it be Russia? Could it be North Korea? No, I said, the biggest problem is from within. It's these sick, radical people.
Ooh, that's a good line.
Because we can handle if we're smart.
God damn, that's such a good line, dude. I mean, I say that about the Republican Party, like, and so does Noam Chomsky, to be fair. It's a bit of a plagiarization from Noam Chomsky, but like, yeah, the Republican Party is the greatest fucking, the greatest burden for American prosperity. They have done unimaginable harm to the United States of America. They've done unimaginable harm globally as a force of terror, but especially when it comes to domestic issues, like the Republican Party is, like Osama bin Laden will never amount. Like his toll will be nothing in comparison to the Republican Party's advocacy towards American evisceration. Okay, like straight up. But couldn't you almost say the same thing about DNC? Yes, I can, and I will. The fuck are you saying? Osama bin Laden did 9/11. Let's not even talk about who funded him, who backed him originally, what those motivations were, who allowed him to fucking operate in the region for as long as he did. Let's forget all of that, right? Okay? What we did after 9/11 was more damaging to American existence. If the American government literally said, you know what, we're not going to do shit, okay? You know, the past is in the past. Who gives a fuck? Obviously, that would be insane. I'm not even advocating for that. But if they had said that instead of do a $6, $7, $8 trillion war on terror that only made the world less safe as a consequence of the destabilization in the Middle East, while actively fighting the very same people that we had armed, that we still arm to this fucking day, the world globally would be a better place. Literally, America would be a better place. America would be a more safe place. Why forget about such things? Are you scared? What? Did you just not hear? Do you not have the mental fortitude to understand the argument that I'm making? What America did to Americans and to the rest of the world after 9/11 was worse than 9/11. This is a sentiment that I stand by. I have literally written articles on this. You can Google it if you want. Huffington Post, Hassan Piker. 9/11 was bad. What America did afterwards was worse. That was like fucking back in 2016, 2017 when I said that. If you think I'm scared, I don't know what to tell you. I've said way worse things about 9/11. Okay? Yeah. There you go. Never forget, 9/11 was awful. What we did after was worse. Just remember that we were supporting pedophile warlords in Afghanistan that were doing worse shit than the Taliban. They were the only people in the country who could collaborate for money, and they were so unpopular that they collapsed as soon as we left. You are right. People were running to the Taliban to get away from the horrors of Western-backed forces. 100%. Ironic, because those pedophile warlords and the Chaiwalas that they were literally fucking would turn around and then still kill American soldiers. America was getting buddy fucked by the dudes that they were the only dudes that they could collaborate with. So, like, it was just a gigantic... Wait, you published this on 9/11? I did. In 2017, on 9/11, I published this. This is back before the pussification of the United States of America and the American political sphere. Okay? I stand by that I stand by this sentiment. It is 100% correct. That was the OG 9/11 take that I had. Your 20th anniversary 9/11 stream was one of the best pieces of content related to 9/11 ever created. Yeah. Did you say Chaiwala? I did. Chai boys. The little kids that fucking, little boys that deliver tea. That the pedophile warlords fuck. Yeah, you heard me. Anyway. So yeah, it was fucking bullshit. It was unacceptable. It was fucking disastrous.
Smart. We can handle Russia, China. I did. I took in billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars.
I have to say, I respected you until I saw what you think about 9/11. Wait, what? Like just now? Just now you saw what I think about 9/11? Go read that article. Come back to me and tell me if you think that there's any notes on it. Because I'm talking about post 9/11 universe in a selfish American perspective here, okay? I have a lot worse things to say, but this argument literally just pertains to American citizens and how America was eviscerated by post 9/11 legislation. Wait, I thought the Taliban were the pedos, not the Western-backed forces? You thought wrong. Dexerto finally doing positive PR for you? Yeah, good luck with that. Lazon Liker. It doesn't matter. No matter what the fuck Dexerto says, the freaks are still going to come out of the gates swinging and fucking be so annoying. Please play the meme. Here.
And so here we are. I'm living up to what I said about conservatives and progressives. We're having a conversation. So you said America deserved 9/11. Did you mean that?
Yeah.
God, I love that video so much. It's a banger. Yeah, that's a banger. I want to hear what this fucking guy has to say. He's probably just regular trolling, though. Anyway.
Dollars from China. No other president took in anything, and they respected me. He's the same thing, you know. I told him, you can't go into Taiwan. You can't do it. I won't tell you exactly what I said, but it was something that probably a lot of people wouldn't like if they heard it, but it was very tough. Don't go into Taiwan. If you do, we're going to have problems. Other than that, we're going to be great relationship. We're going to have a great relationship. And he said to me when I said we're going to do something, if he goes in, no, you wouldn't do it. I'll do that. I swear I'll do that. And he didn't believe me, but he believed me 10%. The same thing with Putin. I said I was going to do something really nasty if he goes into Ukraine. He said, no, you're not going to do that. I said, I will. And he didn't believe me either, but he believed me 10%. And the 10%, you never heard talk about going into Ukraine. You never heard talk about going into Taiwan until I was no longer there. Now, what a mess the world is in. What a mess.
Ay, ay, ay. He's right. What a mess.
Do you think Biden will stay in the race?
Look, I watch him just like you do. And I think it's almost inappropriate for me to say it. But I deal with other people. I don't see how it's possible. And it's not an age thing. You know, like I say, I have friends that are 88, 89, 92. Bernie Marcus, Home Depot, is 95.
God damn, he's old, bro. Like, you think I'm old? I know even older people.
Smart as hell. He's sharp as he was. I mean, he's, you know, mentally, Bernie Marcus, Home Depot, founder of Home Depot, one of the founders. I mean, I had a meeting with him a few months ago. He was 100%. I know people that built their fortunes from 80 to 90. They were always struggling, and they made a fortune from 80 to 90. A couple of people in particular. It's amazing. He's not too old. You know, his age. I think they do the age thing because I'm 4 or 5 years behind. They say this is a way of getting Trump. Let's go old. But there's something wrong. I saw his answer today on television about whether or not he was going to run to a very nice guy named Al Roker. When you can't get a softer question than that. That was a long answer. Talking about the eggs and the this and that. Look, I don't think he can. But say what you want. They didn't expect him to get it. Yeah. You know, people could say he won an election. You know, it always goes. I got the most votes of any person, any sitting president in history.
We still don't know what the fucking nose drip comes from, right? Is it the Sudafed? Like we still don't fully understand where the fucking nose thing's coming from, right? Cause like the Zaza, they're saying, believe me, I'm the real Zaza smoker.
I got 15 million less I couldn't lose. They're surrounded by vicious, smart people, radical left people, but they're very smart and they're very vicious. It's not him. It's not him. He's now in Ireland. He's not going to have a news conference. When the world is exploding, I own property in Ireland. I'm not going to Ireland. The world is exploding around us. You could end up in a third world war, and this guy's going to be in Ireland and not having a news conference. He hasn't had a news conference, I guess, in months. I saw today where he hasn't. It's been.
Well, he can't. So if he doesn't run, if he's taken out by his own party, or who knows what happens, but it doesn't seem like he's capable of running again, who does run?
Well, obviously the one that they would talk about would be the vice president, Kamala. That would be the one that they talk about. But I don't think she's performed well on the big stage. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. But there are a certain group of people that will go crazy if it's not her. They're going to be very angry if it's not her. That's a problem. You have a very ambitious guy in California, but he's done a terrible job with the state. I used to get along great with him, you know, when I was president. I got along really good, Gavin.
Well, you got along with Gavin Newsom?
I did. I really did. He was always very nice to me.
Gruesome, they're calling him. I said, hey, listen. You know, you and my son, you got similar taste. Kimberly Guilfoyle, what a piece of ass.
Said the greatest things. He would say things like he's doing a great job. Oh, he was very
About
nice.
you?
About me. That's why I could never hit him, because he was so nice to me. It's just laying in wait, right? But I could, you know,
What? Wait, what the fuck was that?
It's just laying in wait, right?
What? What just happened? Did you just have a fucking aneurysm? What's happening? Laying in wait. The dirt is laying and lying in wait. God, I love him. Just a fucking goat, dude.
But I could, you know, he was very nice to me. And relatively speaking, some of them weren't. We did a good job for the governors. But they talk about him. They talk about some others. I just don't see Biden doing it from a physical or a mental standpoint.
Yes.
I don't see it. But it's been a crazy period of time in the world of politics. But he's surrounded by people. You know, they expected Bernie to win. Now, Bernie's older than Biden, you know, whether you like him or not. He's sharp. I watched him being interviewed the other day. He's 100% sharp. He hasn't lost much, if anything, Bernie Sanders. But, you know, he's older. So it's not an age thing. I just don't see him.
So they're trying to prevent you from making it to the general election by tying you up in lawsuits, charging you with crimes. You've described the process.
It's the old Soviet process.
The old Soviet process. And you've described it as illegitimate. If this goes to trial and you get convicted, like how would you respond in the middle of a presidential campaign?
Well,
how would
it's so off. Statute of limitations are years off. It's hard to believe. You know, usually when you have something like this, the Democrats say, oh, he's terrible, guilty. The Democrats have even said, I'm innocent. I watched some of these, I think it was Andrew McCabe, the FBI guy who I fired. He came out, he said, they've got no case. They've all come out and said it. And then you've had Andrew McCarthy, you've had Jonathan Turley, Greg Jarrett, Dershowitz, all of them, everybody, like, and they're, you know, down the middle people. They see it, they say, there's no crime. There's no anything. Think of it, Tucker. I've been through 7 years of bull investigations. 7 years. They've looked at, I have a very big company, much bigger than they understand. In fact, when they finally got my taxes, they said, whoa. You know, they took them years to get the taxes. They got them. That was the last you ever heard. You never heard one thing about them. But it took them years to get them. Because they shouldn't be looking at my taxes. I was surprised the Supreme Court gave them the right. They shouldn't be looking at people. That's sort of another one of the tenets. You don't do that. But I didn't care that much. I just, on principle, I fought them. And they looked. I built a great company. When you do the things that I do, and you employ thousands and thousands of people over the years, just thousands, we've done a great job. And then I ran for president. People were surprised that I won. But I used to see these rallies. And I'll tell you, the rallies are bigger now. The enthusiasm is more now than I've ever seen. So
what do you think, since your poll numbers have risen consistently since they raided this place, Mar-a-Lago?
Well, before they raided.
In August.
They were going up substantially before.
Well, they definitely moved after
Since then, they've really been going up.
So how do you think that your opponents will respond?
I don't know how well. We have two opponents. We have a primary opponent. We have a general election opponent.
I mean the Democratic Party using the legal system.
Well, what they're doing is they're finding, and think of this, they say 11 million pages, but whatever it is, through all of these Democrats' investigations. I had the Mueller hoax. I had impeachment hoax number 1, impeachment hoax number 2. Ukraine, Russia. You knew the Russia. I got that whole term from you, Russia. You'd be screaming and I'd say, this guy's a comedian. But you remember that whole period of time.
Quite well.
It turned out to be a total fake. But
oh, I saw this yesterday. When my neuroatypical ass has to campaign in early primary states, it's so good. Why are his hands under the fucking desk, Ron? Huh, Ronnie? Huh, Ronald? Are you afraid, perhaps? Are you worried you'll never defeat the eats with his hands like a baby allegations? Huh? Pull those 3 fingies out. Let's see what you do with that fucking extra meat pepperoni meat lovers pizza pie, huh? Put those 3 fingies in there. Maybe swirl it around a little bit. Meatball Ron! Little Rhonda eating a meatball sandwich. Put his 3 fingers in, folks. I said, don't do it. Don't call him Meatball Ron. I said, believe me, I don't call him that. Everyone else is calling him, though. Many people are calling him Meatball Ron. It's stuck. It's stuck, folks. They're saying people are playing 2-card Monty. He's playing 3-finger Ronald. Little Rhonda. First time he's been around age-appropriate women. We've all seen those photos, folk. Little Rhonda not gonna be happy. When he runs for president against Donald Trump, not gonna be happy. When they say he's around young women all the time, folks, believe me, I'm not saying it. Many people are, though. They know how Little Rhonda operates.
Think of this. I tell this story very seldom, but because it's a sad story. So the Russia...
What the fuck are you talking about, Hasan? Why are you so angry that I'm making a joke about how Trump could attack Ron DeSantis by bringing up all the things that Trump has loosely associated Ron DeSantis with? Why is that so frustrating for you? Maybe you just didn't get it because you're unfamiliar with all the things that has happened in the Ron DeSantis... Trump from lovers to fighters arc. You know what I mean? Well, why are you so mad? Why you have to be mad? I was joking. Okay, take a second off and reconsider that.
Russia hoax was made up by crooked Hillary Clinton, Adam Schiff, the DNC, the Democrat Party. The dossier is a total...
Yeah, he ate that 1 second ban.
On that. We're suing him a lot because... Unfortunately, Bill Barr didn't have the courage to do what he should have done. He was so afraid of being impeached. So I have to do it civilly. I have to sue people. The Justice Department should have done, because these are criminals. But think of this. So you have all of these millions and millions of pages, and they get you on a non-disclosure agreement? I mean, big numbers, billions and billions of dollars, right? And they get you on a perfect non-disclosure agreement, or they get you on nothing.
The non-disclosure agreement was perfect. No one has ever done a non-disclosure agreement that is as perfect. The perfect phone call. It's a perfect non-disclosure agreement. Awesome. He's the GOAT.
A friend of mine who's a big business guy said, you have to be the most honest guy in the world, because with all of those numbers that you have and those big numbers, they don't have anything. And you have to see, take a look at the people I just mentioned. Read what they said. There was no crime. In fact, a lot of people saying he indicted somebody. There's no crime. That's illegal to do, what he did. So I don't see it going. I mean, we'll have to see.
So, but just to bottom line it, the purpose of this is to keep you out of the presidential race.
If I weren't running, or if I had bad poll numbers, let's say.
Right.
And again, remember, the Democrats are the party of disinformation. If they want you to run, if they want to run against somebody, they're going to go the opposite. For instance, they don't want to run against me. And now, I just gave you a poll. I'm 9 points up on Biden. But they're the party of disinformation. So what they say is, we want to run against
What kind of crime? We're watching a fucking crime right now. I'm doing the crime. I'm watching a man get fucked and sucked on camera, okay? A very old man. But I don't know what this crime is. We interrupt our regular broadcast. Wait, there is no fucking shot. It's another police cruiser.
Using that shoulder, even though he's got plenty of freeway to play with here, he appears to be committed to the northbound side of the.
Yeah, he's just going. He's just going on the high occupancy lane. Classic. And they want to arrest him because he has no one else in the car with him. That's pretty fucked up. Do you have a actual link, like a YouTube link that I can hit? So that I can watch it delayed, so I don't get fucking owned by showing you a crime that Does anyone have a YouTube link for this?
Side of the 5 freeway, so the 170 has come to an end. He's transitioned onto the 5 freeway. Traffic is moderate to heavy, but it's only going to get worse the further north he gets towards the Newhall Pass. He's in Arleta now as he looks for any space in these lanes to weave through. It's very dangerous, but I've got to tell you, with an unpredictable driver like this, it's
he went from
on the freeway than if he was to get off on surface streets.
Bro, this motherfucker literally went from driving in the high occupancy lane to just bobbing and weaving so closely and near missing on trucks and shit. It's crazy.
Like a linebacker trying to rush through an offensive line there. You can see he's continuing to weave through all of those cars. Maybe
How long until someone does this just to be on stream? I don't know. I hope never.
He's bypassing all of them as he continues these unsafe lane changes at a pretty high rate of speed despite the moderate traffic.
Yeah, we saw him stick his arm out the window. Not sure if he was doing any signals to the.
Is this a silver alert? No shot. It's a silver alert.
Yeah, he was zipping across 4 lanes and really high rate of speed there. I think we are going to let you know that we're going to be staying on this here on live TV, ABC 7. Or are we going? Wait, we're going to be streaming or staying live?
No, we're going to be streaming.
We'll be streaming at abc7.com and on the Los Angeles app. You can stay tuned for World News Tonight, the live version of World News Tonight with David Muir. But we are going to stick on this. If you want to just switch over to abc7.com or our Los Angeles.
Are you saying it's a silver alert because you saw the handicap placard? Is that why?
Again, as we're winding down to the last minute of our broadcast here on Channel 7, again, we are going to go streaming. So if you do have ABC 7 Los Angeles app, get right on it so you can continue to watch this breaking news. Again, you're seeing this driver just really making his way through the Pacoima area, but he's been driving at a really quick rate of speed. And the CHP, they've been very close behind. I know that doesn't seem like they've really let him out of their sights or have gone into that tracking mode, which many times when these get really dangerous, they decide that maybe we should ease up on that pedal behind them.
And on our website and ABC 7 Los Angeles app, we're going to be talking to
a silver alert is when like an old man gets lost.
There. In the meantime, we hope you have a wonderful afternoon. We'll be back here live on ABC 7 for Eyewitness News at 4 o'clock. Stay tuned.
Wait, what? Are they done? I don't get it. Are they done with this video?
All right, you're continuing to watch this breaking news on our streaming platforms. We're talking.
They're moving away from it on.
From the CHP
they're moving away from it on television, but they're.
This car was wanted, the driver was wanted for making an unsafe lane change. And then, of course, that routine traffic stop sort of triggered him to put the pedal to the metal and try to get away from authorities. And this is what we've been seeing, weaving in and out down Ellen and, going really fast and unsafe.
Yeah, and then we are also going to be joined right now by law enforcement expert Bruce Thomas. And Bruce, you covered a lot of pursuits with us. I can't even count how many you've covered with us. What can you tell us about what you are seeing so far?
Well, my understanding is that it was a failure to yield for some unsafe lane change, basically traffic violations. And now what the driver is doing is endangering everybody's life by continuing to drive in a wanton disregard for speeds and lane changes. Ultimately, what we found out in these cases is the driver may just have a suspended license or have some warrants for unpaid traffic tickets.
Oh, that would be a shame, to be so nervous to pull over because you're scared about what's going to happen about something. I mean, it's not trivial, but something as minor as parking tickets or expired driver's license.
He's in a lot more trouble now.
No kidding. But anyway, as you said, Bruce, you do see it happen. And also, we do have Chris Christie. He's overhead in Air 7 HD as well. Chris, I don't know how the traffic is starting to look, but again, you're saying this is sort of that beginning of the afternoon commute.
Well, he had a rough patch there.
He's going.
Colleen, as he made his way past the 118 freeway where it splits, and now you can see where the 5 splits rather. And now he is on the 5 freeway where traffic has broken through a little bit. Really stop and go traffic as we make our way further north through the Sylmar area and eventually into the Newhall Pass, which appears to be the direction he's headed in. Has passed a number of exits, but has not gotten off at any of them. Just using whatever space he can on the freeway to try and squeeze through, splitting lanes, threading the needle, coming very close, a lot close calls, but from my vantage point has not actually made contact with any of these cars. And with all of this traffic, you can see them applying a little more pressure, trying to stay right behind him and trying to prevent him from getting too far away where they lose a visual. They don't want to lose a visual of the suspect because right now there are no air units handy, from what I can tell, able to call this pursuit from the air. So they're really relying on that SUV right behind him to maintain a solid visual and call out those locations and his moves and his speed as he continues moving up the 5 freeway, which is now where we're at here, right where the 210 and the 5 meet up here at the Newhall Pass. Traffic, again, moderate through the Newhall Pass, usually a little bit heavier this time of the day, but he does have some room to play with here, and he is using every bit of it to try and evade that primary officer right behind him.
For the record,
only 2 or 3
this is a very unique predicament. I'm going to pause this for a second, or I'm going to lower the audio for a second and say some shit. This is one of the few, or not few, but like we watch a lot of car chases. 6 of them happen a day in Los Angeles, something crazy like that. This is directly a fuck up on behalf of the police. This is one of those where like, I don't know what crime this person has committed, but like the idea that you need to fucking give chase to a dude like this for a minor moving violation is absolutely unimaginably insane. He did an illegal lane change, and that's why they're pursuing him right now. Okay? That's bullshit. Like an unsafe lane change. Look at the litany of other lack of safety. How many unsafe lane changes have fucking cops engaged in the pursuit of this fucking dude? Like what? You can't fucking keep tracking him? You can't keep tracking him with a helicopter? You have to fucking have a unit directly up his ass, agitating him, getting him more scared, getting him to drive erratically. It's so stupid. So remember that. Like, this is one of those instances where they don't have to fucking do that at all.
Things being considered right now as they continue to pursue this driver.
Well,
they have his license plate. It's over.
Minute by minute.
What are you doing?
Conditions. What is the reason for the pursuit? How many occupants? And the safety of the public, the officers, and the suspect. So in this case, they know where this vehicle is registered. It may be registered up in the Santa Clarita, Antelope Valley area. So they may just go to the house and may cancel this pursuit, or they may stay with it until they have an airship up overhead.
Yeah, they can go to his house.
Isn't that one of the first things they do is run the license to make sure that car hasn't been reported stolen?
Yes, ma'am. That's one of the first things they do is because they're trying to gain information on the vehicle. Is the vehicle wanted for anything of a felony, armed and dangerous, stolen vehicle, wants or warrants. So they're gaining all
Wait, hold up. Do you mean they shouldn't have pulled him over or just to
registered
use a
owner's
chopper, not
address.
have a multi-car chase after he ran? No, not have a multi-car chase after he fucking ran. Duh. It's a fucking lane. It is literally an improper lane change. For that to turn into like, this level of like madness is a fuck up on behalf of the police, in my opinion. Like, this is significantly worse for public safety. Now, if he had done this shit, and if he was actually driving like this and cops tried to stop him, that makes sense. But he wasn't fucking driving like this until cops tried to stop him. So indirectly, they literally are like causing more chaos. It is an escalation. Remember, the original crime is so minor. And look at this shit. He's like bobbing and weaving through the fucking crowd like a psycho now. Yeah, exactly. M. Hood is correct. This is why a lot of cities don't let their cops give chase, by the way. This is precisely the reason why.
On the 5 freeway, now passing Calgrove Boulevard, and again, looking for any inch of freeway to get away here. Something tells me they're going to take this all the way through Santa Clarita, because right now the best tactic, by my estimation, is to just let him use up as much fuel as possible. Pit maneuver, rather, not an option here. Obviously, spike strips aren't going to work on the freeway, but they could certainly put the pressure on and keep.
What do you mean a pit maneuver or a spike strip? Like that's a wild fucking what? Also, they're driving pretty well.
Goes all the way up the state, and they have plenty of CHP officers up and down the 5 freeway, and plenty of division.
He said that that's not an option, but like bringing that up is psychotic. Silk and Cookies, thank you for the 25. Get the subs. It's like they're so horny. They're so fucking horny. Is car chasing leftist? It's not. I'm not a leftist. I'm sick and tired of this. Okay, I'm a capitalist. Okay. Yeah, he's got a handicap sticker. We need some Scud missiles ASAP on this guy. Well, we can't do it because it's on the highway. Can you compare how he drives to Austin? No, because Austin drives like shit. Not even a thing.
Bunches up on the 5 freeway, but now the further away he gets from the metro LA area, the lighter traffic is going to get, and that's gonna, I believe, prompt him to speed up quite a bit. In fact, we're seeing already pretty close to triple-digit speeds, about 100 miles per hour as he passes McBean Parkway.
Oh boy!
Wow, and of course we're talking about this driver. It appears it's possibly their car because they're driving it with, such fluidity to it. Bruce, I'm just curious about these poor drivers on the road. And, many of us, we move to the right when we see law enforcement coming behind us. But when you're seeing a car that's just kind of careening right behind you, what is your advice for people who are just driving with their families, picking them up from school or on their way home? I mean, it is scary.
Yeah, it's very scary, Colleen. And, you have a conflict because you're taught pull to the right of the road when you see an emergency vehicle. However, in this case, they're not the issue. It's this reckless driver who's weaving in and out. So with good intentions, you pull to the right, and now it's occupied by this suspect vehicle. I would just recommend to people, stay in your lane, stay your speed, let them go around you for safety's sake.
Yeah, that makes sense.
We always see some people try to get in the way and try to block these drivers, especially when they get into traffic. But I'm always thinking, if this person is so intent on getting away, you're not necessarily safe.
Right, exactly. And plus, we've seen him go in and out of traffic, so it's hard to decipher where is he going to go next, or determine where he's going to go, which lane is he going to take. And this guy.
And the last thing we want anybody to do is to get involved in this pursuit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
right, now
there it is, 100 miles per hour.
Also passing Magic Mountain Parkway there, or close to it. And after that, the traffic does get a lot lighter because there's not much after Magic Mountain.
Yeah, the irony is you could literally break the law while on the chase, worse than what is this illegal lane change and get away because they're busy. Oh shit, his fucking mirror is about to fall off because he probably scuffed it on another car while he was doing these like insane near misses at 80 miles an hour.
As the freeway traffic has lightened up considerably. You said it, Colleen and Ellen. We are right next to Magic Mountain theme park, and he is continuing northbound on the 5 freeway. Those 2 primary units behind him serving multiple purposes, and one of the really great things about the pressure they're applying here is that the traffic near him is well aware of those lights and sirens that are immediately behind him. So that's a key indicator that, again, as Bruce mentioned, best idea, stay in your lane. More narrow, close calls there, but best idea for these drivers to stay in their lane and just continue to follow the rules.
Bro, he's going
Give this
101
guy
miles
as
the
much
entire
room
time.
as possible. If you see him coming up from behind you, that's really the only
Like, he's
thing to hope
averaging,
for, but
thus far, he's averaged like 90 miles an hour. Like, it's insane. Like, he keeps picking up speeds. It goes like 100. He hits top speeds more than 100 miles.
all 4 lanes of the 5 freeway to play with here.
Yeah, 92 miles an hour, too. Incredible.
Yeah, he's hovering between 90 and 100, so I think that's going to be the speed that we maintain here. And of course, if he does maintain that speed, he will
you just say
exhaust
VTEC
more
power? What
fuel
the fuck do you mean?
faster, and that also is good news.
Yeah, we can only hope. It's always when the pursuit starts, you just hope that he doesn't have a full tank or she doesn't have a full tank.
Right, and hope that the car isn't totally fuel efficient.
No way you haven't hit 90 in your Taycan. Of course I have.
VW Jetta.
I've hit way more than 90 in my Taycan.
From many miles without
Just
having to
not
pull it
when
up.
I'm
So,
escaping
anyway,
the police,
we are staying
dude.
on top of this pursuit. Again, this started, the original want was an unsafe lane change, which then triggered this whole pursuit to take place. And the CHP, we've been noticing, Bruce, you are our law enforcement expert. As Ellen said earlier, you join us many times on these pursuits, numerous pursuits that are all different. And the suspects, they're just as different as the pursuits themselves. So when you see something like this, they're going such a long distance. They're not taking surface streets. What does it make you kind of, if you're getting into
I'm
the
still
mind
on a
of
loaner,
them,
but the
you're getting
loaner is
into the mind
sick,
of
so
authorities
I don't
who
really mind
who
it.
really are adding the pressure.
The loaner that they gave me is a Panamera
One of the things they're
GT3,
doing is you have CHP,
which is the highest trim anyway, so it's like a higher trim than the one I have on my Taycan, even though the Taycan's faster.
Not going to outrun the radio.
But I like it because like it's got or GTS, sorry, not GT3. I like it because it's it has an engine, so it's like fucking awesome. Like it sounds awesome. That's the biggest L of the fucking Taycan.
Threading the needle through 2 cars and lanes that are adjacent to each other. So
not a GT3,
this
sorry,
guy's already hit
GTS.
his, looks like his rear view mirror on the passenger side. So who knows?
I don't think the
if there's any
Panamera has a
straight
GT3.
but
I
it
said
can
it
be a
wrong.
scary situation, just driving along and somebody just bumps you.
Yeah.
What do you say?
We were just saying it's pretty scary, Chris, when you were talking about the rear view mirror on the right.
How did you
side.
like the Benz? What Benz?
Most of these people, they're on the road. They're just minding their own business. They have no idea what's coming at them from behind. And then somebody obviously was clipped by that rear view mirror.
How long does it take to replace a tire?
kind of a shock
It's
for
not the tire replacement that's taking a long
just
time.
noticing
There's like
as well, it
3-4
also
recalls. The
appears
electric vehicle.
that there is some damage on the undercarriage on this right passenger side. You can see some more plastic hitting the pavement there. So he's obviously run over something as well. And there may be a surprise for him up ahead. If they have an opportunity, there may be enough open freeway where they could set up for a spike strip. That's up in the air at this point. It's not something we see often, but we have seen it occasionally, a little more frequently in recent years, where they will give it a shot.
This is from last year. It's funny as fuck.
Allow, and if there's enough straightaway freeway for them to lay down a spike strip.
That's back when he was
and then,
still
of course, for
canceling
him
me.
to hopefully run over. It's got to be a narrow enough part they feel confident he won't drive around it, or maybe it's on a transition road, but there is some chatter about that coming up.
100+ miles on a 2010 Volkswagen Jetta has to be terrifying? No, man, those things are built.
Units coming up from behind
They're
him
built
as
well.
as several more patrol officers have joined the party here. And they're doing so at just the right time, because the further north we get here, the lower the ceiling gets, and that's going to be prohibitive for CHP's helicopter to make their way up here. In fact, at some point, we may run into a wall of clouds that might prevent us from continuing much further. But right now, we're just past Castaic as he continues northbound on the 5 freeway. A few cars on the freeway with him there, lots of trucks, as you can see, but he's got some more pressure now coming up from behind him.
Chris, it's always interesting to notice. By the way, I want to correct myself. The side view mirror.
I think I said that first too. The rear view
well,
mirror,
then I
so
copied you.
it's my fault.
So, well, anyway, we know it's the side view mirror that is dangling on the right side. But
If you're asking yourself why
Chris,
4 cruisers
the CHP, they have
and a
really
helicopter
interesting way,
is giving chase to a motherfucker who did an improper lane change, okay, understand that the Los Angeles Police Department, the LAPD alone, not the entire state, because this is the California Highway Patrol, LAPD's resources are so vast that they spend $8 million a day. When you got that kind of money, you can fucking get away with burning it. You got the burn rate. You got to burn it, baby. You got to spend money to make money.
On the 101 freeway, that was likely the Central LA division that initiated the pursuit. Not exactly sure where it started, but we picked it up around Hollywood. And then once he got into the San Fernando Valley, their North Hollywood or their West Valley division took over the pursuit. Again, a new team of officers.
Also, this is not a Jetta. I don't think this is a Jetta. I think this is a Passat. Unless like newer Jettas are much larger, it looks like it's a Passat.
Rita and points beyond. They will continue to hand this off. Division office by division, the different stations will continue to take this over, and they will communicate with the various stations up ahead that this pursuit is coming their way, and to be ready if they have the available units and resources to dedicate to the pursuit. Now,
I used to have a Jetta back in the day. I had an old ass Jetta. I had a 2001 Jetta. It was awful.
Police business, and they may not be able to pick up the pursuit, and then that lead unit will have a decision to make. The watch commander will make the decision, and the supervisors will work together and decide whether it's worth continuing the pursuit much longer.
6 cars for this?
It's worth just giving it up for everybody's safety involved. But in this case, they are dedicating more resources, not less. And the 5 freeway, as I mentioned, goes all the way up the state of California. So they can continue this dance as long as there is fuel left in the tank. And I think this is probably the best bet. As I said a while ago, this is the best case anybody could hope for, is that he stays on the freeway where the collateral damage is minimal, and now he's made his way far up north enough that traffic is so light that the risks are even less, and as long as he stays on the freeway,
is that a skateboard in the back? Oh no,
it'll remain that way.
Bro, this could be a stolen car, because I feel like that's such an old person thing to have in the back of your car. It's got a handicap placard. It's got that classic, like, old guy sun shield in the back. No, I don't think that was an oxygen tank. I think it's a sun shield that's, like, packed up. So, you know what I mean? Do you know what that is? You know what that is? Like, old people do that. My dad does that to his car. He puts a sun shield so that there isn't sun damage in the inside of the car, and the car is like cooler on a hot summer's day. Everybody does it. I feel like it's boomer shit.
It's not ground fog, but there's enough of a cloud ceiling here, especially the higher in altitude we get heading up the Grapevine towards Bakersfield, where
people are getting mad. They're like, anyone who cares about their car does that, not old people. Okay, bro, sorry, I called you old. Okay, my bad.
Those ground units to maintain the pursuit, but as far as ground fog, I don't see that being an issue, at least in the near future. Of course, again, the higher we get in elevation, that could
My neighbor in Guam had one of those with a giant nigga tits on it. That's what I'm talking about, baby.
For those ground units should not play a role here, but we are making our way further up the Grapevine, and sure enough, altitude does play a role. And right now, it's pretty much uphill for the next several miles as he continues to push the pedal to the metal.
Well, let's check back with our Bruce Thomas. And Bruce, what are your thoughts on if this pursuit will continue, or will they just let it, will they kind of sit back and let the driver just kind of go peacefully if they know who he is? What would be the process?
Just backtracking a little bit what you were talking about, the choreography. What they're doing is they're swapping out primary vehicle, as Chris said, secondary and third vehicles. And that is so the officers don't get tunnel vision. Because typically in a pursuit, the lead vehicle's job is to follow the suspect vehicle. The second unit or a helicopter will call the pursuit, meaning they're giving the ground speed, the direction of travel, the streets.
I love the One Piece copyright-free music playlist.
So at this case, I think they're
this song goes entirely too hard.
To the public at this point, obviously this driver is now wanted for misdemeanor hit and run, and felony evading and speeds over 100 miles an hour, which are all misdemeanor charges. But in this case, I don't think CHP is going to let this go.
Yeah, guys, we're continuing northbound on the freeway, passing Templin Highway, and pretty much, no man's land for the next several miles up until he gets to Gorman, and then on the way up there, from there, he basically will start getting closer to Bakersfield, where there.
Borlo says chases cost hundreds of millions of dollars a year in wrongful death cases. The fuck's he doing as a cell phone?
The vehicle, not clear what he's trying to convey there.
And he says
for a bulk of this pursuit,
property damage and overall police costs, but guess what? What about the content?
steering wheel almost the entire time. But again,
Oh my God, he's saying he's a mobile chatter.
to go waving his hand at the driver's side window with that cell phone in the air. Those lead units still right behind him here. The 5 freeway, about 3 or 4 lanes as he makes his way through Gorman here. More units up ahead of him. There's actually an unrelated unit, a possible speed trap actually, that just happens to be there. And look at that, there's the spike. There's the spike, and it looks like it was a miss. I caught it at the corner of the screen. A very rare, I would say unorthodox, Bruce could correct me, but I think it's maybe once a year lately that we see a spike strip attempt on the freeway.
Bro, you could fucking kill someone. High speed spike, you could literally fucking kill someone. That's insane, dude. At that speed, you could kill the driver and other people that he hits. That is literally infinitely worse of a fucking crime, in my opinion, than what this motherfucker's doing right now. That's wild. That's violent. That's the California Highway Patrol, baby. That's how they roll. What was his crime? Would you believe me if I told you it was an improper lane change? Because yes, that is precisely what his original crime is. No, it's reckless driving now. It was literally an improper lane change. That's why they have 6 squad cars. They utilize the fucking spike strip when he's going 100 miles down a fucking freeway. They have a helicopter on his ass. Don't do that. Don't do that. I hate that. This is a very, like, you know, Grand Theft Auto, no pixel ass fucking response, to be fair. Why do you watch every car chase, dude? Well, it's content. And I'm a fucking goblin. I'm a news outlet, baby. That's what I'm just doing what news outlets do. Send the bill to Rockstar for not releasing Grand Theft Auto 6. I agree. Shit's getting completely out of hand. He's been a really good driver, ironically. Like, reckless and all, he has literally been driving up a goddamn storm this entire time. No jokes. Oh no, he's not. She's not gonna do that. Are you fucking joking?
Yep. Spikes across. There's the spike. And he
hit it.
He might have hit it.
He hit the fucking cop car too.
Patrol car. Yep. He hit it.
And it looks like the patrol car went over
he hit
too.
it. At least, I think the patrol. Did he? I have to replay that.
Looked like it.
Oh, he definitely hit it.
The patrol car might have gone around it, but you can see now clearly that front right wheel heavily affected, immediately going flat. Look at that.
Yeah, bro, he's going 100 miles an hour. This car can fucking flip, dude.
Didn't take long at all, and now it looks like he's about to be running on empty, at least on that front right and the right rear.
Oh, goddamn, he's gonna fucking flip.
Are now running low on air, and they will be flat here in a second. We'll get around the driver's side if it's possible, and we'll try and get a better picture of what's going on that side of the vehicle. Not one, but two separate spike strip attempts on the freeway, Colleen and Ellen. Something I have not seen in some time, but it appears to have been successful in this case, and I think that's going to start to wrap up the pursuit here in the coming minutes, if I'm not mistaken. I think this vehicle is now on.
Bro, I just realized that I've been fucking watching on the second screen. I thought I was watching this with like delay to make sure. It turns out I'm not watching this with delay at all. The second screen was actually delayed, not this one. I thought I had a fucking delay on it. I was wrong.
The color of this pursuit, I'm no longer going to be maneuvering at 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, definitely. His speeds will decrease, as Chris said, with the spike strip being deployed. They may have gotten a CHP vehicle also. That's just the nature of the pursuit. I know this is a Passat and they're front-wheel drive vehicles, but if those tires deflate very quickly, they're going to be...
Okay, Bruce, we have to interrupt you. Bruce, we have to interrupt you for just one moment. It's at 4 o'clock in just 4 seconds.
What?
This is Eyewitness News with live breaking news.
It goes back. It goes back to
news
the
right now at 4. The CHP chasing a reckless driver on the 5 freeway, speeds reaching over 100 miles an hour. Thanks for joining us, in David Ono.
And I'm Ellen Lavo. You're watching.
At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, and there's a shift change. And there's an attitude change in the HasanAbi broadcast because the unsubscribed recognize that they will be seeing an ad. Unless they are subscribed for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime, or by getting gifted a sub. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. If you can't afford it, then you might get gifted if you're lucky.
The 5 freeway, where just moments ago, not one but 2 spike strip attempts were made. The second one appears to have been successful, knocking out the right 2 tires. You're looking at the left 2 tires on the driver's side, which appear to be intact, but the
fact
right
that
tires, both the
he's
front
still going
and the
60
rear,
miles an
have
hour
run out.
without 2 fucking tires on the right side is insane to me. That shit's gonna strip so fucking hard.
He continues up the 5 freeway at 50 to 60 miles per hour, continue going uphill with at least 4 CHP units right behind him. In fact, he's made the decision for the first time in this pursuit to get off the freeway. He ran over something, or maybe the tire came apart there, but you saw some debris flying off the vehicle, and now he's getting off at Smoky Bear Road here on the 5 freeway.
We have a replay now of that spike strip. Oh, a big piece of tire just came. Look at that. The whole tread's coming off.
It sure did.
He's going to have a
There's the pit.
Oh!
Spinning the vehicle out of
Oh!
a full 180 underneath the freeway, and those CHP units have come out the other side.
It's over!
The vehicle has now come to a standstill on the underneath the freeway. It looks like those officers are getting ready for a confrontation here. He may have gone for a run. He may have gotten out of the vehicle in foot pursuit.
Oh, foot pursuit!
Onto the freeway. He's climbing up the embankment. He's trying to get on the freeway, guys. Northbound side of the 5 freeway. Some trucks coming up there. And
What the fuck's he doing?
Northbound side of the 5 freeway. The foot chase is going to stop there because those officers will not chase him across the freeway over the divider. More oncoming traffic here, and this is so dangerous as he comes out the other side. They will be there to meet him on the
I don't
other
think this is
side.
an old guy, folks.
The canine unit starting to cross the freeway, turning around there. They will get units on the other side of the freeway within seconds here, and hopefully he will just run out of steam here. Certainly the vehicle gave up on him. You saw the tires come apart, the full tire flying off the vehicle, and then that successful pit maneuver underneath the freeway. He immediately
Bro, what is he doing?
Went for a run.
Fuck's he gonna do?
All of the northbound and southbound lanes of the freeway, and he is now trying to hitchhike his way.
Bro, he's trying to. Yo!
I was wondering what he was doing because of the.
Okay,
CHP
respect,
just on the other
respect,
side of
respect.
The freeway. He looked like he was running towards them, but yeah, he's trying to hail a car of some sort, staying on the freeway, which we have seen some horrible things on the freeway in the past. You cannot underestimate the speed of these cars. But he's now in the middle. Maybe that's
This is one of the most insane things I've ever seen, dude.
The divider again, back on the northbound side.
Oh dear.
He's trying to carjack a vehicle.
Yo! That guy literally tried to get a free kill.
If he continues this kind
He tried to get a free kill. You see that?
But now he is trying to carjack these cars on the freeway.
Oh my goodness. And they're out of
Oh!
still, which is not helping matters.
Yeah, everyone's doors are locked, brother. What are you doing?
Unlocked door to try and get out of the situation, but they are going to close in on him here pretty soon. I can't imagine that they're that far back. I don't want to lose him here. We're going to stay pretty tight, but I'm trying to look to see.
Yo! Classic! I've done this. I've done this on No Pixel. Oh, he's so cooked. There's cars. There's cars down below.
Where the vehicle is, and there should be officers down there. I don't see them, but you would imagine.
What the fuck's he doing?
4 officers underneath the freeway.
One patrol
and there's
car there.
one of them.
Okay, we got someone behind him and then someone down on the ground too.
He might be hiding under the freeway, up the embankment. There's those nooks and crannies up there.
It's busted.
as opposed
It's
to running
over.
down
There's
on
no
the street.
shot.
But there is a unit moving pretty quickly. Oh, there he is.
Oh, he's
They got him.
surrendering.
It's over. It's over. It's Jover. It's Jover. It's Jover. It's Jover. It's Jover.
To hide out, but it looks like he's come out the west side of the 5 freeway. He's now being confronted with a taser with his hands in the air. He's on his knees, not exactly complying, but here he goes, now about to be proned out on the roadway down below, underneath the 5 freeway, still resisting. 4 officers on top of him.
It's over.
And it looks like he is going to be subdued here as that K9 unit is barking very loudly and very aggressively. You can see this has now come to an end, and thankfully, nobody hurt after what could have turned into a very dangerous situation. Somebody so desperate that they were even trying to.
Yeah, he's definitely resisting, bro. Definitely.
Afternoon here. Fortunately, couldn't.
One of the most annoying aspects of this is that I can't fucking find a goddamn video, like an actually busted video. Like when I look for a video, 4 guys in a heli for this, 4 squad cars and a motherfucking helicopter, dude. And that truck that dude tried to run the dude over was wild. Yeah, I mean, he was. They hit every fucking psychotic move on that. They did a spike strip when the fucking guy was running 100 miles an hour. They hit a spike strip on him. They tried to spike strip him twice, second time successfully. They spike stripped a cop car on accident. I mean, absolute madness. Absolute fucking madness. All off of an improper lane change. That's because it's wasted, not busted? No, he didn't get wasted. He got busted. All right, let's get back to my king, my goat, Donald motherfucking Trump. All right, that car chase, that high-speed car chase was brought to you by the Los Angeles Police Department, California Highway Patrol, and a lack of Grand Theft Auto 6. But now we are back to our regular broadcasting schedule.
Now, they always do that. You know, they do that. and other people would do it, but they do it pretty much better than others.
Is there anything they could throw at you legally that would convince you to drop out of the race? If you get convicted in this case in New York,
No, I'd never
drop
out. No, I'd never drop. It's not my thing. I wouldn't do it.
I gotta pee. I'll be back.
Covering the weather beat here in windy Palm Beach. Actually, we're here to interview the former president and now the Republican frontrunner, Donald Trump. While the rest of us have spent the last 2.5 years arguing about systemic racism and trans rights and other ephemera, other imaginary things, America's position globally has eroded so fast it defies belief. But Donald Trump has noticed things have really changed since he left office, and that's the topic of this next part of the conversation. Here it is. You said at the time when you were president that going to war with Russia, either hot war or cold war, would drive Russia into an alliance with China.
I did.
That would displace us as the most powerful nation.
I did. But we have a bigger problem. The bigger problem is the weaponry. The weaponry today is so powerful. This isn't like Second World War where we have army tanks running around shooting each other. This is weapons the likes of which the world has never seen before. They have them and we have them. And China has them less, but within 5 years, China will have equal to us. China, I'm talking about nuclear. China has the beginnings of a very big, very powerful nuclear. They're short 5 years. They had started much later. Russia and us are comparable. Massive power, massive. And that's one of the things.
More than people understand?
More than people understand, yeah. Yeah, more.
Were you surprised?
They don't understand the power. If you look at Hiroshima, as some people call it, if you look at
Hiroshima, some people call it. Dude, he's the fucking goat. Missile incoming. Evacuate order issued in the Japanese region of Hokkaido. The North Korean missile is expected to land in 2 minutes. Get to shelter immediately. What? It's expected to hit land? What the fuck do you mean? What? It's not, there's no fucking shot. No. What has happened before is like when they fucking send missiles in that direction, but it's not supposed to literally hit landmass. It's usually flying over the land. It happens all the time. They're making it seem like it's supposed to expect it to land implies that. Wait, this was like, wait, hold on. This came out at 4 p.m. The ballistic missile launched from North Korea has been airborne for 35 minutes now. It was expected to strike in or around the Hokkaido region roughly 8 minutes ago. Wait. So didn't it just like pass by then? I don't understand. Okay, so this is obviously completely unsafe, completely terrifying, but it's not, you know, it's not like there's a difference between literally fucking like aiming at the land versus like throwing it over. And the throwing it over thing is what they do all the time, which is why I'm so shocked that they're saying, no, this one's going to land on land. So, Ukraine take incoming? What? I haven't said anything. Why are you so ready to fucking be like, Hasan, you're going to be in the wrong here? I didn't even say anything, you fucking idiot. I literally said North Korea does ballistic missile tests near Japan all the time. This one is unique because they rarely ever say it's going to hit landmass. Okay? Sirens do blare. Sirens blare. They want you to fucking... No, this is not Jover. This is like, this does happen. Guys, we've literally covered this on the broadcast before. This is normal protocol for North Korean missile tests, understandably. There's a difference between whether or not this is another one that... This has happened before. We've covered it before. God damn it. Y'all are so fucking annoying. What the fuck? The difference would be... The difference would be whether or not this is like actually hitting landmass or not. And I fucking highly doubt it is. Even though that OSINT Twitter account said that it would. That's what's unique about this. Yeah, it's always around the same area too. I think you got whipped up into a frenzy from... Is this not like quite bad if it does hit land? What do you mean? What? Guys, what the fuck are you saying? Yes, if it hits landmass, that would be quite literally a declaration of war from the Democratic People's Republic of Korea to Japan, a nation aligned with the United States of America. It would literally fucking kill people. It would kill... What? Yes. How are they able to know that it launched but not be able to track it and see where it is right now? That was supposed to land 8 minutes ago? I don't know. Yeah, guys, you want to know how fucking common it is? We watched this last year. This is a video from 5 years ago from Chris Broad, abroad in Japan. And we literally watched this last year when chat said this was happening and it was unique.
And vibrating and going mental, and then there was this air raid siren going on outside for a missile from North Korea. I don't know if it's...
I think I've shown this video twice in chat now, not even once. This is the third time I'm showing it. Anyway. Yeah, I think OSINT Japan is going crazy. Anyway, let's continue.
Nagasaki. You look at those two events, took place many, many years ago, and multiply that power times 500. That's what you're talking about. Where it actually melted the granite. You know, granite is unmeltable by blowtorches.
Yes.
But the granite, if you look at granite areas, it's like water that got, hardened, like an ice skating rink. It melted the granite. If you look at that and multiply it times 500, that's what you're talking about. When I listen to people talk about global warming, that the ocean will rise in the next 300 years by 1/8 of an inch, and they talk about this is our problem. Our big problem is nuclear warming, when nobody even talks about it. The environmentalists talk about all this nonsense in many cases. Look, I'm an environmentalist also, I guess, in my own way, because I've done a good job with the environment, but nobody talks about nuclear, the problem we have, the biggest problem we have in the whole world. It's not global warming, it's nuclear warming. And all it takes is one madman, and you're going to have a problem the likes of which the world has never seen. And it's only a matter of seconds. You don't have to wait 200 to 300 years for it to happen.
So
what you're saying is demonstrably true. Why is this not something our leaders talk about or the press talks about?
Because I don't think they're smart. I don't think they get it. Putin got it. I would talk to him about it all the time. I never mentioned the word nuclear. You never heard me mention the word. You know, my uncle was a professor, a great professor at MIT for a long time. I think he has the longest, Dr. John Trump. And he would talk about a lot of different things, and it was very interesting to me. For years, I talked to him. Passed away. He's a great, great gentleman. I think it's the longest tenured professor in the history of MIT. But if he wasn't, he was very close, because he was there for almost 40 years. And we talk about things, and he said, you know, someday they'll have a suitcase, and in that suitcase, it'll be nuclear, and you'll blow up New York City out of a suitcase. And I said, no, Uncle John, that can't possibly. He's right. The power is so incredible. You can fire up a submarine and run it for years on essentially a tablet. Run it for years. So when we talk about war, and when I watch all of the people talking about Ukraine and how's Ukraine doing, blah, 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 Russia's sitting back. First of all, Ukraine's being obliterated.
Yes.
Okay, let's not even talk nuclear. But let's say it wasn't. Let's say they were doing better than anticipated. If he decided to use his second form of destruction, which is nuclear, that's the end of that. You understand? And I know where you are in Ukraine, so I mean, you understand it better than most. Most people don't. Most people don't even talk about it. They don't talk about the fact that he has equal to the United States in nuclear capability and destruction. And so I watch all of this happening, and it's so sad.
But can I just ask, so the Biden people know the power of nuclear weapons. They now control our arsenal. They don't seem worried about this.
That's because they don't understand life. They don't understand whatever it is that you have to understand. You know, it's very interesting. At the very beginning, Biden was very afraid of nuclear because I watched him, and he was, oh, they have nuclear weapons. Oh, which was exactly the wrong signal to send. You don't do that. But if you go back and check your files, you'll see Biden early on saying, oh, well, we can't do this. They have nuclear weapons. Well, you don't want to, you don't want to act that way.
Yeah.
But he was very afraid of nuclear. I said, you know, you got to be a little bit cooler than that. But what happened is now that nobody talks about it. But every day Putin mentions it, and every day other people mention it. And now all of a sudden, if you look, other countries are talking about it.
I love the implication here that, like, Biden originally didn't speak enough about nuclear weapons, and now he's not speaking at all about nuclear weapons and not taking it seriously, which is like you didn't even need to say that, because like no one really knows or understands. Like no one has really thought a lot about like Biden's use of nuclear warnings and whatnot. So you could have just like went with a one-sided argument, and instead he made the argument from both sides. Like he literally said, Biden at first talked to, he never talked about nuclear weapons, and now it's bad that he's talking about nuclear weapons and not taking it seriously. Which one is it?
Getting it. This was something you don't mention.
Which he's simultaneously also saying that like he will use just the right amount. He will use just the right amount of nuclear conversations to I guess, avoid catastrophe.
I call it the N-word.
Oh!
Two N-words. You don't mention either one of them. The nuclear word you don't mention because the power is so destructive. I met with professors at MIT, and I was preparing for a debate. I wouldn't say it was a long preparation, but I did want to talk about nuclear because I consider it to be the single greatest threat the world has, far greater than global warming, like not even a contest. And I had these people come down. They were very smart, very expert. And I said, so when we said...
They're very smart, very expert. I'm sorry, bro. At this point, I mean, I love him. He's so funny. He's so content. But, like, he's not even trying to, like, genuinely say words. They're very smart, very expert. Like, what the fuck does that mean? You're just saying words, man. What's the point of mentioning a racist slur? I don't get it. What do you mean? Like nuclear? Is that what you... Oh, he loves saying that because he knows it's clippable. What do you mean? That's the point. Like what? Calling the N-word nuclear is like... He's doing it on purpose. Like he's doing it so that people go, what the fuck? Why'd you say that?
Start talking about nuclear in a debate. How would you handle it? And they looked at me, one in particular, and said...
He called out both N-words, to be fair. Yeah, that's true. He's also woke. Like, I'm sorry, Sweaty. He is woke. He says you shouldn't say it. You shouldn't say either of them. But then he says nuclear all the time, so I don't know. Maybe he says the other N-word too. But yeah, he has regularly spoken out against saying the other N-word. Like he says it all the time, actually, which is odd. Because I feel like back in the day, that was like a big point of contention for all the edgy boys. Which is weird. Like he keeps bringing that up now. And I don't know. I mean, it's good, I guess. I'll take the dub where I can get it.
Sir, you can't talk about it. You cannot talk about it. I said, what does that mean? He said, it is so massive, it is so destructive that you cannot talk about it. I understood exactly what he meant. And we stayed away from it for the most part. But now Putin's mentioning it all the time. We don't mention it, but Putin's always mentioning it. You've heard him say it. We are a nuclear power. He said not so long ago, I said, that's the first time I've heard a major country. You know, you do hear it talked about, and I did a good job. I did a great job with North Korea. Kim Jong-un, you went with me on a trip. You insulted him, which didn't make my life too easy, but that's okay. But you were there, one of the few. And it was an amazing, it had to be one of the most incredible experiences for you.
For sure.
But it was amazing. We had thousands of reporters. They weren't treated particularly nicely either, by the way, but I got along great with him. And because of that, it started rough, remember, with, you know, Rocket Man, Little Rocket Man. And he said, I have a button on my desk, a red.
So cucked. Let's run that again.
Reporters. Sure. But it was an amazing, it had to be one of the most incredible experiences for you.
For sure.
But it was amazing. We had thousands.
Yeah, you loved it, didn't you? Remember when I brought you with me? Remember? Yeah, you loved it, didn't you? You little bitch. We love it, don't we, folks? We love it. We love it.
Thousands of reporters. They weren't treated particularly nicely either, by the way, but I got along great with him. And because of that, it started rough, remember, with, you know, Rocket Man, Little Rocket Man. And he said, I have a button on my desk, a red button. I said, I have a red button on my desk too. Mine's bigger and mine works, yours doesn't. And this went on for a couple of months. And then all of a sudden, the logjam was broken and he wanted to meet. And we did meet. And we get along great. To this day, we get along great. He won't talk to Biden. He won't even talk to these people. He won't even talk to them. He has no respect for him. He's a man. If he respects you, he'll respect you. He wouldn't talk to Obama. Obama tried to get meetings with him. He wouldn't meet with him. He met with me. I met with him twice. I would have had a deal worked out with him. He's got tremendous nuclear capability. It's the single biggest problem. Maybe this show's more important than even I thought it might be, because somebody's got to understand what has to happen, and they have to de-escalate.
So how would you do that now?
Well, now, so you have a problem. You got this crazy world is blowing up, and the United States has absolutely no say. And Macron, who's a friend of mine, is over with China, kissing his ass, okay, in China. I said, France is now going to China. You take a look at Saudi Arabia. Look at what happened. They're great people. They wanted to help us. He goes over and gets a fist pump. You know what a fist pump means? Don't shake my hand because your hand's dirty. That's what a fist pump is. They got it. They were so insulted. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Oh, I don't want to shake your hand. Let's go fist pump.
Subscribe to.
So much content. Oh my God. Whenever there's something going on, I always want to know, before we get to the Menesov video and other stuff, whenever there's something going on, back in the day, we used to ask the question, what does Joe Rogan think about this? And honestly, today is no different, okay? Today's no different. It's one of those days where we will inevitably ask, what does Joe Rogan have to say about this? Okay? That's right. But before we do that, before we get to Joe Rogan, there's some other stuff that I wanted to talk about. Specifically, what is this? Joe Biden talking about his distant cousin Rob Kearney being an Irish rugby team that beat all blacks. What?
Player, and they beat that one with black and tans. Oh, God. Or what? Player, and they beat that one with black and tans. Oh, God. Or what? Replay.
Wait, what? All Blacks is a guy team? All Blacks is the biggest Australia rugby team? Oh, that's fire. Dude, that's fucking sick. Are you kidding me? So he accidentally... Wait. Are you telling me that Joe Brandon on accident said... Oh my God.
When me dad would come home tight, he'd invite the neighbours out with this chorus. Come on, shake like and tans, come out and fight.
I love the little fuckers in the chat trying to describe to me what the black and tans are. Why the fuck do you think I don't fucking know what the black and tans are? Are you out of your fucking mind, lad? How dare you?
What are the sneers and jeers that you loudly let us hear when our leaders of 16 were executed?
Tell me. I don't know what black and tans are. Are you out of your fucking mind? Are you off your fucking gob? Arabs 2x2.
Like the Zulus, they had spears, a bow and arrows. Oh, bravely you faced one with your 16-pounder gun, and you frightened them down
with his
to the marrow.
With their 16-pounder gun.
Show your white how you won medals down in Flanders. How the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lanes of Kilishandra. Time is coming fast, and I think this day is near when it's shown in trade.
New Zealand rugby team, not Australia. Okay, sorry to the fucking 8 New Zealanders.
Well, our kids will say Godspeed with a verse or two of singing this fine chorus. Come out, shake like and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your white how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lanes of Kilishandra. Come out, shake like and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your white how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away
from the green and lovely lanes of Kilishandra. Anyway, there you go. That's what Joe Brandon said. Incredible controversy. Joe Brandon is in... You know what? Fuck it. Let's do the Joe Brandon thing first before the Bud Light controversy. He is he's commemorating the anniversary of the
President
Good
Biden's
Friday
in Northern
Agreement.
Ireland celebrating the Good Friday peace agreement made 25 years ago. The president met with Britain's prime minister and other political leaders this morning before starting a 3-day visit to the Republic of Ireland.
I feel like it's like a bit disrespectful to go see Rishi Sunak and Northern Ireland first. You know what I mean? It's like you're on.
Ed O'Keefe is in Belfast traveling with the president. Ed, good morning.
Vlad, good to see you. The president's speech is expected to be forward-looking and is designed to reiterate United States support for Northern Ireland. But the speech at this university in Belfast comes amid concerns about renewed sectarian violence, potentially, between Catholics and Protestants.
I love the take. It's sectarian violence between Catholics and the Protestants. Like, definitely not for any other reason. It's just like a religious difference. How did the Protestants get there? How did they become Protestants? How do they, choose to like all of that stuff is completely irrelevant to the grand scheme of things. It's just like, oh man, it's a minor difference in opinion that is causing people to just like behave in this really violent way. Oh man, it's so fucked up.
President Biden arriving last night in Northern Ireland to mark the 25th anniversary of a key peace agreement. But celebrations of the Good Friday Accords have been scarred by renewed threats of violence and political instability. On Tuesday, just hours before Mr. Biden's arrival, local police say they discovered 4 pipe bombs in the town of Londonderry. Police believe the bombs were left behind by Catholics opposed to British rule. The president says sustaining the agreements and avoiding a return to the Troubles is his top priority this week.
Keep the peace. That's the main thing. And it looks like we're going to keep your fingers crossed.
Ireland's ambassador to the United States, Geraldine Byrne-Nason.
Having the United States walk with us as we work.
I think white-on-white terrorism hits different for a lot of people because then it's like, that way a lot of white people, especially those who there's a lot of Irish people in America, they feel like it's a cause they can get behind. It's like anti-British, it's the Irish doing it. It's like one of those causes where it's not immediately seen as like, oh my God, this is like definitely terrorism. Let's put a stop to this immediately. That kind of thing,
Make progress and walk forward together. That's really important to the people of Ireland.
Most of the president's week is devoted to stops across Ireland to celebrate his Irish heritage, as presidents have before him.
That the brightest days will continue to be those in which we visited you here.
Yeah, even if it's not terrorism, it's called the Troubles.
In Ireland.
The Troubles.
I've come home to find the apostrophe that we lost somewhere along the way.
He'll stop in County Louth, home to ancestors on his mother's side, and Friday he heads to the tiny town of Ballina, where his father's side is from. The town is a sister city of the president's native Scranton.
Oh my God, they fucked this shit up, bro.
His father's side is from.
Yo, what the fuck, bro? Yo! Stop. Bruh. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. That's disrespect. That's disrespect. That's not a good painting.
The town is a sister city of the president's native Scranton, Pennsylvania, where Mr. Biden still has distant cousins.
His Irish roots are really deep in his heart. He always said like when he became president, he was always going to come back to Ballina.
Now, the president earlier this morning had just a quick morning coffee meeting with the British Prime Minister, leading one British official to quip to the New York Times that it wasn't the larger, more formal bilateral meeting they wanted, but instead just a bi-latte meeting. Get it? Aides to the president insist he meant no snub, and the British Prime Minister is expected to visit Washington this summer. Gail?
Guess what, Ed? Everybody in the studio got it, including Klaus. We all got it. Thank you, Ed. Thank you so much. That was good.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Yeah, you got that guy Keith, you got Lucas.
There's a lot of good guys
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
A lot of good women there, there's a couple non-binaries.
Yeah.
We got at least one.
Checking all the boxes.
It's a diverse group. We gave him his own Bud Light after the first week. We put his face on a can.
Do you have any beer here?
Yeah, you want a beer?
I'd take a light beer.
Okay, let's get some Bud Lights. Let's do this.
Yeah.
In support of Bud Light in their time
Let's
of
be
stress.
allies by getting a little day drunk.
We're going to be allies.
Yeah.
You know, because Kid Rock and Travis Tritt have put the fucking hammer down.
I know. They're really fucking fighting the good fight, man.
Here's my take.
Okay.
Like, what they're doing is just spreading the brand to an extra group of people.
Yeah.
Why, if something is good, do you give a fuck who's got it? Like, would we do...
Beast! What? Oh, no. They lost the fucking Joe Rogan coalition. Some of the strongest warriors, man. That's crazy. These are the beer drinkers, you know? On top of the alcoholics that we talked about, I mean, this is an audience that definitely still drinks the beer. What the fuck? Dude. I'm saying it again. There is no better indication that the GOP and its messaging campaign triangulating against trans people has been so fucking insane that even Joe Rogan, who is literally a transphobic person, like he has cut a shitload of anti-trans propaganda, including bringing on Matt Walsh onto his broadcast. Like, who gives a fuck? Unless I'm speaking too soon, which could be the case, this is a wild... Wait, the dislikes? 17K dislikes. 13K likes, 17K dislikes. Wow. Shocked.
Do this with cheesecake? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if there was like a bomb-ass cheesecake and all of a sudden, you know, some radical group like Antifa.
It's also kind of funny that me and Joseph Robinette Rogan's take on the matter is like almost identical, where it's like nobody gives a shit. If it tastes good, if it gets you fucked up, you drink it. Like similar to what I've said about Chick-fil-A. Similar to what Austin, a gay man, has said about Chick-fil-A. You know what I mean? It's like people are still going to have it.
Really got into the cheesecake, who'd be like, fuck this.
Yeah.
And if the Cheesecake Factory sent Antifa a cheesecake, you know, for 10 more years of chaos, you know, like a celebratory.
Yeah. If only ISIS had Bear Claw donuts, I'm still eating those fucking donuts.
But on the other hand, I love...
I mean, true. Yes. What are you going to stop fucking eating? What are you going to fucking stop eating Bear Claw donuts because ISIS they endorse ISIS? Nope.
Kid Rock's video because I love that. Cheers,
man.
I love that kind of thinking. Not even that I agree with it. I like wild people.
Yeah.
I like
raising hell, man.
I like a dude who takes a machine gun to a stack of Bud Lights and is like, fuck Anheuser-Busch.
This will show up.
But I mean, where's he going to go now? You going to go to Coors?
Miller Lite.
Don't they all support like LGBTQ plus AI, whatever the hell else they're attaching to it issues? They all do.
I mean, I'm from Colorado, and Coors has had those rainbow cans forever.
Fucking Shane Gillis is heartbroken.
I was with him.
Favorite beer.
I was opening for him last weekend.
This is what sucks. He drinks Bud Light every time he does Protect Our Parks. Those things have fucking millions of views.
I know.
Where's his can
Spilled
of beer?
It. He did
Bud
not.
Light.
He was not. He said the exact same thing.
He's problematic.
Oh yeah, he's an issue, man.
He's an issue being one of the funniest fucking human beings alive on planet Earth,
and also generous and
community
community-minded.
Great guy.
Yeah.
But for whatever.
Wait, who the fuck's he talking about? Who is he talking about? Is he talking about Shane Gillis? Oh, okay. I thought he was still talking about Kid Rock for a second, and I literally could not comprehend, like I was like, in my mind, I was thinking, like, there's no fucking way Joe Rogan is talking about Kid Rock as, like, such an objectively good guy. Like, he is, you could be absolutely fucking down the right-wing pipeline and still be like, yeah, Kid Rock is kind of fucking weird and gross.
Whatever reason, They won't give him a Bud Light.
No, when he said Kid Rock was cool, he loves that type of thing. He was doing what I do all the time. I say the same exact shit about what Kid Rock did. Shoot a fucking machine gun. Shoot an MP5 directly into a fucking tower of Bud Light. That's awesome. That's some dumbass yee shit. He's saying it's like funny ass content, and he is clearly against it. 17,000 people fucking understood and disliked the video, and yet some chatters in here could not comprehend what he was saying.
They should give him some lips.
If they were smart, they would send Shane a Bud Light with his face on it too.
Yeah.
Say we love everybody.
Well, the can's not big enough to fit his face.
That's true.
He has a big round head.
You could put like half of his face, like a, like an artsy thing.
Right? Yeah. Then you have to put them all together.
Yeah. Yeah. There you go.
Whoa.
Did you get a left side of the face or the right side?
Bud Light sponsors the moon.
So if you're two-fisting,
yeah.
You know.
Mm-hmm. No, man. I think that it's crazy when
Gillis Tino, one of your biggest haters, and talked about you. Really? I don't even know who you're talking about, but I mean, I liked Shane Gillis's comedy special. I don't give a fuck who he
people get upset
partnered
about
up
that
with or
stuff
whatever.
because the people who get upset about that stuff value liberty and freedom so much, and they want to live their lives undeterred by anyone's rules.
But they think that the company that they like is giving into the woke agenda. That's what it is.
There's no woke agenda.
Well, they think there is in like movies and television and media and commercials.
I was allegedly
It's like a
conceived on
soda.
Zimas.
Yeah, that's the way to go.
Yeah.
Have your kid on a delicious, fruity, sort of bubbly, soda-like alcoholic beverage.
My mom and dad split a fucking 24-pack of Zima and made me in Glenwood Springs.
Wasn't too strong.
No.
You know,
Gave
had a
you
nice flavor.
heartburn, though, dude.
Did it?
You can't have like 8 of them.
I've never had 8 Zimas.
I have.
You've had 8?
Yeah, because they brought them back, you know?
Zima's a thing with, I'm not really trying to get drunk, you know? Like, if I'm trying to get drunk, I'm drinking whiskey.
If I'm drinking, I'm typically trying to get drunk.
Always?
Yeah.
Don't you just like to have a little buzz?
I'll have a little glass of wine here and there.
There you go.
Yeah, but that's like still, it's like a baby drunk. A buzz is still a baby drunk.
Yeah.
Zima drinks.
I love Joe Rogan being like, yeah, I fucking hate that people are just like running an anti-woke agenda. Me, on the other hand, very woke agenda. My agenda is woke. Hello, I'm Joe Rogan. I certainly love the woke agenda. And, I mean, hey, I'll take it.
It's returning to summer of 2018 for a limited time.
Yep.
Yeah, try to bring it back.
They brought him back.
Bring it back. Come on, Zima. I'm on your side.
Yeah.
I liked it.
I liked them
I
a
don't
lot.
get it.
Yeah.
I don't get it. Fucking White Claws made it, but Zima's didn't.
Well, these are all sugar, though.
But tell me how the fuck White Claws made it and Zima did it. Is it a timing thing? Is it like Betamax and the VHS tape?
Yeah.
The superior product doesn't make it?
Well, Zima had like 20 years head start on White Claw.
Bro, I used to get so much shit for ordering Zima. They're like, what are you doing, bro?
Well, were you at the pool hall?
No, at the
Okay.
fucking Improv on Melrose.
It's
People
on
were
your
making
rider.
fun of me.
Yeah.
Comics were making fun of me for drinking Zima. I'm like, I'm sorry, it's delicious.
It looks like a
10 things you should know about
post-apocalyptic drink.
Zima. What do I need to know? Is it bad for you?
Yeah, what are the fun facts about Zima?
There's no fun facts.
No, the branding sucks.
This Zima's like Blockbuster video. It's like no one thought.
I don't know what the fuck Zima is. People are saying that it's non-alcoholic, and some people are saying it is alcoholic. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it has alcohol in it or not. I truly do not know. Is it? It's like 90s White Claw. It's alcoholic. It's like Smirnoff Ice. Oh. So it literally is a seltzer. It's an alcoholic seltzer. Which is ironic considering that... so he is right. Oh. It's alcoholic seltzer, but like it didn't pop off, whereas White Claw did. That's kind of sad. I'd be sad to hear that.
Thought it was gonna go away, but
here we are in a post-Zima world.
It's over. It's weird because it was delicious. Like, it didn't taste bad at all. It's not a bad product.
It was kind of viscous, though.
Mm.
I mean, it had that kind of milky look to it when it was in the bottle for too long.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought it was like Sprite.
It started clear, but then if you had it on the shelf for a while...
How long did you leave your Zima on a shelf?
I remember I think my dad had like a couple Zimas in his office.
Honestly, are White Claws still popping? I feel like they had their peak. I don't know if people are still drinking it as much as they did during their peak. I definitely feel like it peaked and now it's like leveling out, and just, you know, people still drink it for sure, but not to the same degree.
A little milky.
Milky.
Yeah. Look at that.
Yeah, but that's just a
skim milk.
CGI image.
Oh, you think that's
the
computer
same-
generated?
It's the same bottle over and over again. That's what it looks like. It looks like fucking soda. It's a bottle of
malt.
delicious clear malt soda.
I'd be more surprised if you had Zima in here than that you have Mad Honey. That would blow my
I don't
mind
think
even
you can
more.
get it. You probably have to get it on eBay from your dad.
Yeah, for sure.
Your dad's got some cases.
My dad takes the
For
helicopter
sale.
in. Yeah.
Your dad's got some cases. But the thing is like about this Dylan Mulvaney thing. It's like it's just someone who wants a lot of attention, and you're giving that someone a lot of attention, and you're trying to reach another audience. Like I saw it, and I was like, "What the fuck is this?" My initial reaction is like, "This is silly."
It was
Are they
pretty
really doing this?
transparent.
But it's also your Bud Light.
Bro, this is literally like saying I love crack cocaine, okay? Like, Chatter said Mad Dog 2020 mixed with beer is fire. Like, that what you just described is so nasty. Like, especially as someone who has done it, I do not recommend this. No more mention of Mad Dog 2020s. No MD 2020 mention in the chat, please. It's like I'm going to have a trauma response to the mention of MD 2020s. That is, you should seek professional help immediately if you're doing that.
Fan, your typical Bud Light fan, is like NASCAR, fucking sports. Like that's most of the people that are drinking Bud Light. Guys like Shane.
Mogan David Wine Corporation.
You saw the Bud Light demographics of who's drinking Bud
Oh,
Light.
MD is Mogan David. It's not Mad Dog. I thought this was.
Guys like Shane.
Is Mad Dog a separate?
Yeah.
Is Mad Dog a separate drink? No, I thought that was. This is what these are called. Mad Dogs. No. I did not know the actual name of this. I did not know. As someone who drank it in my lowest moments, I did not know that this was actually Mogan David Wine Co. Why did you just actually my fucking like my 20s, my early 20s? Actually, it's Mogan David. It's not Mad Dog. Okay, sick, man.
Shane's my boy.
What the fuck was I gonna say? Jesus Christ, you threw me off.
Yeah, it wasn't the honey.
No,
the honey's
no.
in there though.
No,
there's
not yet.
there's a little current
You
popping
feel it?
around in there. It might be the cigar.
Probably cigar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I have that lighter again?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Fuck, I lost it.
You were talking about just how the target demographic of Bud Light.
But it's like a lot of companies are using this person.
Yeah.
There's more than one company. There's like a bunch of them, like Nike and a bunch of other stuff.
Also, she's pretty. I get it. No, I mean, I see nothing wrong.
Good luck.
Hey, man.
Yeah, it's
There's
one of those things. It's like it's funny what people get like super outraged about. You know, like we're in the middle of, Tulsi Gabbard posted up some stuff the other day about the Restrict Act, and you flip the top. Here, I showed you before. Pull the top back. There you go.
Thank you.
Well, I did it before you before. That's like one of those teach a man to fish things.
Yeah.
It's not going to be lit.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I got to get rid of that
But,
ash.
like no one's freaking out about that, but they're freaking out about Bud Light. Like how is that the big deal? I think it's goofy because I think that person's goofy. But if you want to hire a goofy person, like who gives a shit? It's kind of hilarious when someone says 365 days of womanhood.
It was also on April Fool's Day.
That's true too, but
That's
it also
fucked.
was just a can with that person's face on it.
Yeah.
That's all it was. It wasn't like something they were selling.
Yeah, they didn't
But
have
it's
it in stores.
No, but it's kind of funny.
Yeah.
I like that people get mad. I thought what Kid Rock did was funny. I laughed at it. I told him I thought it was funny, but I also it doesn't make me mad.
Not at all.
It just makes me like what?
Well,
Like
I think
that-
it's
I
because
just like. I get what they're doing though. They're trying to get people that are popular. They're just looking for influencers to help them.
And they're trying to look.
Joe Rogan has changed, brother. He's gone woke. He's fucked up. Wholesome Mad Dog
I
2020
am my
vid.
neighbor Fred's favorite childhood drink. He's been looking for these for over 10 years.
I want it. I couldn't find a replacement. How's it going, Fred?
Man, get the fuck out of here.
Hey, I got you something, man. Check out what I found for you.
Oh my God! Let it go! Man!
What's in there, man? Come on. Let's go. I found them at the gas station in Charlotte, 4 hours from here.
Shit.
I couldn't find the grape flavor, man. The red wine. Sorry about that.
Hey, I'm tasting it now. I'm going to get that medal and drop.
Were the ones in the cans. Aren't you more used to the ones in the glass bottles? You. He said, I'm giving it a taste right now.
This guy's like, this guy's off the wagon, boys. I mean, uh-oh.
Delicious.
I grew up on this here.
And they're in the glass bottles, right?
Playing basketball, Franklin and everybody.
Damn.
Mad Dog.
Mad
Mad
Dog,
Dog and Tiger Rose.
I found my neighbor.
What wonderful place that do these people live in, that they are 4 hours removed from like being able to purchase a glass bottle Mad Dog. Cause like, it's great. It's awesome. They should not actually have to search it. They should just never have it. I think you went blind from alcoholism. Every damn liquor store has it. The fuck? Are there parts in the country where they don't have it? Treaser, South Carolina, Georgia, or Alabama. This fucking guy, bro. Immediately GeoGuessr coordinates, ready to fucking rock. Oh my god! I think I got like a fucking contact drunk from watching that.
Look more inclusive because of the assumptions people make about Bud Light drinkers.
But those assumptions.
And also, look at us. We're on the biggest platform in the world discussing Bud Light for like 10 minutes.
Right, it's probably good for the brand.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, Shane loves it.
I like Miller Lite more.
I like Sam Adams. I like a dark beer.
Oh, I want a beer I can have like 17 of,
lager.
man.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I want to be sipping beer all night.
There you go. Joe Rogan is woke now, fellas. Oh, this is what I was going to show you guys. So Democrat Justin J. Pearson has also been reinstated to the Tennessee legislature. Big L for the fucking Tennessee state legislature once again. But there's more happening in the Justin J. Pearson world. They found out that he went to Bowdoin. Did I say that right? I don't fucking know. I don't know if I said it actually correctly or not. Bowden. Oh, here. Actually, I'll play both of these real quick. Okay, before we get to that, here's dude, this is my favorite type of grifters on the right. Look at this.
America's been drinking beer from a company that doesn't even know which restroom to use. That's why I created Conservative Dad's Ultra Right 100% woke-free beer. As conservatives, we're constantly getting hit in the face.
I can't tell if this is a fucking parody video or if this is real. Is this a parody or is it real? Please someone explain to me if this is a parody or if this is real. It literally reads so much like a fucking grift that it can't be real.
Left and right by the woke mind virus. But the last place we want it is in our beer. If you know which bathroom to use, you know what beer you should be drinking. Stop giving money to woke corporations that hate our values. And to the rest of you woke corporations, stay the away from our kids.
Buy yours online in 42 states at ultrarightbeer.com.
There's no fucking shot. CEO of Freedom speaks up. ConservativeBody.com. Wait. Oh my God, he's real. Oh my God, it's real. Oh my God, it's real. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God, it's real. Oh my God, I thought it was a parody. Oh my fucking God, I thought it was a parody. Are you joking? Dude. We are at a very, oh God, we are so dumb as a country. We are so dumb as a nation. Like, dude, this is so dumb. No. It's a grift. Of course it's a grift, chatters. Of course it's a grift. All of these guys are grifting. I just mean, like, I thought that it was a parody making fun of, like, conservatives immediately trying to capitalize on, like, the anti-woke momentum against, like, a major brand. And you know, because I thought it's, like, really insane. Did it say it was $20 for... Wait, hold on. There is no fucking what? Okay, this is a grift. This is like fucking over right wingers. $20 for a 6-pack of beer? What? It's so liberal coded, like you always say. Carter had the correct take. Paraphrasing, all conservative grifters are theater kids. Yeah. Bro, really came out with a fucking pre-sale to drop ship $20 for a 6-pack of beer. That is insane. If you fucking buy this, I mean, you deserve to have all of your money stolen, okay? If you unironically are like, finally, some fucking, literally the meme, man, I'm tired of not selling any lemonade, anti-woke lemonade. Young man, I would like to support your business, so would I. This feels wrong, but the money kind of helps. Exactly. Georgia company sells enough Let's Go Brandon themed wrapping paper to cover 8 NFL football fields. Yeah, brother. Yep, conservatives do have a lot of disposable income. That's crazy. You could sell conservatives literally anything, dude. Remember when they dumped a shitload of money into that fucking... There was like that quadriplegic fake war veteran or whatever. And he was like, let's fund the wall personally. Like, we got to fund the wall ourselves. And then it was like all fake. It's awesome. Like, do you ever get tired? Hold on. I'm going to do it. Hold on. Okay. Are you ready for this? Hold on. Do you ever get tired of our communist overlord Jeffrey Jebediah Bezos forcing you to watch 3 minutes of ads at the top of the goddamn hour? Do you ever say to yourself, I want to make sure that this young buck, Hank Pecker, and his broadcast is viewed uninterrupted? And all you need to do is subscribe. For $5, 5 American dollars, you'll be able to avoid the top of the hour ad break and the secret middle of the hour ad break that's only 1 minute long. You can also make sure to avoid the top of the hour ad break if you don't have $5 because Deborah took all your goddamn money, including the children, during divorce court. And you can use the Twitch Prime. Get back at Deborah and use her Twitch Prime. By that I mean take her Amazon Prime account, connect it to your goddamn Twitch account, and you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. And if that don't happen, you could just simply get gifted a sub. Put your hands up in the air and pray God that one of these rich patriots gift you a goddamn sub. Here's the 3 minute ad break now, folks. Thank you, G-Vebs. Thank you, by the way, I'm gay for the 5 get the subs. And thank you, Speed Razor. our patriotic donators, for the 10 gifted subs, allowing 20 total people to no longer see the ads. Junior Turtle, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Hell yeah, baby. God damn it, Deborah. Fuck you. Anyway, Spike Spiegel, thank you for the 5 get the subs. Yeah, I fucking love how stupid conservatives are. It's awesome. Anyway, speaking of how stupid conservatives are also kind of racist. You know, kind of racial with it. Here it is.
Justin J. Pearson.
This is Justin J. Pearson. Okay? Apparently, this is him in college. A lot of conservatives who, of course, have never met a black person that isn't Candace Owens don't understand that, ironically, every black person, including Candace Owens from time to time, code switches.
And I'm running for president of BSG. There are a few reasons that were...
The difference for Candace Owens is that she basically made the code switching her entire career. She didn't just code switch. She's just like ideology shifted into that too.
Running this campaign this year. One has to do with representation. How can we represent all voices in a conversation? I wanted to do this by partnering with organizations from the Bowdoin Democrats to the Bowdoin Republicans. I want to bring together...
Yeah, it's not Justin Jones, it's Justin Pearson, I know.
They're different voices, dissenting voices.
That's why I said
voices
Justin
that may
Pearson.
be more liberal or more conservative, in order that we can reach a point of sort of the radical middle.
Seemed like the NRA and gun lobbyists might win. But oh, that was good news for us. I don't know how long this Saturday in the state of Tennessee might last. But oh, we have good...
That's not the same guy. No, it is the same guy. Yeah, he grew his hair. That happens. And when he's like preaching as a preacher's son, he puts on a preacher's son or a preacher fucking tone. That's it. He's using his sermon voice. Hairs grow. Beards grow. Yeah, he was bald by choice, unlike Andrew Tate. And in that other video, obviously nobody talks like this in their normal lives, okay? But I'm sure right here, he's absolutely fucking code switching.
Seemed like the NRA and gun lobbyists might win. But oh, that was good news for us.
Like, what did it do? I don't get it. Do conservatives think he talks like this? Like when he's talking to his wife at home? If he has a wife, I don't know. Like, are they just like, Deborah, you better give me the salt and pepper? Like, you think that's how he goes? Do you think, or do you think this is a sermon voice that he's putting on for performance? Do you think Martin Luther King did that at home? Like, do you think that was what was going on? Of course not. I hope nobody thinks that. That's just, that's his sermon voice. Very specific. How dare you? That's how he always spoke. Yeah, it's so dumb. The funniest part about this is that their fucking white preachers do this too. Like, you think when you go to the fucking Baptist church or you go to the evangelical Protestant church that you go to on Sunday, and your preacher is just like, you know damn well that Joe Byron is a pedophile. Like, you think he talks like that to his wife? No. It's a thing that everybody does, especially when one is a performance versus one is just like how you interact normally. And then on top of that, it's something that black people do all the time as a way to fit in and sometimes even survive in predominantly white spaces. That's it.
I don't know how long this Saturday in the state of Tennessee might last.
Like,
but, oh, we have good news.
Like, just, it's so wild. Like, I don't understand how this is your automatic assumption Okay? Like, I went to FAME, First African Methodist Church, okay, in Los Angeles a couple years back when my friend was doing a little bit of research for his comedy writing job. Okay? I went with him. And after the fucking preacher got off the podium, they had an awesome, like parking lot barbecue, okay? He wasn't talking like that at the fucking barbecue. You know what I mean? He wasn't like still I'd like a side of gravy and biscuits. And guess what? I didn't go, wow, this guy's faking it, huh? You know what I mean? It's not how that goes. That's not how that works. Incredibly stupid. Incredibly stupid to think this. I don't know.
Folks, we've got good news that Sunday always comes.
Justin J. Pearson, and I'm running.
Don't do that voice, lol. Oh, shut up. Jesus Christ, dude. Yeah, no, it's because I'm racist, okay? I did the voice because I'm a racist man. We already established that, okay? Like, if I'm in the process of dissecting a story that racist people are trying to fucking bring up while talking about black experiences and how code switching factors into it, and then you literally hyper focus on like what I did there, I don't know what to tell you. You know what I mean? Anyway. You're the one who said you're white passing law? No, I didn't say I'm white passing. I said I'm white. Like I'm white as fuck. Anyway, so that's something that they've been focusing on as both of the representatives that were expelled are reinstated to their positions as they were voted on. But that's where we're at with that. What is this?
Main slogans is pick up the bleep trash. Littering, illegal dumping, and some timey garbage pickup system continues to be a persistent problem in the city. Where Philadelphia trucks some of its trash has spurred accusations of pollution and environmental racism, specifically from the residents of Chester. Would you, as mayor, keep or change the existing waste disposal contracts?
So, I really don't. I'm not sure because I would bid it out, but I'm not sure if that changes it or not. But Chester is Chester. I'm worried about Philadelphians and how their lives are. And so what will come first to me is what would be best for my Philadelphians.
So you don't care about Chester?
I do care.
The trash that's coming from Philadelphia.
I do care, but I don't work for them if I'm the mayor. I work for Philadelphia.
No.
And the trash has to go somewhere. And whoever gets it's going to be unhappy with it.
Well, that's not really. This is.
Bro, I've never. Yo, what the fuck? Wait, did I just misunderstand this? Did he just say, no, we're going to keep dumping it? Like, what the fuck? And that you're not actually like a real Philadelphian if you're black? Like, what?
But I'm not sure if that changes it. I really don't. I'm not sure because I would bid it out, but I'm not sure if that changes it or not. But Chester is Chester. I'm worried about Philadelphians and how their lives are. And so what will come first to me is what would be best for my Philadelphians.
So if you happen to reside in a predominantly black town that's near Philadelphia, we're just going to keep dumping our landfill on top of you because it sucks to suck is not necessarily an argument that I thought he would make. Like, that's it. That's like, yeah, at least lie. Like, what the fuck? I'm used to politicians not being this honest and open about like their disregard for human life. He just straight up said, like, I don't give a fuck, dude. Yeah, whatever. Sorry, broke boy. Move somewhere else if you don't want to be a part of the landfill.
So you don't care about Chester?
I do care.
The trash that's coming from Philadelphia.
I do care, but I don't work for them if I'm the mayor. I work for Philadelphia.
No.
And the trash has to go somewhere. And whoever gets it's going to be unhappy with it.
Dude, he literally said, I don't give a fuck, dude. What the fuck? That's wild, dude. What the fuck? He says, sucks to suck. Deal with it. In a conversation where they're asking him, how can you deal with this? He said, not my problem. Out of sight, out of mind.
Well, that's not really an appropriate answer, but we can discuss it. Do we have
Jeff Cole.
Jeff Cole.
That response is the same way you treat the black and brown community.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Jeff Cole, you have the next question.
To Derek Green.
Not my job. The trash has to go somewhere. Where is that somewhere? Predominantly black neighborhood. That's where the trash is supposed to go. Sucks to suck. Like, the only way that it would be worse if he was just like, what do you want me to fucking dump it in a white neighborhood? They're rich. They pay their taxes. They don't like do crimes or whatever. Like, he's just, I mean, that's basically the hidden thing that he's not actually saying. But it would be even wilder if he basically said that he's a liberal. Yeah. Oh, yeah, he is. Oh, yeah, he is. Yeah. This is pretty funny only because the sentence structure. This father confronts Lego is not a sentence that I thought I would ever have the profound privilege of reading. But guess what? 2023, this is the state of conservative culture war commentary where, thank God, this brave father has confronted Lego. Okay? Big Lego. John Lego confronted. Okay. Let's see how this brave father confronted Lego for promoting the LGBTQ agenda to children and then gets thrown and then just gets subsequently owned by store security. This father got owned by Lego security. Okay? I love that.
The Lego group supports what?
The Lego group pretty proudly supports the LGBTQ community. Do we not?
Yeah.
Yes.
But the question is, why are you all in here with those pins on? Do you think children care about what man sucks at home and what girl eats vaginas at home?
Oh, gross. Dude, this is not a good national movement, guys. Don't highlight this. Bro, you know what this is like? If I was, let's say, operating at the DNC, okay, if I was a Democratic Party operative or something, and I constantly brought up, like, the most unhinged takes from, like, septum piercing having anarchists that think that, like, showers are promoting an unjustified, like, basic hygiene is promoting an unjustifiable hierarchy. You know what I mean? Like, and I basically tried to make that the National Democratic Party policy. Okay? Like, this is literally Charlie Kirk doing the equivalent of that, but for the fucking right wing. That's so gross, man. You walked into a fucking Lego store to yell at a person making like $12 an hour if they're fucking lucky about how women are eating pussy at home and men are sucking cock at home. That is so wild. There's like kids around, dude. Like, why? Why is it that the first... It's so odd. and so unhinged that like normies will not respond to this positively. Normies will look at this and go, what the fuck are you doing? What? It's so insane, dude. Register him as a sex offender 100%. Like, what's mind-boggling to me about this public obscenity that this dude is like promoting here, in front of children, by the way, is that no normal person thinks like this. No one goes, oh, that's a LGBT pin. Well, immediately my mind goes to sucking and fucking. Like, is that what you think when you look at like a photo of a straight couple? You're like, damn, you know her ass cheeks are getting fucking blown to smithereens at night. Like, is that what you think? What's wrong with you? You don't think that unless you're a fucking pervert. You know what I mean? It's so weird.
Children care about what man sucks at home and what girl eats vaginas at home.
It's time to leave, man.
Do you think they care about
It's
that?
time to leave, man.
Do you think they care?
I don't think they think about that personally.
Right. So why would they think about it when they see your pen?
No, they don't. It's time to leave.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't. Yes, they do. I'm thinking about it right now. I can't stop thinking about it, as a matter of fact. It's like, bro, that's a you thing. Please leave. You're scaring the children. What the fuck?
It's
You guys are
disgusting.
gonna call security.
That's called grooming.
All right. If y'all mind leaving.
Yeah. If you call security, tell security that you're.
He said, that's called grooming. Bro, there's a child right there. You're a fucking freakazoid, dude. Holy shit.
That you're in here wearing a pride flag
Absolutely. We will
on
let
your
them know.
shirt.
Come on, guys. It's time to leave.
You know what's amazing? Most children don't know. He's been educated by me. I think it's grooming. It's borderline pedophilia and child abuse for these weirdos to come in here and wear that, and at the same time, kids buy from the store. When does it stop? I'm sick and tired. You don't have to shop. Huh? Yeah, but
He's like, bro, I am not getting paid enough for this. Like, that's, look at his face. It's just like, dude, come on. I just fucking, god damn it. Just, I get paid $10 an hour, man. What the fuck is this
I
shit?
came here to buy something. When does it stop? At some point, we need to stop pushing this mess on children.
At this point, we're just going to have to ask you to leave.
I'll leave. Okay. And I won't spend any money at Lego.
Fantastic.
If you're in here right now,
in
here right now and you care about value, this store is intentionally promoting LGBTQ behavior on children.
Sir, you're
Spend your money in a place that doesn't do that to kids.
Sir, you're about to get trespassed.
Thank you.
Oh, dude, I wanted them to fucking beat his ass. That would have been awesome. Yeah, no. Everybody likes the guy who was like fucking foaming out of the mouth, screaming about children's genitals at the Lego store. Everybody thinks that that should definitely be the fucking national campaign strategy. Oh my God. Bro, they go off of this, Hillary Clinton could fucking become president. I don't want to write that into the fucking, I don't want to put that in writing. I don't want the DNC to hear me say this, okay? You're going to make Kamala Harris president. Okay? That's what you're going to do. Can't believe I said that out loud. Oh my God. Oh no, now it's going to fucking happen. Ay, ay, ay. I made a dick out of the Legos at the Lego store, and then they kicked me out. Now I wanted to make this hard cock to show my manhood. That's what kids need to know about. This story is leading me to make LGBT decisions. Oh no. The trespassers of DEI. My 6-year-old son goes to the Lego group. That's disgusting. Is Lego next? 500 likes, bro. He's done. I mean, he is so cooked. This is not happening. Yeah, I'm not reading all that, bro. You're fucking crazy if you think I'm reading all that. It's not also the biggest donators in the world of the Amazon labor union. Haters still gonna get mad though. I mean, true. Remember, I did it for the clout, which is why I never like openly fucking promoted it or publicized it or talked about it, and that it came out after a financial disclosure was filed. That's why I did it for the clout. Famously. You know. That's the funniest one. They're like, oh, dude, imagine he did it for the clout. Or, he did it for the clout. Or, he fucking did it with the money that he got from his audience. And it's like, yeah, dude, can you imagine? You donate money out of your pocket to like a charity, let's say, right? You donate money out of your pocket to a charity, and someone goes, dude, you didn't donate that money. McDonald's did. Like, what are you, stupid? McDonald's paid you. Now you have a little bit of side cash, and you donated it. You're fucking, that's not your money. That's McDonald's money. Your boss actually donated it. Fucking idiot. Me, on the other hand, I donate my own money. I print it in my basement. So that's the only way to like truly donate your own money. The post has zero context. Like, it was so funny that it was a surprise to you that you were a top donor. Yeah, literally. Like, I had no fucking clue. I found out about it like you did. Which is wild that like people try to, again, bring their own cynicism into the project. Because like, God forbid, I mean, holy fuck, there's no way. There's no fucking way that this could have been done for good reason or for good purpose. It must have been some other cynical reason.
Why did she leave you?
Single parents try to find love on the button. Dude, we had so much. I can't believe it's been 7 fucking hours and I have yet to do like fun reacts. There's something absolutely wrong with my brain, dude. 7 fucking hours. That means 7 top of the hour ad breaks have happened. 3 minutes at the top of every hour for 7 fucking hours. And I have yet to do some fun shit. That's crazy. We're going to move on to some fun shit now. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, of course, by $5, by subscribing for $5, or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You get 1 free Prime subscription a month. You can also get gifted a sub. Fun reacts. HasanAbi. No, like, was gaming a lie? XQC has not responded to my many requests, and neither has Your Rage Gaming. It's like yesterday it was Lud that said no, and today Lud is down, but Rage and Felix are not down. What? Okay, buddy, bro. It's fucking Wednesday, dude. Anyway, here's the 3-minute outbreak now. You need me to hit them up for you? I got some motion. Yeah, I'm good. Senator Dianne Feinstein's statement in return to D.C. My absence could delay the important work of the Judiciary Committee, so I've asked Leader Schumer to ask the Senate to allow another Democratic senator to temporarily serve until I'm able to resume my committee work. Dianne Feinstein is holding on to life by a string at this point. Rage doesn't even stream on today? Yeah, I didn't know that. Well, hopefully we can do it tomorrow. The fact that this fossil fuel is still a senator, this 800-year-old fossil, is a senator in California, a deep blue state, is mind-boggling, but also expected, because that's how the Democratic Party operates. I see some people defending her. That's awesome. She was a child when sliced bread was invented. This is true. She was literally a kid. She predates the invention of sliced bread. That is true. So, Dianne Feinstein released the following statement on her medical diagnosis. When I was first diagnosed with shingles, oh no. Okay, I got a defender. That's a fellow shingles haver, okay? Yeah, remember when I had shingles at my old age? Shingles is literally something that happens to like 800-year-old people, by the way. And also me when I was like 29. How awesome. I'm in Diane's private Discord and she's literally staying home to play crypto slots and grind Path of Exile. She's a total stoner lately. Felix has some funny ass takes about this, but hold on, we're going to get to that in a second. I intend to return as soon as possible once my medical team advises that it's safe for me to travel. In the meantime, I remain committed to the job and will continue to work from home in San Francisco. I understand that my absence could delay the important work of the Judiciary Committee. That's awesome. That's great. She doesn't just have shingles. She has dementia. Okay? So that's wild that this is like still being propped up by song and dance. It's funny reading how Dianne Feinstein has to wear a cone on her neck like a dog so she doesn't hurt herself, and party leadership just doesn't give a shit. You wonder who could possibly lose to such a party, and then you see this. Yeah. Exactly. I'm not kidding. Someone in my Path of Exile chat is called HasanAbi's Femboy Slew. Yeah, they're probably in here right now. Oh, this is another really good one. It said Dianne Feinstein is getting good dick and money, and it drives mediocre men crazy. I agree, Felix. And you should say it. Are you saying women in power should step down? Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, not even because Dianne Feinstein is like very clearly incapable of making decisions and her mental faculties are gone completely and has to be led everywhere. But because I just don't want women in positions of power. Like, am I the only guy who thinks we shouldn't have any female senators? Oh my God. Everybody keeps saying I'm wrong for this one. I think y'all are crazy. Are you saying she should step down because of dementia? A bit ableist too, to be honest. Yeah, I don't even care about dementia. I'm using the dementia as a reason. Like I said, it's because she's a woman. I think they should be called senatoress, so we know. Anyone agree? Yeah, so we know, so we can abolish them so that it's only senators. I used to like you till you said you hated female senators. I have you in my name in Poe, and I get death threats every time I visit a town. Marxist pikerist. This is my favorite type of person. There's no way this is serious, right? Moderate liberal. Leave Feinstein alone. Let her go out with grace. She earned it. Bro, you're talking about a senator like it's your fucking dog that, you know, you're sending upstate to the farm, by the way. Like, you literally, yeah. Yeah, let her go out with grace. Like, we shouldn't send her to the glue factory. I have my Fortnite name as HasanAbi TTV for a whole season and would get solo squad wins while you were alive. Probably very confusing for my opponents. That's fucking hilarious. They would just like go and watch. Like, what the fuck? He's not even playing right now. Also, Me having a name like HasanAbi TTV would be hilarious. I love that. The TTV is pretty funny. Hey guys, just want to make sure you check out my channel, HasanAbi TTV. Ay. What is this? Common Cuba Healthcare W? In most developing countries, the idea of a deaf child from a working class family never affording 60,000 cochlear implants and surgery is a dream, but in Cuba, they are provided for free. That's disgusting. There should be money to be made off of that. Children should not be able to hear, okay? What the fuck is Cuba doing? That's so dumb. Even under a multi-decade blockade that has caused mass shortages in basic goods, including medical equipment, Cuba's government is doing more to try and improve the well-being of its citizens in the world's richest capitalist superpower. Yeah, guess what, dude?
Out of it.
Have you ever thought about how this doesn't drive innovation? Have you ever thought about the fact that maybe children should not hear unless their parents are wealthy? Yeah, that's what I thought. Checkmate. I'm in my profile on Steam for a few days and got a lot of hate while playing CSGO. Some guy said he doesn't like you because you disrespect the queen. Okay, this is a fair take. I like how you came so close to Fun Reacts after you realized how politics is brain broken you, only for you to be immediately consumed by it again. I think it's terminal, bud. I'm sorry. It's true. There is something wrong with my fucking brain, dude. But this was a big story, and I wanted to cover it. Oh, God, there's so many sick things to react to. Like, why leftists can't enjoy anything. We already covered that. That when the killer is the first to arrive on the murder scene. The incredible Thai cave rescue, which I don't really care about that much, but I broke into the U.S. Security Convention. These are all videos that I want to watch. Sneaking into the WWE match in the ring, there's a new Nico Amalana Menasoff with Gideon. Fuck. Okay, let's just watch Single Parents try to find love, and then we'll move on.
Though, for real.
I mean, it's just like one of those things where you're a high school sweetheart, you've been together for 6 years, COVID hit, we were forced to spend time with each other, and we were like, hey.
I actually don't like you.
You don't
but not because you're a bad person, but I just don't
Okay.
like you.
Welcome to The Button, a speed dating show. When the button lights up red, either player may press it and swap out their date for a new person.
Get out of here.
If 2 people can last on a date for 10 minutes, they win an all expenses paid second date.
This is The Button.
Hello, welcome.
Thanks, you.
I'm Tia.
Julian.
Julian,
Nice to meet
okay, nice to meet you. What do you do?
I work in the cafeteria at Facebook.
Ooh, what?
Yeah.
How is that?
It's good. It's fun making food. We make different food every day.
How many kids do you have?
I have one.
Okay.
Name's Una. She's 2.
Una, I love that. Okay, what happened, if you don't mind me asking?
It's a little complicated.
Yeah.
I'm honestly not sure how, so...
You get, like, whatever you feel comfortable. This is a safe space.
She's a dog. Why'd you reject me?
It is, like, maybe the dog,
Yeah.
You can put it in a cage, but you can't put kids in a cage.
Exactly, that's the advantage to having a dog. If she acts bad, she puts in the cage, she cries for a couple minutes, and you let her out and give her a bone, and she's fine.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Hi, how's it going? Rich.
Rich?
Yes.
Okay, Rich, I'm Tia.
Tia, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. How many kids?
1.
Okay.
So I feel like that adds, for me at least,
Yeah.
10 years to my life.
Oh, yeah, 30 in dog years.
30 in dog years,
How
exactly.
old?
He's 2.5. How about your kid?
I have 2 boys,
2
10
boys?
and about
Go
to be
back,
6.
really? How bad is it?
I have one.
Okay.
What?
Welcome.
Thanks, you. I work in the cafeteria at Facebook.
Ooh, what?
Yeah.
How is that?
It's good. It's fun making food. We make different food every day.
How many kids do you have?
I have one.
Okay.
Name's Una. She's 2.
Una, I love that. Okay, what happened, if you don't mind me asking?
It's a little complicated.
Yeah.
I'm honestly not sure how, so...
You get, like, whatever you feel comfortable. This is a safe space.
She's a dog. Why'd you reject me?
It is like maybe the dog, that's
Yeah.
You can put it in a cage, but you can't put kids in a cage.
Exactly. That's the advantage to having a dog. If she acts bad, she puts in the cage, she cries for a couple minutes, and you let her out and give her a bone, and she's fine.
Wait, what? Wait, hold on. Did he say like he's a single parent because he has a dog? Like he's the father of a dog? This is the first time I've seen somebody be so cat owner coded while being the owner of a dog. This is literally like, this is how every cat owner is, first of all. Let's be fucking real. Okay? Like, it's so funny because every cat owner in the chat is straight up trying to cope, okay, by being like, oh, look, we got one. We literally fucking got one. Oh my God, we got one. There's a dog owner who's just as unhinged as we are. And they try to act like this is how it works. My girlfriend calls her cat her child. Yeah. Honestly, I'm a cat owner, and this is the first time I agree with you. Thank you. Thankfully, there are some sane cat owners in here that at least recognize how insane cat owners are in general.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Hi.
How's it going? Rich.
Rich?
Yes.
Okay, Rich. I'm Tia.
Tia, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. How many kids?
1.
Okay.
So I feel like that adds, for me at least, 10 years to my life.
Oh, yeah. 30 in dog years.
30 in dog years, exactly.
How old?
He's 2.5. How about your kid?
I have 2 boys. 10 and about to be 7, so 7. What are you looking for?
I want something serious. I'm over the whole messing around thing.
How old are you?
I'm 25. You?
Okay, I am 35. And I'm out. I'm Tysita.
Damn, he fumbled a bag.
Rich.
Bro, he fucking fumbled. What are you doing? Tim Pool, what the fuck is going on? Is that beanie too tight? What the hell? That was a major fumble, dude. What the fuck? Yo, that was crazy. Maybe like 2 kids, is that what it is? Someone in the chat said this, but like she had teacher energy. Did she say she was a teacher? I didn't pay attention to that. Maybe, but
You can be me? Okay.
I'm Tysita.
like in a good way.
That's also my name.
You are my doppelganger.
I love your fashion. You look really good. You got a great outfit today.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Do you have any children?
I do. I have 1.
How old?
4.5.
4.5?
What about you?
Girl? Oh.
He's a boy.
Boy. I also have a son.
Hey Hassan, am I allowed to look at your stream since I'm British? Take a second off.
2.5.
I don't think it's a real terrible 2s.
Yeah, I mean, they warned me about the terrible 2s, and then there's like the trifling 3s or something.
Fun fact about Rich, he recently started to do stand-up comedy.
Did.
Okay, so you think you're
Red flag, button time. I would rather button myself than have to go through this conversation where someone goes, okay, funny man, be funny. Like off the cuff. What are you supposed to do? Pull my finger? Like that's one of the worst fucking things you could put anyone in. Like you don't want to see that. You know what I mean? You don't want to see that. You personally don't want to see that. That's like torture. Do you want to watch them squirm? You know what I mean? All right, funny man.
Do you have a go-to joke?
I have this one about like how I've only been single for 2 years. This is me and the mother of my child.
Did you leave her while she was going through postpartum or something?
No. We separated after he was born. She didn't want to be around me. So, I mean, it's a high school sweetheart thing. You just don't mesh after a while.
I do respect her.
Hey, I got respect for her too.
You better?
Yeah, of course. You gotta respect the baby mama. I mean, it's just like you're a high school sweetheart. You've been together for 6 years.
She said, okay, funny man, tell us a joke, and then immediately proceeded to interrupt his joke, which also is bad, but like kind of saved him there, okay? She kind of saved him. She led him down to the river and was about to put one in the back of his dome and then saved him.
COVID hit, we were forced to spend time with each other, and we were like, hey.
I actually don't like you.
You don't
but not because
what?
you're a bad person.
Okay, that's fine.
Do you struggle with honesty and transparency?
Not at all. Not at all.
Why you gotta call her baby mama though?
Honestly, on my phone, she is mother of my son.
Good. Okay.
Yeah.
But where's the joke?
Well, you told me the right. Okay, so like I've been single for 2 years.
Yo, she is fucking awful. Like, she's over the top with the fucking, like, she keeps cutting in.
I mean, oh, what?
I see that you pressed.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, button.
I'm digging the tats.
Appreciate it.
See, you have one on your head.
Yeah.
I'm not a dick. I'm being honest. Energy's the worst. Yeah, I just, I hate that. I do hate that.
It's a crown because my mama raised a king.
Did she say the same?
She would. She actually passed away a few years ago.
My condolences.
Yeah, no problem. You got kids, right?
Yes, I have one.
How old is he?
Yes, he's 4.5. What about you?
I actually am raising my little sister, balancing like the father-daughter relationship with the brother-sister relationship. We're in it together, you know what I'm saying? I love her to death. That's my best friend.
Oh, I love to hear that.
Tell each other why someone shouldn't date you.
You go first.
Okay, for one, I think everything's a sign.
Okay,
I also
okay.
love astrology, like deep in astrology, love the houses.
What's your sign?
I'm a Libra, Aries moon, Taurus rising.
My last relationship was with a Libra, and so...
What's your sign?
I'm a Cancer.
It's okay, baby. You're traumatized. Nadia, what's your name?
Nadia, Keyshawn.
Keyshawn, nice to meet you.
Yes, nice to meet you too.
How old are your kids?
My daughter, she's not my real daughter, she's my sister.
Wait, well, everybody, wait. Why is everybody popping off? Is like Libra bad? I don't know anything. Is like Libra a bad sign? Is that a red flag? Let's look this up. I love astrology. Libra red flags. Relationship red flags by each zodiac sign. By Teen Vogue. Leo, they say Cancers never let things go, but Leos clutch onto their emotions even tighter than the crab. I'm a Leo. That's why I immediately gravitated towards that on my way to getting more information about the Libras. You can almost always count on a Leo to bring up past arguments during a fight if their ego is triggered in all the wrong ways. This friendly fixed sign may temporarily forgive, but they rarely forget. Moving on from drama can be difficult when dating this sign. Libra, being a serial monogamous has its perks. Sharing your life with another person and always having company can be nice, but it can be a problem too, since Libras are... Why are you guys saying true? Shut the fuck up. I'm a Twitch streamer. That's different. July Leos don't count, really? Okay, good. Then what am I then? And always have a company can be nice, but it can have a problem too, since Libras are usually in back-to-back relationships. They never have time to think for themselves, make their own decisions, or connect to their individual needs. Oftentimes, they're too focused on people-pleasing and being agreeable to really work on themselves. That doesn't sound bad. Mark said Sag, resident Libra here. Yeah, that's not bad. No, this is written by a Libra. That's a terrible red flag. Oh, Libras are the worst to date because they give too much of themselves. Like, this was written by a fucking Libra, dude. Get the hell out of here. There's got to be some other fucking... Dude, no shot. Anyway.
Her mom passed away, and she's actually turning 14 today.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got a 14-year-old too. How many siblings altogether?
There are 5 of us. I'm the oldest, and she's the youngest.
Shout out to the oldest.
Yeah, you the oldest too?
I am, yeah. There's 5 of us too.
Damn,
Yeah.
what?
Do you find each other attractive?
Yeah, you're attractive, yeah.
Likewise.
I think you're hella cool. We obviously have hella in common, but I always feel like to want to go on a date with someone, I need to be like, walk in a room like, I'm with that bitch right there. Hello, how you doing?
Oh, that was awful. Oh, that was so rude. He literally was too... Dude. That's one of those moments where... like, he thought he was coming across, like, honest, but maybe it's a little too honest. You know what I mean? You gotta fucking... You got to massage that a little bit. You can't just come out of the gates with that. That's not good.
Good, are you?
Good. What's your name?
Brittany. I have a 7-year-old. My daughter, she's great.
What's your relationship like with her dad?
We actually have a really good relationship.
Ask Brittany why her and her baby daddy are not together.
Why are you and your baby daddy not together?
We just didn't work. He cheated a lot.
Yeah.
Have you ever cheated?
No, I haven't. If I'm committed to somebody, I'm committed. Like,
have you ever been?
I like his vibes. I mean, I think he's gonna buzz her.
I don't have no proof. I was with a girl.
She's giving librarian.
I was kind of like felt a little suspicious, but no, I don't think so. Why me?
You're not like what I normally go after when I date.
Uh-huh. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, you too.
Xavier.
Brittany.
Brittany.
Nice to meet you.
Did you just say Aryan? You think I pointed to her and said she's giving Aryan? No, I said librarian. Library, you know? Where all the people go to lie because all the books that have gay stuff in them are featured at the library. If it was the truth, they would call it the Truthberry. Fucking owned.
Thank you.
Wow, wow, wow.
What's all the wows?
Damn, you're gorgeous.
Oh, thank
That's
you.
crazy. That's crazy.
What? I thank you.
So what brings you?
I don't know. I wanted to try something different. The dating apps don't work for me. I don't know. I'm not from here.
That's like me.
Yeah.
I'm from the Bay Area.
Okay.
And I originally came up here on a football scholarship. Got my degree in communications, and then I had my son.
Yeah. How old
is he? He's 8.
Are you normally dating women with children or?
No, I haven't.
Oh no, having a child with a communication degree, you are cooked, bro. Absolutely fucking cooked. I mean, holy shit.
Maybe this can be the first.
Maybe.
So for me, I'm like,
I hope you're proud of yourself. Why?
Divorced.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
How fresh?
Yeah, let's how fresh.
We talking 4 months.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you know, my main thing is just focusing on fatherhood for sure.
Yeah. No, I respect that.
Yeah.
Ask Xavier if he's ever introduced someone to his kid.
Have you ever introduced anyone you're dating to your children?
No. You can break my heart, but you break his heart.
Oh, absolutely.
That's a different story.
That's one of my deal breakers. Like, if you want to meet my daughter too
Yeah.
soon, I feel like that's a little odd. So I normally don't introduce people before like 5 months.
Right. When was your last relationship? Give me the real deal.
Honestly, the last relationship, like serious relationship, was probably my daughter's father. And, and we broke up when she was 1.
Is he still involved?
He is, yeah.
Okay.
He has a great relationship with her. We have
Shout
a
out
great,
to him.
Yeah, we
Shout
have a
out
great
to him.
relationship. We co-parent very well.
We're coming up on 10 minutes. You seem to be vibing. I'm gonna light up red, and if you don't press me, I think we'll send you to on another date.
I'm not hating, so.
I'm not either.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
They're cute. They're cute. They're
Pretty
cute.
color though.
Congratulations! You two are going on another date together.
Awesome.
Cindiana right there.
Oh, we are.
She jumped in my closet.
I'm Lauren.
Wow.
I'm Julian.
Do you have kids?
I do. Her name's Una. She's 2.
Oh, nice. I have 3 kids. Yeah.
Do you play any instruments?
What is happening? Why is he back? Why is the dog dad back, dude? He literally should be the last person to be back. He's not a dad. I don't understand. Why did they put him in there? What? Bring an actual dad in. Why did they? Oh God, he's so content.
I don't. I want to learn. What do you play?
I mostly DJ.
So is your 2-year-old?
Oh my God,
he's
she likes the bass, the
playing with things and stuff. Oh yeah, it's amazing how quickly they develop like a taste and like a certain kind of music they like.
Yeah. Why did you reject me?
I just want to see what other people are in that room back there.
There you go.
But it was nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you too.
I'm Lauren.
Bro, he said my 2-year-old, like my 2-year-old dog, likes when I play bass. That is. Why is he's dad fishing? Yeah, exactly. Which is so weird because, like, I don't get it. Did we like misunderstand what he was saying? Just say, like, it's not a competitive advantage to have a child in the dating market, okay? Let's be honest. Like, anyone who is a single parent knows that it's not like a competitive advantage at all. So why is he like, what is he trying to fucking, like, why is he playing on new game plus difficulty while he's simultaneously, you know, not exactly the greatest pick of the litter anyway? To do a dog pun here. I don't understand.
Lauren, good to meet you.
So you got any kids?
I have one daughter. She'll be 9 next month.
Nice. I have one that'll be 9 in April.
Oh, right
That's
on.
my youngest. I have a 13, and then my oldest is non-binary, and they are going to be 17 in May, which is like such a trip.
My daughter, we went camping this last summer. We're at Walmart getting supplies. She sees this pride hat. She's like, I want this hat. I'm like, what is this? And she like went to explain. It's like, oh, people can be who they want to be, love who they want to love. It's just what it is. And I was like, okay, you can have the hat. Like, you understand it. And then
The kids are so much more open and accepting to that kind of thing.
yeah, I grew up in a religious family.
Yeah, they're because they're being groomed, and by that I mean it is the absence of negative grooming. Like when I teach my child to hate the gays, that's what I mean when I'm talking about grooming.
Family, so it was very like shunned upon. You're going to hell. You're gonna burn if you think this way and all that stuff.
Have your parents changed over time, or like and become more accepting, or
Yep.
did you guys have to move? Well, that's lucky. I have a good relationship with my dad now, but unfortunately, my mom isn't in my life anymore. So,
What are you two looking for?
I'm looking for somebody to like wants to hang out. I work and I'm constantly doing a lot, so I'm not looking to be like constantly going.
Yeah, I'd say I'm very similar. Looking for someone kind of fun times to do things with the kids. We like to go mushroom hunting.
That's awesome.
We like to go, we do a lot of swimming. She just got into like gaming. I got her own PlayStation
Nice.
and her own headset. Her own
This is not a lot of content. I get why they put the dog dad in there, because like this is just like people who like have their shit together because they kind of have to because they have children. So it's like never really spicy. It's not gonna be spicy because they're like, no matter what age they are, they kind of have to be adults. You know what I mean? So that doesn't make for great content. It's just like wholesome, and I want drama. I want spice.
gamer tag.
Are you two interested in going on another date?
I'd be willing to, yeah.
Congratulations, you two have earned yourself another date.
There's no oozing desperation.
I love winning.
Right? Oh, you feel about maybe like an arcade bar.
I was
somewhere?
gonna say arcade because I love arcade. Do you like playing House of the Dead? Like the zombie
yes. Oh,
shooty
yeah.
game?
Oh, yeah.
Persian rug dealer. A kid is non-binary. A kid is non-binary. That's fucking insane. 17 is straight up a kid. Wait, what? You think 17-year-olds cannot be non-binary? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? You're a 14-month subscriber, brother. What the hell? Like, what's it to you? Brother, are you lost? Like, for example, you think like you think 17-year-olds are like incapable of being gay, for example? Not that like gender is the same as sexuality, but even then, like what? You have a child one day, let's say, and at the age of 17 they come out to you, you're gonna be like, nah, you're too young. Like, what do you mean? That is a wild take, like inhumane, I would say. Are you going to be like, wait till you're 18, brother? I don't get it. It literally just means the kid isn't conforming to traditional gender binaries. Yeah, that's it. That's what my parents did when I came out of 16. 17 is way too young to learn about gender. Yeah. 25 is way too young to learn about gender. 35 is way too young to learn about gender. You should never learn about gender. When people ask me what my gender is, I say, I don't know. That's right. I'm a gender abolitionist, bitch. I'm non-binary. Maybe when I'm 60, I can learn about gender. Why are you pretending to be a trans activist when there's a noticeable lack of Bud Light in your hand? Yeah, hell yeah, brother. I bought cases and cases of that piss beer. I've been drinking it nonstop. I'm non-binary. Yeah, the guy who loves Bud Light so much, he actually got gaslit into thinking that like Bud Light makes you trans or pro-trans. So now he's just decided he's pro-trans. He's like, you know what? I love Bud Light so much. I don't give a fuck about Dylan Mulvaney. But once I saw that Dylan Mulvaney was doing an ad campaign, I decided I'm pro-trans now. Did you accidentally say non-binary and not realize the genius of it? No, I have said it many, many times over. Oh. Nick did a video on the Swifties. Oh no, dude, you crazy? You crazy, dude? He's on his own for this one, dude. I can't defend him. I'll let God help him. You know what I mean? Okay. Yet another day and another day of no gaming, and I apologize. I tried to set it up. Another day without gaming, and I apologize. I'm talking to Rage right now. He said, I don't even get up at that point. But you always do this? Why do men always lie? Well, it's because, here's the thing, okay? I'm teaching you guys a lesson not to trust men, okay? Men are trash. I'm actually the best ally when you think about it. I'm the best ally. Leftovers tomorrow. I am ending it early because I'm gonna go, play some ball. I got to do some. You already know how it is, okay? When I do not work out in the mornings on Wednesdays, I go play basketball. So I got to go do that. You know what I mean? It's for my sanity. It's for my health. It's for my mental health. It's my physical health. It's also because I'm training to destroy Your Rage Gaming. Even though he is ducking me consistently. My goal is also to be able to dunk before DreamCon. Nobody knows this. I'm just telling you guys this, but I want to be able to dunk before DreamCon. Not that I'll be able to like dunk in a game or anything, but I want to be able to at least do it. I don't think I'll be able to achieve that goal, but who cares? I'm still going to work towards it. But yeah. DreamCon is in Texas. It's RDC. For those of you who don't know, Mark Phillips, Supreme Dreams. I will be attending it. I think it's in July at some point. Yeah. He hasn't. I haven't gotten any updates from him though. But that's my goal. How can you not dunk at default at 6'4"? I'm really fat. I got a fat ass. Ask your mom about it. Anyway, love you guys. After Leftovers tomorrow, I will see you here. Okay, it's Thursday. We're going to fucking shift gears. Hopefully there won't be as much news so we can do some more fun reacts like I have lined up here. And also some gaming. I promise, dude. It's going to fucking happen, okay? I love you guys. Bye.
Your fingertips on at your door. the crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, her son is streaming. Her son is streaming. There he is again, her son is streaming. Her son is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic monster streaming at your